250 cars, 50 teams, and only one of the teams can win this season of Junkyard Joust. Hi everybody, welcome to Season 4 of Junkyard Joust. I'm Aaron Yonda. Thanks for coming along on this ride. Only 3 of these 5 teams are going to move on to the main event. Let's head into the garage and see who we've got. First up, the Thunderlords are back with a whole new team, whole new design. A lot of low-to-the-ground vehicles like Fish and Chips, sponsored by Bentley's Brakes and Bumpers. Rolling Thunder, sponsored by Illuminati Public Relations. Incredibile, or as I like to say, Incredibile, sponsored by Carlton Hill Enterprises. Triclops, sponsored by Mark the Music Lover. And Rareflow, sponsored by Willful Fiber Art. Then we've got the Combustion Kings, also a returning team, but with all new members. A lot more flames this time. Metro Rail, sponsored by Raygull Radio. Medieval, sponsored by Hendrika's Heavy Hauling. Powerbomb, sponsored by Chemical Knight. Ferrari 333 SP, sponsored by Crow and Turtle's Mini Painting. And the Diesel Demon, sponsored by Elderground. The Copperheads are another returning team, although they weren't around last season. Altered Ego, sponsored by Swedenborg's Smorgasbord. Innovator, sponsored by Chome. Triple Threat, sponsored by Stump's Tree Farm. Custom Mako Shark, sponsored by Judy Collins. And the 58 Chevy Impala, sponsored by Ellis Wurtenberger. The Flying Rigs are a brand new team of, obviously, semis, but most of them are just cabs. With Semi-Fast, sponsored by Raygull Radio. Rig Heat, sponsored by Beak's Busted Barn Finds. Long Gone, sponsored by Bion Automotive. Cabin Fever, sponsored by Wayland Enterprises International. Taskmaster, sponsored by the Turbo Ventures. Next up is Sweet and Low, thanks to my patrons for helping me name this team. Montezuma, sponsored by Cheeseburger Apocalypse. La Troca Roja, sponsored by Sid from Cybertron. 64 Chevrolet Impala SS, sponsored by Emo Dingo. And another La Troca, sponsored by Liz's Wizard Arts and Witchcrafts. And lastly, the 53 Chevy Pickup, sponsored by Sloss Automotive Sachet and Buffet. The rules are simple. Survive. Every car has to drive down the track, smash into the rest of the cars, and if they end up upside down or sideways at the end of a round, they are eliminated. Any cars that are right side up at the end of the round move on to the next round. In the qualifier, the match ends when 2 teams have lost all their cars, and the remaining 3 teams move on. Some of you may remember the old crane that we used to use to get the cars up to the top of the hill to compete in Junkyard Joust. Unfortunately, that crane broke down, so we've installed an elevator. All the cars got to do is drive in, and it takes them up to the top of the hill. And once they get there, of course, they drive out, and they are ready to compete in Junkyard Joust. Also, take note, this cube showed up at the end of last season. We don't know what's going on with it, but it's there, and it's making a weird noise. First car of the season's gonna be Rolling Thunder for the Thunderlords. Rolling Thunder's got a nice low back. Could serve as sort of a ramp for the next car to come down. We'll see what happens. Next up, fresh out of the elevator, Metro Rail for the Combustion Kings. Metro Rail slams into the back of Rolling Thunder, does not go off the back of Rolling Thunder. Rolling Thunder lifts up the top of the car a little bit, and now Metro Rail is settled in. Next up, it's the 58 Chevy Impala for the Copperheads. Heavy car. Impala pops Metro Rail off the track. Metro Rail goes up and over, flips right upside down, and is possibly our first casualty of the season. Got some hood action going on there with the Impala. Semi-Fast will be first up for the Flying Rigs. Semi-Fast forces the Impala off the track. No mean feat considering how heavy it is. Goes up curbside, but then pops back down. Rolling Thunder kind of responsible for that, I think. Rolling off the back of Rolling Thunder and flipping over. 53 Chevy Pickup now for Sweet and Low. Chevy slams into Semi-Fast, but Semi-Fast is a little bit more agile. Flying Rig after all, and manages to make a pretty good recovery. Triclops now for the Thunderlords. Bam! The Chevy is too low to be pushed off of Rolling Thunder, so Triclops just bashes into it and pops backwards. It goes up in the air a little bit. Powerbomb now for the Combustion Kings. Powerbomb is an accelerator. Powerbomb hits the back of Triclops, pops up the back of the car a little bit, and starts to go off. Could be a little precarious there. Next up, it's Triple Threat for the Copperheads. You might remember Triple Threat from a few seasons ago. Triple Threat slams Powerbomb off the back of Triclops, and Powerbomb can't make a recovery, gets caught up on that Impala and goes upside down. Potential loss for the Combustion Kings there. Taskmaster now for the Flying Rigs. This thing is heavy, 91 grams. Taskmaster slams into the back of Triple Threat. Triple Threat gets caught in the back of Triclops and flips out. What a deft maneuver that was. And now Taskmaster is in danger. Looks like Baby Cookie's ride for this episode is going to be Montezuma for Sweet and Low.
Yeah, exactly.
Montezuma slams into the back of Taskmaster and actually does Taskmaster a favor, saves the vehicle. Cookie goes bouncing all over the place, rams into Taskmaster and lands on her head. Oh, she's right in the middle of the track. That is not going to be a good spot for when the next car comes down. Looks like Fished and Chipped is going to do the hitting here. Baby Cookie's tough though. Oh my goodness, did you see that? Cookie goes flying and I don't know where she went. They're saying she flew off into the forest or something. I think we're gonna have to send out a search party. Wow. Ferrari 333 up next for Combustion Kings. The Ferrari tries to get under Fished and Chipped, almost does it. That thing's got a lot of undercutting ability. Up next is gonna be Innovator. A nice hit from Innovator. Fished and Chipped pops up in the air, goes over. And now it looks like the Ferrari is going under Triclops. Somebody finally getting under that vehicle. We'll see if the next hit is enough to do some damage. It's going to be a pretty big one. It's Long Gone from the Flying Rigs. Long Gone does the trick. Gets that Ferrari under two vehicles this time. One of them goes off upside down. Triclops certainly eliminated here. And the Chevy is on the ropes. Just about to go over. On the heels of that big hit from Long Gone, it's going to be Latroca. Latroca can't control his momentum, pops up in the air off the back of Long Gone, pushes Long Gone even farther down the track, but manages to make a nice recovery on top of his teammate, Montezuma. And now it's Incredibile. Starts to sound French when you say it that way. The Incredibile slams into Long Gone and finishes the job with the Chevy. The Chevy rolls over, cannot make a recovery. Very likely an elimination right there. Long Gone is now curbside. Medieval's up next for Combustion Kings. Medieval, nice low car, manages to get under Incredibile, but can't get Incredibile off the track. This car's got some undercutting ability right here. Altered Ego for the Copperheads. Altered Ego lofts Medieval into the air. Medieval makes a flip and a great recovery, a perilous recovery on top of all those other cars that are upside down. A lot of eliminations here. And now it looks like Long Gone is in danger. Rig Heat's up next for the Flying Rigs. Can Rig Heat not eliminate Long Gone? And Rig Heat eliminates Long Gone. It was too much force. There was nothing he could do. And it looks like Altered Ego's starting to get underneath some other cars. Rolling Thunder is in danger of tipping right here as well up front. Latroca Roja. Latroca Roja knocks Rig Heat off the track. Incredibile almost gets knocked off, but manages to stay alive. Rare Flow for the Thunderlords. Rare Flow, that was unexpected, just kind of stopped right before the impact. Almost didn't make an impact. I think that car might be a little wide for this track. Diesel Demon now for the Combustion Kings. Diesel Demon, a nice big hit, but he flops sideways and over. Incredibile is in danger, and Diesel Demon, wow, not a very impressive hit for that big truck. Custom Mako Shark now. The Shark knocks Diesel Demon almost all the way off the track, just about finishes him off and locks it in on the track. Next up is Cabin Fever for the Rigs. Cabin Fever, a huge hit. The Shark is tossed and goes flying, lands upside down, and that is going to end the Shark right there. We still got a lot of cars teetering on the brink of disaster on the track. 64 Chevrolet Impala SS for Sweet and Low. Final car of this round. Big slam, and we get a little action up front. More teetering. The Ferrari makes a recovery, and wow, Rolling Thunder, a couple other cars, they're very close to being sideways, but I don't think they're quite sideways, so they're probably coming back next round. Lucky for those teams. That's looking pretty good for Rolling Thunder. Incredibile looks like it might count as right side up. Taking a look at the aftermath, Sweet and Low and the Flying Rigs are looking pretty right now with only one loss apiece. The most damage was done to Combustion Kings. They lost 3. Copperheads and Thunderlords each lost 2. Something's going down over by that cube. Winnebago is there to find out what's going on. Winnebago greeting the cube with some friendly honking. I don't know if they're communicating or what. Rig heat is up. It's round 2. Here we go. Rig heat knocking Evil Weevil all the way down the track, and now rig heat is locked in. The Flying Rigs and Sweet and Low both did pretty good last round. Here comes La Troca Roja. Roja bashes into Rig Heat. Rig Heat almost gets knocked backwards off the track, but manages to hang on, for the moment at least. And now Thunderlord sending down Rolling Thunder. Try to get that thing out early, it seems like. They like the way the cars go off the back of it. Rig Heat staying on the track even now, a little bit more square. Innovator now for the Copperheads. This thing packs a punch. Innovator cannot punch through Rolling Thunder. That thing's got a nice armored backside. Actually almost gets underneath Rolling Thunder, and Rig Heat's still hanging out. The Ferrari now for Combustion Kings. Ferrari gets right underneath the Innovator, and it looks like there won't be any more innovation in this match. Innovator goes upside down, does an unfortunate twist, and is done. Great undercutting hit by the Ferrari. Taskmaster now is going to cause some more damage. Heavy vehicle. A thundering hit, and the Ferrari is tossed. The back end of Rolling Thunder prevented the Ferrari from going under, and that car got tossed. A car that I didn't think was going to be very easy to eliminate, and they just made mincemeat of it together, those big vehicles. Montezuma now for Sweet and Low. No word about Cookie. I'm sure she'll be back eventually. Montezuma smashes into apparently the side of the track as well as the Taskmaster, and a huge chunk of the track just gets torn apart. That's just a reminder the force that these cars are hitting each other with. We have to resurface this track every season, because that happens a lot. Here comes Rare Flow. Rare Flow not quite able to get under Montezuma, but is preparing to do so. This could work out in his favor, but he's going to have to survive another undercutter hit from Altered Ego. Altered Ego's going under a lot of cars right now. Montezuma is tossed up in the air, but still squeezed underneath the Taskmaster, and still kind of moving a little bit, but there he's stopping. Is he stopping? I think he's stopped. Nope, he's still going, and okay, now he stopped. Now Medieval can hit the track. Medieval goes under, and I thought a couple of cars were going to get turned over there, but somehow they are all still upright, but they are also all kind of ripe for the picking right now. I can tell you this next vehicle is going to cause some damage. Semi-fast. Semi-fast. Wow, great recovery there by Rare Flow, and even the Taskmaster, not Task Manager, he manages to make a recovery there as well. All those cars doing a good job right there. 64 Chevrolet is up now for Sweet and Low. Got the front up and trying to bite the back of that rig, it looks like, but it doesn't quite work. It does keep that car on the track though, which I guess is good. Gonna have to stay on the track after a hit from Incredible. The Incredible gets underneath the Impala, but can't get it off the track. A couple of cars are loose right now, though. This could end badly. Triple Threat, always ready to cause a stir. Triple Threat pushes that Impala off the track. It looks like the front tires kind of hooked a little bit and kept that car going. That was actually a good move then, having the car like that. Cabin Fever now. Massive crash there from Cabin Fever. Knocks a lot of cars around, but somehow they all manage to make it and make it off and recover. We're seeing a lot of heavy, powerful hits, but it is not taking these cars out. They're competitors. La Troca. La Troca takes itself out. A terrible hit. Flips over and goes straight upside down. Now, occasionally you see a car try this, and they end up right side up when they get knocked off the track. Unfortunately for La Troca and Sweet and Low, that was the final car of the round, so not going to get another opportunity to right yourself. Wow, that was the only way you could have blown it, and you did. Whoopsie. Well, that round is over. Let's go to the aftermath and see what we're working with. Only 3 cars lost that round. Combustion Kings are down to 1. Copperheads at 2. Thunderlords at 3, along with Sweet and Low. And the Flying Rigs still have 4. They're doing pretty good for themselves. Flying Rig's gonna start out with rig heat again. A lot of times big, heavier vehicles in Junkyard Joust don't always do that great. They cause a lot of action, but they're not always great at surviving. So far, the Flying Rigs have proven that they are gonna try to buck that trend. Rolling Thunder going down first as usual for the Thunderlords. Rolling Thunder gets underneath Rig Heat, and Rig Heat kind of balances there on top of it. Not a very good position, but safe for the moment. Here comes La Troca Roja. Solid hit by La Troca Roja, but ends up curbside, pushes Rig Heat off the track, and Rig Heat makes a great recovery. Triple Threat's got a great opportunity here. And Triple Threat does the job. Man, look at that truck fly all the way over to the crates and cannot make a recovery. A little bit too bulky to do that, and that's probably going to be out for La Troca Roja. Medieval's up next, the last car for the Combustion Kings. Medieval, good hit on Triple Threat, starts to go off the back of Rolling Thunder. Triple Threat doing some acrobatics there. The car is known for that, but doing a great job of surviving, trying to get off the track. Semi-Fast has a chance to finish off Combustion Kings right now. Semi-Fast pops Medieval up in the air, and Medieval stays nice and balanced, flips over in a nice little arc. That was very acrobatic and keeps the Combustion Kings' hopes alive. Needed to stay alive there and did the job. Here comes Rare Flow with that low front end. Rare Flow, again, slowing down here at the end of the run for some reason. There must be something going on that's causing some friction, and just sort of does a gentle little push. All the cars are locked in. Montezuma. Big push there by Montezuma, and Semi-Fast is pushed off and sideways. No chance of recovering from that. Almost does it, but just a little tilt at the end. And now Rare Flow is in trouble. And here comes Altered Ego. Watch out for this thing. Altered Ego splits the two cars apart. Rare Flow gets the worst of it, goes upside down, and Montezuma hangs on. Good hit. Here comes 91 grams of Taskmaster. Taskmaster, a huge hit on Altered Ego. Smacks him nice and hard, but Altered Ego manages to survive. Look at Montezuma. What happened there? Montezuma just had to back up, and I don't know what happened. Maybe fell over off of Triple Threat and went upside down. Incredible. Incredible tries to get under the Taskmaster, but can't do it. Just kind of sticks to the back of him. Too heavy. Here comes the 64 Chevrolet Impala. Staying nice and low this time. The Impala pushes Incredible underneath Taskmaster. Taskmaster is definitely in trouble right now. Cabin Fever, got to be careful here. Don't want to take out your own team member. Cabin Fever, a good hit, and Taskmaster actually makes a bit of a recovery on the track. Cabin Fever flops that gate around and back, but manages to lock it in, doesn't damage his teammate, and that was the final car of round 3. Pretty tough round. Looks like we lost 4 vehicles, but all the teams are still in this. Sweet and Low took the most damage on that one, losing 2 vehicles. Thunderlords and Flying Rigs each lost 1. Copperhead still got 2, and Combustion Kings hanging on. All 5 teams still in it, 9 cars remaining. Anything could happen here in round 4. Here comes Rig Heat taking his place as usual. And now Altered Ego is going to take a shot. Altered Ego does the trick. Look at that. Flips him up in the air. Rig Heat goes sideways and does not make one of those amazing Flying Rigs recoveries. Just goes sideways and tries to get back. Can't do it. Evil Weevil kind of stopping his momentum. Rolling Thunder. Rolling Thunder almost gets underneath Altered Ego somehow, but Altered Ego slides nicely off the track, and now Rolling Thunder is in place with that back end. Here comes the final team member of Sweet and Low, the Impala. Impala keeps it low, but it doesn't work out. Goes up off the back of Rolling Thunder. Not too big of a surprise there. Tilting, leaning. Oh, all their hopes rest on that one car. Medieval now for the Kings. Medieval finishes off Sweet and Low. Sweet and Low is probably out of this match. Rolling Thunder is in trouble right there. That bounce came back and landed on top of Medieval, and now Rolling Thunder is in deep trouble because Taskmaster's on the way down. Taskmaster, wow, what a hit, and Rolling Thunder is tossed off. Medieval, great job there. Rolling Thunder would have survived, but landed a little bit on the track and flipped over like a turtle. Now there's no coming back from that, it looks like. Triple Threat. We're starting to see some serious action here in this round. Triple Threat smacks into the back of Taskmaster and locks it in, but there's been a lot of devastation already this round. Incredible. Incredibile's got to stay alive. Good job there, just locking it on the track and not doing anything too crazy. All the Thunderlord's hope rests on that car. Final car of this round is going to be Cabin Fever. Got a chance to do some damage here. Cabin Fever knocks 2 cars in front of him off the track. Triple Threat and Incredibile both managed to survive, so they're not getting eliminated this round. But we did lose 1 team and 3 cars. This is really starting to come down to the wire. Let's take a look at the aftermath. Thunderlords are down to 1. Combustion King still got 1. Copperheads still have 2. Rigs are down to 2. Sweet and Low is out. Copperheads are up first here. Triple Threat gonna go down. The running order of the teams randomly determined based on the number of cars you've got left. Triple Threat's been doing a good job of surviving this round. Let's see if he can keep it up. He's gonna get a hit from Cabin Fever next. Cabin Fever massacres Triple Threat. Just pushes him around, pushes him over into the crates. The crates stop him from going anywhere, and Triple Threat is upside down and probably done. Devastating hit there from Cabin Fever, and now he's curbside. Incredibile's got a chance to take out Cabin Fever. Incredibile does exactly that. Same spot, right where Triple Threat was eliminated. And now we've got another elimination. This has been a devastating round so far. The 2 top teams with the most cars left, not looking too good right now. Medieval. Medieval tries to finish off the Thunderlords and get Incredibile off the track, but can't quite manage it. Close. Altered Ego. Altered Ego gets underneath Medieval, and Medieval's pushed up into the safety spot, upside down. Cannot make a recovery in those circumstances. Not enough room to move around. With that elimination, it's possible Combustion Kings are out of it, but the number of cars that have been getting eliminated, I wouldn't be surprised if there's more eliminations here. Taskmaster. And a devastating hit from Taskmaster. Altered Ego pushed off the track and shunted upside down. That is only going to leave 2 teams left in this match. Thunderlords and the Flying Rigs are the only 2 that remain. We're going to have to go to the points board to see who had the most cars alive the longest, and that'll determine our 3rd team that's going to move on. Quick look at the aftermath. There are your 2 remaining vehicles. Good job, Taskmaster and Incredibile, bringing the glory for their teams. Taking a look at the points board, it looks like the Copperheads are going to be our 3rd team that are moving on. Combustion Kings were close, but they just couldn't quite swing it. Your winners tonight, the Flying Rigs, the Thunderlords, and the Copperheads. And what is going on? It appears that cube is opening, and inside is that a Borg? Oh boy. Well, tune in next time to find out what's going on with that Borg. Thanks for watching, everybody. Now's a great time to become a patron, especially if you want to sponsor a car and help me build the Apocalypse set. Thank you to all my patrons for making this show possible. We'll see you guys next Sunday. 25 cars, 5 teams. Get ready to see some cars take flight tonight. We've got some interesting vehicles for you. Hi everybody, I'm Aaron Yonda. This is the Junkyard Joust. Thanks for joining me. Here are the 5 teams that are going to be competing tonight in the second qualifier. 3 brand new teams and 2 returning teams with mostly new members. Let's head into the garage and see what we've got. First up, it's the Garbage Pail Kids, GPK, team of heavy vehicles. First up, it's Unaware Aaron, sponsored by Liz's Wizard Arts and Witchcrafts. Pile Up Kyle, sponsored by Ellis Wurtenberger. Quinn Quake, sponsored by Sid from Cybertron. Travelin' Travis, sponsored by Stump's Tree Farm. And Igloo, sponsored by Sloss Automotive Sachet and Buffet. Next up, it's a team of undercutters, prototypical. These things look like they are going to be nasty on the track. First up, it's the Mazda 787B, sponsored by AJ's Performance Tuning and Spinning Triangles. You might remember the Mazda was the secret weapon for Junkyard Domestic Market back in Season 2. The Nissan GTR LM Nismo, sponsored by Sean and Patrick Hogan. The Nissan Delta Wing, sponsored by Wayland Enterprises International. The Toyota TS050 Hybrid No. 7, sponsored by Mr. Strathholm. The VW IDR, sponsored by Wolfel Fiber Art. Here we've got Alt F40. The F40 in the middle is notorious for taking down Creature from the Black Lagoon once in a previous season, and now it's back with a whole team of F40s. This Ferrari F40 is sponsored by the Turbo Ventures. This F40 is sponsored by Regal Radio. The original F40 is sponsored by Winnebago Trauma Clinic. This F40 is sponsored by Hey Hey's Hatchback Hanger. And this F40 is sponsored by Tim the Bear Neal. Rod Warriors are back. There's Slider in the middle and a whole new legion of rods. The Subaru Impreza WRX is sponsored by Bion Automotive. Blastus sponsored by Chemical Knight. Slider sponsored by Hey Steve Productions. It's So Skinny sponsored by Judy Collins. And Overboard 454T sponsored by Hendrika's Heavy Hauling. Shining Steel never made it out of the qualifiers last time they appeared. This time they are gunning for the main event. With Nitrium sponsored by Swedenborg Smorgasbord. The 2006 Honda Civic C sponsored by Crow and Turtles Mini Painting. Nightburner sponsored by Chome. Ballistic sponsored by Sick N. 36 Chord sponsored by Illuminati Public Relations. The rules are simple. Survive. Every car has to drive down the track, smash into the rest of the cars, and if they end up upside down or sideways at the end of a round, they are eliminated. Any cars that are right side up at the end of the round move on to the next round. In the qualifier, the match ends when 2 teams have lost all their cars, and the remaining 3 teams move on. There's always some weird things going on at the junkyard. Last time, a Borg apparently appeared, came out of a cube, and Winnebago went to investigate. Right now, the Borg just seems to be relaxing and is content to just watch the proceedings. So on with round 1. We are starting out with Quinn Quake for GPK. Quinn Quake is gonna hustle Evil Weevil down to the end of the track, take his place at nearly the front of the track, and now he's gonna take a hit from the Nissan Delta Wing. And no, this isn't no holds barred. The Nissan Delta Wing has a special exception, is able to go down backwards because actually that car can't go down in any other direction. Going down forwards does not work for this vehicle, so the officials have granted a special permission so that the Delta Wing can partake in the joust. F40, the one and only, up first for the Alt F40s. And wow, immediately goes off the front of the Nissan Delta Wing, turns over and goes sideways, thinking maybe could pull off some sort of elimination there. Managed to get the Delta Wing off the track, but unfortunately, this legendary car not able to make a recovery there. That could end up being an elimination. Nitrium now. Nitrium slams into the back of Quinn Quake, causes a minor upheaval. Quinn Quake now, curbside. Slider's up first for the Rod Warriors. Slider had a great season last season. Rod Warriors were just edged out by Mind Control. They came so close to making it into the finals. This year, they think they got a chance. And Slider is curbside. Back around the roster now to Unaware Aaron for GPK. To be fair, I do have my moments. But I'm fully aware of that hit. Slider gets bashed. Unaware Aaron tries to take Slider out, but Slider is not having it. Great recovery, backs into the crates, and is safe. And actually, Quinn Quake is in trouble up front. Next up for Prototypical, it's the Toyota TS050 Hybrid number 7. Let's see what it's got. Hybrid gets underneath Unaware Aaron, pushes him off the track a little bit, and it looks like Quinn Quake is actually starting to come back onto the track. Here comes another F40 for Alt F40. This F40 apparently just a tiny bit wide for the track and barely manages to make it all the way down, peeling off track pieces on the way. This is what the qualifiers are good for. It's a good way to find out whether or not stuff like this might happen. Ballistic now. Ballistic doesn't exactly go ballistic, but does manage to finally push Quinn Quake off the track to his doom. Now up for the rods, it's So Skinny. Looks like this car's got some undercutting ability. It's So Skinny does indeed get underneath Ballistic, but it isn't an issue for Ballistic. Flips right over and lands it. Great recovery there for Shining Steel. Coming down now for GPK, Travelin' Travis. Travelin' Travis does some damage. Unfortunately, the only damage he does is to his own teammate. That can be a problem when you've got a team of all heavier vehicles. They can damage their own teammates. The F40 and the Hybrid make it off the track in pretty good shape. Formerly used as a secret weapon ramp on the track, the Mazda 787B is going to take a crack at undercutting. The Mazda flies underneath Travelin' Travis, but the unintended consequence is his teammate gets pushed over by Travis, and It's So Skinny escapes off the track. A lot of these teams accidentally taking out their own teammates in this round so far. Here comes another F40. And this Ferrari bangs into all the cars down at the end of the track, but doesn't manage to get any of them over, except did Itzoskini get knocked over? Look at that recovery. A deft maneuver there by Itzoskini. Up now, it's the 2006 Honda Civic C for the steal. The Honda Civic can't get anywhere, just plows into the back of that F40 and actually inadvertently causes Nitrium, his own teammate, to almost go sideways here. Blastus now for the rods. Blastus carves underneath the Honda Civic, pops it up in the air. The Honda is tipping backwards. Is it gonna fall? That is definitely not a position that it's probably gonna stay in. Here comes Pile Up Kyle. Perfect car for what's happening right now down on the track. Pile Up Kyle knocks Blastus flying over his teammate and off the track, and then gets curbside. And did you see that little move from Blastus? Just bouncing around and landing upright. This Rod Warriors team are very agile. The VWIDR. VW gets right underneath Pile Up Kyle, and Pile Up Kyle starts his own little pile up off the side of the track, upside down. Man, that was a nasty hit by that undercutter, and now that F40's in trouble as well. Speaking of F40s, here comes another one. This F40 does a little pushing, but can't get anything to happen. Cars are starting to descend a little bit. Nice hit. Shining Steel gonna send down Nightburner. Nightburner, what just happened? Look at this. The F40 that Nightburner went under decides to take a little ride, mounts the top of Nightburner, and just sits there. Overboard 454T is gonna mess this up. Overboard, oh wow, I didn't mean to mess it up in that way, but Overboard just messed it up for himself. Goes right off the track upside down, and the other two cars he had a shot at just fine. Wow, that F40 went flying, but it actually made a great landing. Little mistake there by the Rod Warriors. Up next, it's Igloo. This thing's got a plow on the front. It's for snow removal, but let's see if it works for cars too. Kind of worked a little bit. We got an F40 flying up off the track and going over, so that was pretty successful. Definitely a lot of plowing going on there from that heavy truck. Up next is a notoriously failed prototype, the Nissan GT-R LM Nismo. Nismo doesn't fail here, at least not yet. Bangs off the back of Igloo and bounces back to relative safety on the track. Gonna take a hit now from this F40. Or not. This F40 appears to have gotten wedged in the track. It's not gonna make it down the track. Speaking of not making it down the track, we still haven't located Baby Cookie. If you remember last episode, Cookie took a big hit and went flying we don't even know where. We've still got search parties out looking, so hopefully she'll turn up at some point. Now the 36 Cord is gonna take a shot at that F40 stuck in the middle of the track. And the Cord knocks it all the way out and off the track. Wasn't a good place to get caught. And now he's upside down and eliminated. 36 Cord pulls up behind the Nismo and pushes him forward a little bit. Tough way for that Ferrari to find out it's too big for the track. Subaru Impreza WRX. The skinny Subaru delivers a shot to the 36 Cord, sends the 36 Cord up off the back of the Nismo, and then the Cord makes a great recovery. That easily could have ended badly, but enough flipping around and managed to make it out alive. Final car of the round. We are looking at 8 eliminations in round 1. Let's take a look at the aftermath. GPK and Alt F40 sustained some serious damage on that round. Prototypical only lost 1, Shining Steel lost none, and Rod Warriors lost 1. Shining Steel really looking good right now. Nitrium gonna start out for them. Nitrium slots in at the front of the track, ready to take a hit from the Nissan Delta Wing, which is going down backwards again, of course, because it has to. Delta Wing lines up. That front edge has become a bit of a threat. Definitely took out a car in the first round. Let's see if it can do it again. Here comes Blastus for the Rod Warriors. Kind of looks like this car is wearing armor. Blastus cannot get under. I think maybe Rod Warriors had hoped that Blastus could get underneath the Delta Wing, but it doesn't work out. Blastus bounces off the crates, flips, and turns over. Eliminated. That Delta Wing did some damage. Can Travel and Travis make it over that thing safely? Traveling Travis, wow, what a hit. So heavy is that car that it knocks the Delta Wing off the track. Unfortunately, Travis has to sacrifice himself to make that happen, and the Delta Wing survives, though it's not on the track any longer. Here comes one of the remaining 2 F40s. Rough round for the F40s in round 1. Solid hit on the back of Nitrium. Nitrium is curbside in a big way. That F40's got to stay alive. Shining Steel got to be careful here with the Honda Civic. The Honda Civic knocks Nitrium off the track nice and gentle, and Nitrium is safe. Honda Civic's locked in. Here comes the VW IDR. The VW gets underneath the Civic, but the Civic is not getting flipped over, backs off the track almost completely. Might not be enough to be safe, though. Here comes It's So Skinny. It's So Skinny does some damage. Look at this. The VW is upside down, and so is the Civic. Perfect hit there by It's So Skinny. And now going under that F40, that car just did some serious damage to these teams. And now It's So Skinny's got to survive a big hit from Igloo. Get ready to get plowed. Igloo absolutely wastes one of the remaining F40s. That Ferrari is tossed, flipped over and over, and it bounces and cannot right itself. That is probably another elimination, almost certainly another elimination for Alt F40. This is their lone survivor. This F40 skids to a halt right behind Igloo. Gives him a little bump, but nothing major. Ballistic's got a chance to end F40's attempt to get out of the qualifiers. Ballistic cannot make that car move. It's stuck in the track, and Ballistic is also now locked in. We got a nice line of cars forming. The Mazda 787B is gonna mess with that line. This thing's going under. The Mazda knocks off 2 cars and puts an end to the F40s. The F40s had such bad luck in this match, and now with Shining Steel starting to feel the hurt, having had 5 cars at the beginning of the round. Now they're down 2, it looks like to me. Here comes Slider for the Warriors. Slider, ooh man, look at that. The Mazda is rammed so hard into the back of Igloo that salt spreader comes off the back of the truck, just breaks off completely, and now Slider is going under the Mazda. Shining Steel's gonna send down Nightburner. Nightburner slams Slider underneath the Mazda, and again, I don't know what it is about Nightburner. It just likes to have a car sitting on top of it for some reason. This is the second time in a row that's happened. The Nissan Nismo's got to be careful on this run. The Mazda is in a precarious position. The Nismo just does a fairly gentle tap, and the Mazda is still looking good, but still balanced precariously on top of Nightburner. Here comes the Subaru. Subaru, a nasty hit on the back of the Nismo, and the Nismo, catastrophic failure. Wasn't a great car for racing, not apparently a great car for the Joust either. Nice hit by the Subaru. 36 cord is gonna round out round 2. The cord slams into the back of the Subaru, but there's not much going on here. And right now we're looking at 8 cars having been eliminated in that round, same as the first round, but this is round 2, so that is a devastating round. Not only a lot of eliminations, but we've also got 2 broken pieces that were completely sheared off of Igloo. The plow and the salt spreader, both. Taking a look at the aftermath, GPK are only in this because of Igloo. Prototypical is down to 2. Alt F40, our first elimination in this qualifier. Shining Steel down to 2, and the Rod Warriors now at 3. I go through 250 cars per season of Junkyard Joust. I would love your support to make this show on patreon.com/junkyardjoust. With your help, I can keep making new episodes, and thank you to all my patrons who currently support the show. One thing you can do that's completely free over on the Junkyard Joust Discord is bet on these matches. Not just who's going to win, but if a car sustains any damage, or even what the Borg is going to do is one of the bets for this week. There's a link to our Discord in the description of the video. All right, back to the action. Round 3 in full swing. Here comes Slider. Slider jostles into place. We are down to 4 teams right now. If one more team gets eliminated, this match is over. Shining Steel likes to start out with Nitrium. Nitrium slams into Slider, but Slider's not moving. There's a little bit of bounce back there. I think some cars are about to take flight. Here comes the Mazda. The Mazda, wow, I didn't know that was possible, but somehow the Nitrium managed to keep the car from going underneath it. Nitrium apparently has a very low back bumper, effective. Igloo's lost a couple pieces, but he's still in the match. Igloo, wow, that was a nasty hit. And the Mazda is flipped over upside down. Not an easy feat to do with that car. And Slider also knocked upside down on that hit. Somehow Nitrium managed to stay alive. Wow, devastating hit from Igloo there. Here comes the Subaru. Impreza knocks the back of Igloo, but Igloo is staying on the track, and Nitrium is trying to escape. Igloo on that last hit, really using his weight for a big effect. Nightburner. Nightburner pounds into the back of the Subaru, starts sliding it off the track. Nitrium escapes, and Igloo is in peril. The Nissan Delta Wing coming down backwards. Delta Wing slams into position with that front-facing back. Gonna be a nasty jump for the next car to come down. And it's gonna be Itso Skinny. Can Itso Skinny get underneath that thing? Ooh, Itso Skinny showing itself to be potentially, I'd say, the MVP of this match. That was a great hit, and man, the Delta Wing just barely survived it. Itso Skinny just dispatching that car off the track, no longer a threat. But the Delta Wing is alive and is keeping prototypical in this match. Here comes the 36 Cord, final car of the round. The Cord not able to cause any more damage, which is good because that's his own teammate right there. And Nightburner unharmed. Looks like we've got 2 eliminations in this round. Let's go to the aftermath and see what we're looking at. GPK still got 1, Prototypical down to 1, Shining Steel still at 3, and the Rod Warriors lost their ace Slider and they're down to 2. Shining Steel starting up first, Nitrium. This is round 4 as Nitrium takes his place on the track. It's a little unusual to go 4 rounds in a qualifier, but this has been a spirited competition. Here comes the Impreza. The Impreza can't get anywhere with Nitrium. That car has been difficult to mess with. Shining Steel got to be pretty happy with what Nitrium brings to the table for their team. Both those cars on the track now got to survive the big hit from Igloo. Igloo, a fairly mild hit there, actually. I don't know why he slowed down so much, but it was a good enough hit to take out the Impreza. Just gradually push him off the track, enough to get him upside down, and that is an elimination for the Rod Warriors. Rod Warriors in big trouble right now. Here comes the Delta Wing. Delta Wing just takes itself right out of the match, hits off the bumper of Igloo, and is eliminated. That was a really bad way to go out right there. Wow, back to the drawing board with that prototype. Can't even go down the track forward in the first place. Here comes Nightburner. Nightburner slams into Igloo. Really, the prototypical team only has 1 chance, and that's if another one of these teams gets eliminated, then we can go to the points to see who wins. Here comes Itso Skinny. Itso Skinny knocks Afterburner up over Igloo and onto his own teammate and upside down. Good job there by Itso Skinny. That car, you gotta watch out for her. And as usual, the 36 Cord rounding out the round. The Cord does not take out Itso Skinny. Ooh, wow, a tense moment there for Igloo. That was what Prototypical needed, but they couldn't eliminate Igloo, and that is gonna allow GPK to narrowly survive and go to the main event. Close call for the Rod Warriors on that one too. Let's take a look at the aftermath. Delta Wing eliminated, and Prototypical is out. A team I really thought had a great chance to do amazing things, and they're out in the qualifiers. Alt F40 also done. Moving on, it's gonna be GPK, Shining Steel, and the Rod Warriors. Impressive victory by these teams. I'm hearing some weird noises coming from over by Winnebago. Uh-oh, I think the Borg might be doing some assimilation. Uh-oh, the Borg did indeed assimilate Winnebago. Winnebago has become Winneborgo? What does this mean? I guess we'll find out next time on Junkyard Joust. Thanks for joining me, everybody. We'll see you in a week. Have a good one. 5 teams are battling it out to try to get into the Junkyard Joust main event. Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Yonda, and welcome to the Junkyard Joust. You're going to recognize some of these teams, though most of them have entirely new members. And we've got one brand new team. Let's head into the garage and see what we've got. First up, it's Massive Transit. They use brute force and weight to destroy their enemies. Featuring Bone Blazers, sponsored by Swedenborg Smorgasbord. Copter Chase, sponsored by Jedi. Speed Blaster, sponsored by the Turbo Ventures. Fuel and Fire, sponsored by Brendan Walsh. Custom VW, sponsored by Hendrika's Heavy Hauling. Up next, we've got the Bubble Bursters, and they're even more bubbly than usual. Featuring Sandy Cheeks, sponsored by Illuminati Public Relations. Gudetama, sponsored by Emo Dingo. The Jetsons, sponsored by Sloss Automotive Sachet and Buffet. The Invisible Woman, sponsored by Sid from Cybertron. Karapi, sponsored by Willful Fiber Art. And here's our new team, the Thunder Cutter, sponsored by TJG, You Shut Up When Pink Floyd is Playing. With the Turbo Wedge, sponsored by Judy Collins. American Victory, sponsored by Price X Private Parts. Firebird Funny Car, sponsored by Beak's Busted Barn Finds. Super Modified, sponsored by Carlton Hill Enterprises. And Steamroller, sponsored by Mark the Music Lover. Yellowhammer is back. They did all right in Season 2, but they're back to try to take it all the way. Featuring Rapid Responder, sponsored by Emo Dingo. Pixel Shaker, sponsored by Wayland Enterprises International. Crescendo, sponsored by Stump's Tree Farm. Wall-E, sponsored by Raygull Radio. And Two Timer, sponsored by Chemical Knight. Batmobility is back. Their new lineup is, of course, all Batmobiles. Featuring this Batmobile, sponsored by Ellis Wertenberger. A Chrome Batmobile, sponsored by Chome. This Batmobile making a return from the previous team, sponsored by Bentley's Brakes and Bumpers. This Batmobile sponsored by Crone Turtles Mini Painting. And this Batmobile sponsored by Bion Automotive. The rules are simple. Survive. Every car has to drive down the track, smash into the rest of the cars, and if they end up upside down or sideways at the end of a round, they are eliminated. Any cars that are right side up at the end of the round move on to the next round. In the qualifier, the match ends when 2 teams have lost all their cars, and the remaining 3 teams move on. Winnebago was assimilated last episode by the Borg and is now Winneborgo. And now the Borg is heading off somewhere. Could be that the Borg is going to go down in some of the cars? Entirely possible. Meanwhile, Winnebago is going to guard the cube. Here comes Speed Blaster to start us off in round 1 for Massive Transit. Speed Blaster gives it to Evil Weevil, our track buffer. Almost knocked Evil Weevil off the track. And now we're getting right into the undercutting with Super Modified for the Thunder Cutters. Super Modified gets right underneath Speed Blaster, but look at that recovery. The entire back of the vehicle goes up, but comes back down in a nice, steady manner, and Speed Blaster is in great shape right now. Batmobile up next for Batmobility. The Batmobile gets under Super Modified. Super Modified flips and makes a nice recovery, does not go sideways, and right now is looking pretty safe. Good hit. Pixel Shaker for Yellowhammer. Pixel Shaker really rams into the Batmobile hard, harder than I thought was going to happen. The Batmobile goes flipping all over the place, but makes a very adept recovery. Nice move there. Here's an unusual car, the Invisible Woman for Bubble Burst. Whoa, I think the Invisible Woman actually went invisible part of the way down the track and then just reappeared right before that hit. Definitely a first for Junkyard Joust. We haven't had any invisible cars before. That's pretty cool. Not sure if there's any strategy there, but it looks cool. Another first for the Joust, a Borg going down in one of the vehicles. And of course, it shows one of the biggest ones. Massive Transit gets a huge hit, and the Borg goes flying all the way over to the junkyard, completely behind all the cars. Wow, just pinched in between Pixel Shaker and the VW, and just goes hurling off in the distance. Pixel Shaker makes a great recovery, by the way. I don't think we're going to see the Borg for a little bit. Here comes Turbo Wedge. Turbo Wedge gets under the VW, but look at that, just steady as can be. The VW just hopping up a little bit farther into relative safety. Here comes another Batmobile. This one sits pretty low to the ground. We'll see if that comes into play. The Batmobile gets underneath Turbo Wedge, but Turbo Wedge a little heavy on the back end, can't get too far under, and everything just kind of settles. Now we'll find out whether the tail of that Batmobile will work as a ramp. Crescendo is going to take the plunge. Crescendo does not go flying off the back of that Batmobile, just pushes under. The Batmobile now completely submerged underneath the VW, and Turbo Wedge makes a good recovery. Gudetama. Looks like this car's got a low center of gravity. Gudetama slams into Crescendo and cannot get Crescendo off the track. Crescendo wedged underneath the VW, and Gudetama backs down the trackaways. Copter Chase, big hit coming right now. Copter Chase just knocks Gudetama for a loop, but look at this. Gudetama rolls and rolls and rolls, and it looks like that bubble on the top of Gudetama has done it a favor here. Unfortunately, it looks like Copter Chase just took out his own teammate up at the front. That's the peril of these heavy vehicles. American Victory now for the Cutters. American Victory pops up Copter Chase into the air, gets underneath, but Copter Chase does not tip over. Great hit by American Victory. Here comes a Batmobile. The Batmobile slams into all the cars. Doesn't really get much to happen. A little bit of shuffling, and the VW tips over completely. Two-timer for the Hammer. Two-timer pops American Victory up, even underneath Copter Chase. And American Victory is now upside down. Copter Chase refuses to tip over, though. And I see two Batmobiles wedged together there. Sandy Cheeks for the Bursters. Sandy Cheeks knocks Two-Timer right off the track and takes his place behind the two Batmobiles. Another fairly good-sized hit coming up, Bone Blazers. Bone Blazers, not too bad of a hit, just kind of slams everybody forward. Doesn't really do a whole lot of damage, although way up at the front, Crescendo is starting to tip. Firebird Funny Car, heavy vehicle here for the Cutters. Wow, Bone Blazers goes way up in the air and comes right down. Amazing job there. It looks like Sandy Cheeks is upside down, and looks like also Crescendo is starting to turn. Unfortunately, the Firebird Funny Car sideways after that hit. We'll see if he stays like that. Here comes the Batmobile. The Batmobile slams into Firebird Funny Car, and Firebird Funny Car is now upside down. Went the wrong way. Gonna be hard to recover from that. Batmobile is curbside. Rapid Responders up now. The Responder slams into the Batmobile, pushes it off the track, but it's still right side up, and Responder's starting to go up. The Jetsons, tiny little car. The Jetson slams into Responder. Responder drives up, it stays right side up on the top of the Batmobile, and on top of Bone Blazers. Not too much going on there. Here comes Fuel and Fire, the biggest truck on the team. A bruising hit, but look at this. Firebird Funny Car is flipped back over. It looked like that car was doomed, but Fuel and Fire actually managed to give enough force to turn it back over. So despite that big hit, it looks like there was no damage. In fact, only a good thing happened. Steamroller for the Thunder Cutters. Steamroller slams into the back of Fuel and Fire, but it's not going anywhere. Gonna be hard to get that thing off the track. Here comes another Batmobile for the mobility. Batmobile gets a fairly weak hit on the back of Steamroller and doesn't change much. Jetsons are starting to topple over a little bit, though. Next up is Wall-E, a little vehicle, but heavy. Gonna pack a punch. Ooh, a nasty hit right there from Wall-E, but look at what happens. The Batmobile goes hurtling through the air and lands way over on the back of, is that Copter Chase? I think that was Copter Chase, and Wall-E flips over and is upside down. Might not stay that way, but man, that did not work out for Wall-E. Karapi now. Karapi's the final car of this round, and look at what just happened there. Wall-E is righted, and unfortunately, Karapi flips over upside down. Yellow Hammer's got to be happy about that, but the Bubble Burster's probably not so much. We've got a massive pile of cars here, and the weird thing about that is only 5 of them are sideways or upside down. Wow, we've got a match going on, folks. These cars do not want to lose. Taking a look at the aftermath. Massive Transit lost 1, Thunder Cutters lost 1, Batmobility lost 0, Yellow Hammer lost 0, and the Bubble Bursters took a big hit with 3 of the losses out of 5. We're gonna head right into round 2. Batmobility did so good in round 1, they're gonna try to keep it up in this round, and they're maybe gonna try to get some ramp action with the back of that car this time. Yellow Hammer's gonna send down Pixel Shaker. Looks like the Borg is already back, and now it's going down in Pixel Shaker this time. VW got eliminated, but that's not stopping the Borg, and a nice hit there. Does not go off the back of that car like a ramp, but does get pushed backwards quite a bit. Well, at least the Borg is not currently assimilating anyone. That's a good thing. Super Modified, now we're going to get some undercutter action. Super Modified can't quite get under the Pixel Shaker. Does manage to knock the Borg off to the side of the track. It gets jostled and pushed and then finally falls out to the side. Not the best position to be in, but the Borg just survived a massive hit last round, so I think it's going to be fine. And here comes Speed Blaster, huge vehicle. Speed Blaster just plows into Pixel Shaker and Super Modified. Pixel Shaker gets the worst of it, flips upside down. It looks like he wanted to get right side up again, but stopped by Super Modified. And Super Modified makes a great recovery. Here comes the Invisible Woman. And she materializes just in time to smash into the back of Speed Blaster, pushes Speed Blaster forward a little bit, and then bounces back. Time for another Batmobile. The Batmobile knocks Invisible Woman out off the track, flips it over, bounces, and then flips right up again. Got a nice rounded top on that thing. Gonna be hard to eliminate that vehicle. Not only that, but it's kind of hard to see that vehicle. Rapid Responder. Rapid Responder takes out a Batmobile, flips it over and upside down, cannot make a recovery. Evil Weevil in the way. Good hit there. Yellow Hammer's doing all right despite the loss of Pixel Shaker. Turbo Wedge. Turbo Wedge, ooh, Rapid Responder is sideways, but still on the track, so there's still a chance of recovery there. And Speed Blaster is now teetering, could be in danger. Massive Transit doesn't want to take Speed Blaster out, so they're sending down the lightest vehicle on the team. Bone Blazer's still too heavy and knocks out his own teammate. That is just not what this team wants to happen. Rapid Responder also tipped off sideways, and Turbo Wedge is curbside, but surviving. Gudetama. Gudetama slams into the back of Bone Blazers, goes up though on its tail or whatever that is, and is sideways, finishes off Speed Blaster. Should be interesting to see what happens to Gudetama here when this Batmobile collides. The Batmobile slides under Gudetama, and look at that, Gudetama just pops upright and lands it. Great recovery there, and Bone Blazers is just sitting on top of that Batmobile now. Hard to tell from that expression whether Gudetama is excited about the recovery or not. Crescendo's up now for Yellow Hammer. Crescendo bams into the back of Batmobile and Bone Blazers. Bone Blazers manages to get mostly off the track and recovers, and Batmobile's doing all right. It looks like Turbo Wedge is sideways and out if it stays that way. Steamroller. Steamroller rolls into Crescendo and does Crescendo a big favor, pushing Crescendo off the track, right side up. Batmobile goes off the other Batmobile, and Rapid Responder is still iffy right now in that position. Here comes a big one, Fuel and Fire. Fuel and Fire mauls Steamroller. Steamroller gets thrown into the crates and doesn't land it, or did land it, I can't even tell. Keeps going, hits Batmobile, and Rapid Responder completely knocked upside down. Turbo Wedge almost saved, and yep, it looks like Steamroller is definitely out over there. Here comes another Batmobile. Batmobile slams into Fuel and Fire. Fuel and Fire pushed off and going sideways, but not quite there yet. It is close. Two-timer. Two-timer takes out one of the Batmobiles with the other Batmobile, flips it right over the back of that car, not proving to be an advantage, and the other Batmobile is still fine. So far, we're seeing a lot more calamity than we did in the last round. Round 2 has already been more devastating. Firebird Funny Car. The Funny Car knocks 3 cars right off the track and bounces backwards. Two-timer flips over right side up. Both of the Batmobiles get tossed, and I got bad news for Batmobility. They're both upside down now. Two-timer's looking good, but not either of those Batmobiles. Unbelievable hit. Copter Chase is going to try to wipe the smile off of that Funny Car right now. And not able to do it. A nice big hit, but the Funny Car pops up and uses its ability to flip up the shell of its car to absorb some of that impact and stays on the track. And here comes the Batmobile that had that amazing recovery last round. Minor fender bender in the back of Copter Chase for the Batmobile, but the Batmobile stays slotted onto the track. And the final car for the round is going to be Wall-E for Yellow Hammer. Wall-E punches the Batmobile all the way down the track. That happened last round, and this round the Batmobile slams into the crates and flips over upside down. No recovery this time, and it looks like Wall-E is out of luck as well because nobody else is coming down to right him. And I've never seen a round 2 like this before. 11 eliminations in that round compared to 5 in the first round. Aftermath shows us something unbelievable. All of the Batmobility cars, all 5, have been eliminated. Batmobility is out of this match. All of these teams taking some damage. Massive Transit down to 2. Thundercutters down to 3. Yellowhammer and Bubble Bursters also at 2. But Batmobility breaking the unfortunate record of everyone eliminated in round 2. That was quite a round. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
The Winnebago Concepts and Engineering Departments.
They deported me! They kicked me out! I'm done with international travel. Those fools are crazy! I'm on my break. I need to get back to the kitchen. I don't drink.
Welcome back to the Joust. Round 3 is in full effect. Super Modified for the Thundercutters. Starting out as usual, Super Modified gets underneath Evil Weevil, pushes him up to the front of the track. We've got 9 out of 25 cars remaining after that stunning second round. Invisible Woman. Invisible Woman disappears, reappears just in time to make the hit. Doesn't do a whole lot, but she's slotted in. Crescendo. Crescendo reaches a high pitch, and Invisible Woman is tossed off the track, tries to roll into a recovery, but rolls towards the track, and unfortunately, that's going to stop her from making a recovery. That was one of the only ways that car was going to get eliminated, and it just happened. Bone Blazers. Bone Blazers slams into the 2 cars in front of it, but they're not going anywhere. Everybody's locked in. Here comes a heavy hit from the Firebird Funny Car. Firebird Funny Car knocks Bone Blazers way up in the air. That's amazing. That's a huge semi. But Bone Blazers manages to make a recovery. Big vehicle like that. That is truly impressive. Super Modified pushed up but does not get tipped over. Funny Car is sideways. Gudetama, the last hope for the Bubble Bursters. Ooh, a nice hit there, and the Funny Car is not laughing anymore. Gudetama pushes it right off, upside down, almost manages to right Invisible Woman, gives it an attempt, and Invisible Woman is close to recovering right there. Gudetama nearly saved their teammate. Two-timer. Two-timer pops Gudetama up in the air, and oh no, look at that. Gudetama trying to make that recovery, but gets hung up on the edge, on the sidewall of the track, and can't get right side up. It might not be over, but it's not looking good for the Bubble Bursters right now. Copter Chase. Copter Chase makes mincemeat of Two-timer, but Two-timer, too quick and agile, pushes into the crates and lands right side up. Gudetama still stuck. Copter Chase now up on the safety rail. Turbo Wedge is going to give a shot getting Copter Chase off the track. Turbo Wedge gets under Copter Chase, but Copter Chase is not moving. Just hops up in the air and lands it. That was the final car of round 3, and I got bad news for the Bubble Bursters. Doesn't look good for them right now. Let's take a look at the aftermath. With the loss of Gudetama and Invisible Woman, Bubble Bursters becomes the second team eliminated from this match. This match is over. Massive Transit, Thundercutters, and Yellowhammer are moving on. Congrats to these 3 teams, each of them with 2 cars remaining. They are all going to the Junkyard Joust main event. Well played. It looks like the Borg sustained enough damage to need to do a little recharging. Protected by Winneborgo. What does the Borg have planned for the future? Only one way to find out. Tune in next week on Junkyard Joust. Don't forget to check out the Junkyard Joust Discord where you can bet on the matches for free. And like and comment on the video if you can. Helps me out with the algorithm. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you soon on Junkyard Joust. 5 teams, only 3 can move on as we continue the inexorable march towards the main event. Hey everybody, I'm Aaron Yonda and welcome to the Junkyard Joust. We've got 3 returning teams with all new members and 2 brand new teams. Let's head into the garage and take a look. First up, it's Cartoon Smash, sponsored by Pazuzu Daemon. Featuring Squidward, sponsored by Tim the Bear Neal. Homer, sponsored by Bion Automotive. The Mystery Machine, sponsored by Mr. Stratholm. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, sponsored by Ellis Wertenberger. And his buddy Shaggy, sponsored by Winnebago Trauma Clinic. Carts and Crappers are back. Oops, all carts this time around and no crappers. Featuring Loopster, sponsored by Chome. Pedal Driver, sponsored by Chemical Knight. Go-Kart, sponsored by Sick N. Head Starter, sponsored by Sloth Automotive Sachet and Buffet. And Teed Off, sponsored by Liz's Wizard Arts and Witchcrafts. Another brand new team of tough vehicles, Hired Muscle. Featuring Steer Clear, sponsored by Wayland Enterprises International. Crate Racer, sponsored by Stump's Tree Farm. Custom Small Block, sponsored by Swedenborg's Smorgasbord. Fire Truck, sponsored by Deluxe Flame. Semi-Fast 2, sponsored by Sean and Patrick Hogan. Heavy and hard to get off the track, it's the Joust and Jalopies. 40's Ford 2-Door, sponsored by Hey Steve Productions. 49 Mercury, sponsored by Hendrika's Heavy Hauling. 47 Chevy, sponsored by Woeful Fiber Art. 37 Ford Sedan, sponsored by Emo Dingo. The 50 Mercury, sponsored by Hey Hey's Hatchback Hanger. Propulsion is back with an all-new lineup. They're a little more orange this time around. Featuring Rigger Motor, sponsored by Crow and Turtles Mini Painting. Vulture Roadster, sponsored by Sid from Cybertron. F Racer, sponsored by Judy Collins. Rocket Oil Special, sponsored by Dr. Gonzo. And the Surf Crate, sponsored by Liz's Wizard Arts and Witchcrafts. The rules are simple. Survive. Every car has to drive down the track, smash into the rest of the cars, and if they end up upside down or sideways at the end of a round, they are eliminated. Any cars that are right side up at the end of the round move on to the next round. In the qualifier, the match ends when 2 teams have lost all their cars, and the remaining 3 teams move on. I've just been informed that someone found Baby Cookie. Looks like maybe Troy and LaForge are back in the shuttlecraft. Actually, looks like someone else is piloting it. There's Baby Cookie. And if I'm not mistaken, it looks like Jean-Luc Picard is the one who rescued Cookie. Well, this is an honor indeed. Welcome to the show, Picard. And thanks for returning Baby Cookie. I know she's going to be anxious to get in some cars and go for a spin. First up for the Joust and Jalopies, it's the 40's Ford 2-Door. 40's Ford 2-Door takes its place on the track. Wow, big smack back there, going way back down the track. Gonna be interesting to see if Picard and the Borg go head-to-head here. They've got quite the historical rivalry going on. Surf Crate now for propulsion. Surf Crate gets right underneath that 2-Door. Unusual action in the middle of the track right now. The 2-Door stays on the track, so all is not lost, but that was a nice hit by Surf Crate. Next up, it's Teed Off for Carts and Crappers. Teed Off piles into both cars, and now the 2-Door gets off the track and gets right side up. Surf Crate almost gets pushed off the track, but makes a pretty good recovery. A little bit curbside, though. And here comes Shaggy starting off the Cartoon Smash. Got that back out. Shaggy plows everyone down to the end of the road, and now we've got a pretty nice line of cars going on. First up for Hired Muscle, it's the Fire Truck. Fire Truck slams into Shaggy, pushes the bed of that truck forward. Probably helped absorb some of the impact. That's a good plan by Shaggy, having that thing on the back of the truck. 47 Chevy for the Jalopies. The Chevy pushes into the line of cars, and Surf Crate is forced off the track and goes upside down. Could be the first casualty of this match. Now Rocket Oil Special will have a chance to get some revenge. Rocket Oil knocks a couple vehicles off the track. The Chevy and the golf cart are both knocked off, but neither of them are out of this yet. Another cart coming down, Loopster. Loopster knocks Rocket Oil off the track and sends the Chevy over and upside down. Looks like the Jalopies might be down a car on this one. Good hit. Here comes Squidward for Cartoon Smash. Squidward tries to knock Loopster off the track, can't quite do it. Loopster does a precarious balancing act. Custom Small Block now for the Muscle. Small Block, a big hit right there, and Loopster flips over and then flips over again. Makes a nice recovery. The same cannot be said for the Chevy, now teetering on its roof. Here comes another jalopy, the 37 Ford sedan. The sedan is stopped cold by small block and actually rolls off to the left. Too bad it couldn't stay on the track. That low back end could have been an effective defensive tool. Vulture Roadster for propulsion. The Roadster gets under the fire truck and knocks 2 cars around, and the fire truck flips over. Small block makes a nice recovery, and another jalopy goes upside down. They are taking some hits. Here comes a tiny little car, the go-kart, 21 grams. The go-kart, man, that was a nice little hit there. Puts the Vulture Roadster off the track. Roadster makes a recovery, but the go-kart shows that it might be a very good offensive weapon. Got some serious undercutting skills for such a tiny little car. Scooby-Doo! Scooby-Doo knocks the go-kart off. Go-kart makes a great recovery, actually flips over. You couldn't even tell in regular speed. Lands upright, and Scooby, wow, nasty hit to his buddy Shaggy, but Shaggy is able to handle it. Probably wondering what's going on there with Scoob. Semi-fast 2 now for the hired muscle. Semi-fast, a little bonk on the back of Scoob, and Shaggy gets knocked off, but is stable. Kind of hard to see, but that's actually teed off for the Carts and Crappers, who gets turned over by Shaggy. 49 Mercury for the Jalopies. The Mercury, a nice slow hit on the back of Semi-fast 2. Seeing some stuff flying around despite that slow hit. I don't know if something broke off the back of Semi-fast. Mercury's got a low back. Let's see if Rigger Motor can handle it. Rigger Motor gets off the edge of it, but does a nice job of not going too far. A little perilous of a position. Might be able to just scoot off with the next hit. Next hit's going to be provided by Head Starter for Carts and Crappers. Head Starter, wow, that was a nasty hit. Just squeezed the car so much that Scoob turns over and Semi-fast tips over. That was a good hit. Homer, this is a wild-looking car. Homer knocks Semi-fast all the way off the track. Semi-fast not able to keep it stable. That's 2 down right now for hired muscle. Speaking of the muscle, steer clear. A big smash, but steer clear can't go anywhere. The line of cars is locked too tight. Flops off to the left, and Rigger Motor escapes. The 50 Mercury is up next. Looks like Picard and Cookie are going down in this vehicle.
Engage.
Hope they got their belts on. Ooh, doesn't look like it. Cookie and Picard both go flying out on either side underneath Homer. Baby Cookie managing to stay in the junkyard this time instead of shooting off miles away. Another jalopy is locked into the track. F-Racer for propulsion. F-Racer tries to get underneath that jalopy but can't do it. Head Starter pushed up on one of the Mercuries. We got a 49 and a 50 Mercury right next to each other on the track. Looks like the Borg has chosen to take a ride down the hill in Pedal Driver. Pedal Driver and the Borg just flip right over sideways, pushing 2 cars off to safety, and then Pedal Driver just goes right down. You got the Borg and Picard right next to each other there. These 2 guys do not like each other. Let's see if the Mystery Machine causes Pedal Driver to right itself. Mystery Machine knocks Pedal Driver flying. Pedal Driver does not make a recovery, and now Scooby flips over. Mystery Machine trying to mount a rescue attempt for Scoob, but it does not pan out. Crate Racer. Crate Racer knocks the Mystery Machine right off the back of that Mercury and sideways pretty much instantaneously. Not a super good vehicle for surviving the Mystery Machine, but a cool vehicle nonetheless. But unfortunately, that was the last vehicle of the round, so the results are going to be final. 9 cars eliminated in this round. That's a pretty good number. Taking a look at the aftermath, Joust and Jalopies lost 2, Propulsion only 1, Carts and Crappers lost 2, Cartoon Smash lost 2, and Hired Muscle lost 2. So pretty even all around, with Propulsion having a slight advantage. I sense that the Borg and Winneborgo are up to something right now. What it is, I don't know. Oh my, look at this. Winneborgo just got beamed out by the Borg. Well, I wonder, beamed out to where? Does the Borg have an evil plan, or does the Borg just want to have fun doing the Junkyard Joust? I guess we'll find out. We're moving on to round 2. We've got a pretty even fight going on right now. Propulsion is starting us off with Rigger Motor. Running order is up, randomly determined which team will go first based on the number of cars you have left. Rigger motor takes its place on the track. Gonna take a hit from Go-Kart. This thing's probably gonna get underneath, I bet. Go-Kart gets right underneath Rigger motor. Doesn't matter. Rigger motor does a colossally cool flip and spin and lands it. Propulsion's got to be happy with that. That's the kind of agility you want to see with your vehicles. Baby Cookie and Picard are back in the 50 Mercury. And they're just out for a little joyride. Push Evil Weevil off the track and nudge the go-kart up to the front. Pretty safe little hit. But now they got to sustain a hit from the custom small block. Small block slams into the back of that Mercury. Cookie goes flying out. Somehow Picard managed to stay in the car, but actually got flung into the back seat. And now that Mercury is poised to go flying on the next hit. Look at Cookie roll and tumble. Cookie loves it. Shaggy now for the cartoon smash. Shaggy tries to push the Mercury off the track. Picard gets flung, lands on his feet. Good recovery by Picard right there. We got a cluster of cars now at the front of the track. Vulture Roadster for propulsion. See if the Vulture can get underneath Shaggy. Vulture Roadster cannot get underneath Shaggy. Pushes small block almost up and sideways. The go-kart's getting covered up, which is going to work to its advantage. Roadster is curbside. Next up, it's Head Starter. Head Starter pokes underneath the Roadster. The Roadster gets pushed upside down. Had a chance at recovery there and did not make it. Shaggy goes up on his head, rolls, and then rolls again. And look at this. Shaggy rolls right over, makes a recovery over by Baby Cookie. Nice enough not to land on top of Baby Cookie. Very polite. Thanks, Shaggy. 49 Mercury now. These Mercuries have been doing pretty good this match. Mercury rips into the back of Head Starter, and Head Starter makes a nice twirling recovery, biffs off the back of Small Block, and lands it. Go-Kart gets pushed up a little bit. Steer Clear. Steer Clear bullies its way into the back of the Mercury, and look at this. The back bumper of the Mercury has been completely sheared off by that hit. Just a nasty hit. Somehow the Mercury manages to survive it after popping up into the crates, but now it's one bumper short. Homer. Homer massacres Steer Clear, knocks Steer Clear up into the crates, over, all the way over to the junkyard, and Steer Clear cannot recover. That was a nasty hit there by Homer. F-Racer's gonna try to do some undercutting on Homer here. F-Racer doesn't even have to undercut, knocks Homer and that bumper from the Mercury all the way over to the junkyard, and Homer makes a great recovery. And there you can see the bumper flying all over the place. Loopster. Loopster coasts into the back of F-Racer. F-Racer gets pushed up on the pile, and Loopster is balanced now on the track. Gonna be an easy target for the 40s Ford two-door, and this thing is heavy. The two-door knocks Loopster way up in the air. Loopster, another great recovery, and F-Racer also making a recovery. Now the go-kart has been pushed up. Could be trouble for that thing. Loopster with a heavy bounce after that landing. Crate Racer. Crate Racer, a slight pop into the back of the Ford. It's enough to get the F-Racer to topple over upside down. And now the go-kart is in deeper trouble. Here comes Squidward, gonna try some undercutting here, I bet. Squidward does indeed get underneath Crate Racer, and Crate Racer is not able to get back on his feet. Upside down, lands off the track. Nice hit there by Squidward. That is gonna help Cartoon Smash a lot. Rocket Oil Special. Rocket Oil Special annihilates Squidward, knocks him off the back of the Ford, and Squidward goes upside down. Crate Racer almost making a recovery from a little jaunt after the hit. That's going to do it for round two. It looks like we've got 5 eliminations in this round. Looking at it from above, looks like Go-Kart just barely tilted enough to survive. Taking a look at the aftermath, Joust and Jalopies and Carts and Crappers held steady. Propulsion lost one, Cartoon Smash lost one, and Hired Muscle only have Small Block remaining. Tough round for them. The Jalopies will not be allowed to reattach that bumper. It fell off the car, so it stays off. They can reattach it, though, if they do make it out of the qualifier. Speaking of that Mercury, here it goes. It's going to be first for this round. Maybe the bumper not being on there will make it more of a ramp now at the end of that car. I don't think the go-kart's going to be using that car as a ramp. Go-kart does indeed get under the Mercury, but it's too heavy to get it off the track. Pushes it off to the side. Could be precarious enough to cause trouble. Shaggy now, 70 grams. Could be a good hit here. Shaggy slows down a little bit, but it's enough to get the Mercury off the track and upside down. The Mercury not quite able to roll it and stays upside down. Turtle and the shell. Rocket Oil. Rocket Oil cannot get underneath Shaggy. I think Shaggy has shown the most survivability on Cartoon Smash so far. Speaking of survivability, custom small block, only chance Hired Muscle have to stay in this match. Custom small block knocks the Rocket Oil off the track just about completely, and Shaggy's tilted up a little bit. Here they go again. It's the 50 Mercury with Baby Cookie and Picard. A nice hit there on the back of Custom Small Block. I think those two were hoping they could take Small Block down, but not quite enough juice to do it. Head Starter's got a chance to finish Hired Muscle off. A big hit there. Cookie goes flying. Picard somehow stays in his seat, and Small Block is not willing to go anywhere. Kind of balances on the back of Shaggy and on the front of the Mercury. Not a good position, but still going. Here comes Homer, 44 grams, pretty good hit. Homer clocks in for work and knocks the line of cars forward. The go-kart is pushed, gently nudged by Shaggy over the top of the safety bar, upside down. Probably going to be it for that go-kart. Good hit by Homer. Rigger Motor's up now. Rigger Motor advances the line of cars, and two cars are knocked off the track. Small Block is sideways. This could be it for Hired Muscle. Head Starter making a recovery. Here comes the Ford two-door, big hit. The Ford pops the Rigger Motor up in the air. Rigger Motor takes it to the sky and goes over and over, and this time cannot quite manage the recovery. The bounces just don't pan out. What a hit. Loopster. Loopster gently knocks into the back of the Ford, and Homer, it's just enough to push Homer off, and he is going to clock out of work. He's done for the day, turned over sideways. That's going to put the cap on round 3. We are going to lose our first team. Hired Muscle is out. Picard managed to stay in the Mercury, definitely showing up the Borg in that area. Taking a look at the aftermath, Hired Muscle is out. Cartoon Smash is just down to Shaggy. Propulsion down to just the Rocket. Cards and Crappers and Joust and Jalopies are looking okay at the moment with 2 each. 6 cars and 4 teams. We're getting down to the wire. Loopster's going to start us off for Carts and Crappers. 2 left in this match. Cookie and Picard picked the right vehicle to go in the maximum number of joyrides today. This thing's doing really good for the Joust and Jalopies. And look at that. Loopster knocked off the back of Evil Weevil. Can't quite hang on. Tries, but flips over. And man, that vehicle's had some good luck staying right side up after crashes. Not this time. Luck finally ran out. And Cookie stayed in the vehicle. Here comes Rocket Oil. Rocket Oil flips the Mercury right over. Cookie and Picard are hanging upside down out of their seats right now. Luckily, Evil Weevil is stopping the car from completely crushing them. Evil Weevil, not just our track buffer, but also a lifesaver. Hold on tight, baby Cookie and Picard. Shaggy's coming down, 70 grams. Shaggy bangs the Mercury off the track. Picard and Cookie go flying, but look at that. The Mercury flips over, goes over Rocket Oil and uses it to its advantage to flip over and land on the tires, right side up. Wow, what a recovery and what a hit. Head Starter. Head Starter knocks Shaggy out. Takes Shaggy off the track. Shaggy takes a bad bounce off the other car that's eliminated in this round. Head Starter's own teammate. Things don't look good for Cartoon Smash right now. Head Starter, though, also in peril. Final car of the round, the Ford two-door. The Ford gives an uppercut to head starter, knocks it upside down, and that is 2 eliminations now for Karts and Crappers. Propulsion and the Jalopies, the only ones left alive at the end of this round. But who is our third team that's going to move on? Let's take a look at the aftermath. The Jalopies were solid throughout that qualifier. 2 left at the end. Propulsion still with rocket oil. Very agile team, managed to hang on quite nicely. And our third team, it's going to be Karts and Crappers. They had more cars alive longer into the match. Congrats to our winners. They're going to move on to the Junkyard Joust main event. And it looks like the Borg has activated. It's moving out in front of the cube. Maybe Winneborgo is going to make a return. Yep, there's Winneborgo driving back, pulling something. What is that? It's the Tool Time trailer? What does this mean? What is the Borg up to? We'll find out next time on Junkyard Joust. Thanks for watching, everybody. Please consider becoming a patron and supporting this show. Don't forget to like and comment, and check out the Junkyard Joust Discord. There's a lot of people talking about diecast cars and regular racing over there. It's a lot of fun. Link in the description. We'll see you next week on Junkyard Joust. What a hit, and cars are flying everywhere. The Banshee gets tossed. Can he land it? And after 2 complete spins, somehow the dragster lands it. Dune Crusher has to survive this hit. Welcome to the biggest crash competition around. It's the Junkyard Joust. Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Yonda, and the competition is gonna get fierce tonight. We've got 5 teams competing. 3 are new, 2 are returning teams with mostly new members. Feel free to pause the video here if you want to take a look at these cars. Otherwise, we're gonna get right into it. See you on the field. We've had some ongoing drama with the Borg here at Junkyard Joust. Assimilated Winnebago became Winneborgo, and now the Borg has apparently assembled a new Tool Time team. There's one of the vehicles with the Borg in it, and this, I don't know what this abomination is. Apparently, Tim the Toolman is back. I don't know how he's alive again. Apparently, the Borg has melded him into the vehicle. It'll be interesting to see that thing go down the track. We're starting off with the T1 panel bus, sponsored by Ellis Wertenberger for Crimson Crashers. Crimson, well known for their ability to cut underneath other vehicles, but this one, I think, is their starter, so they've got something to protect against their own undercutting. First up for the Miscreants is going to be the Custom Dragster, sponsored by Stump's Tree Farm. Custom Dragster slams into the back of the T1, and everything is calm for the moment. But I bet something's going to happen when Tooligan hits the back of that dragster for Tool Time, sponsored by Regal Radio. Tooligan sends the dragster flying up in the air over to the crates, and the dragster, this reminds me of a dragster from a couple seasons ago. They have amazing abilities to flip around and land upright, and that's exactly what happens here. If I remember correctly, that was Triple Threat on the old Copperheads team. Amazing recovery. Up first for Prison Break, it's Vendetta, sponsored by Mark the Music Lover. Vendetta slams into Tooligan, and Tooligan, great job recovering, lands on the back of that wrench and stabilizes, manages to come down on his wheels, and he's going to survive the round. Sideways or upside down, and you are out. Dune Crusher for the Alabaster Aces, sponsored by Wolfel Fiber Art. Dune Crusher, a glancing blow off the back of Vendetta. Got the big tires and kind of high center of gravity. Not necessarily going to be a good competitor for Junkyard Joust, but we'll see what happens. Right now, sideways on the track. Pontiac Banshee's up next for the Crasher, sponsored by Beek's Busted Barn Finds. A heavy hit from the Crusher, and Vendetta's knocked off the track, and look at that, the Dune Crusher spins around off the VW and lands it. Good recovery, no damage done by the Pontiac on that run. Time for another Miscreant Bad Medicine, sponsored by Bion Automotive. The Banshee is tossed up into the air, but look at that incredible landing. Flips over off the track and just does a great job of making it. Unfortunately, Bad Medicine, after that great hit, just rides up and off the track and cannot stay upright. Grease Rod, now sponsored by Carlton Hill Enterprises. Grease Rod with the board, but the board goes right out of the vehicle, not belted in at all, and flips over and over. But the Grease Rod itself is doing good. This is an interesting team that the Borg has assembled. Next up for Prison Break is going to be Paradigm Shift, sponsored by Priceax Private Parts. Paradigm Shift pushes the Grease Rod up, and look at that, the VW is actually curbside right now. It's a dangerous position to be in, but the cars other than that are locked in. Up next for Alabaster Formula Special, sponsored by Elderground. Formula Special tries to get under Paradigm Shift and gets part of the way under. I think loses some paint in the process. Or maybe that paint was off Paradigm Shift. I'm not sure, but somebody took some damage. Gazella GT now for the Crimson Crashers, sponsored by Hendrika's Heavy Hauling. Gazella slams into the pile of cars and pops Paradigm Shift up in the air. Paradigm Shift makes a nice recovery on top of Bad Medicine, and Grease Rod settles down pretty much off the track. Here's a cool looking car, Stiletto for the Miscreants, sponsored by Judy Collins. Nice solid hit there by Stiletto, but can't get anything to happen. Looks like the board convinced Al to man the turret on Speed Driver, sponsored by TJG. And a massive hit, 70 grams, just sends all the cars off the track except for the VW up at the front. Stiletto is tossed and turned over. Gazella GT is tipped, and the Formula Special also in trouble. Wow, that was a devastating hit. Burlesque now for Prison Break, sponsored by Sloth's Automotive Sachet and Buffet. Burlesque gets underneath Al and Speed Driver, and all 70 grams of that vehicle go flying right over the VW, lands upside down, looks like it's over, and then something weird happens. The car tries to right itself kind of unnaturally, and if I'm not mistaken, is that some sort of a tractor beam? It looks like that beam may have come from the Borg Cube. If that's the case, the Borg's out of line right now, using illegal means to try to influence the success of its own team. Well, it didn't work. But if the Borg tries that again, there is gonna be trouble. Up next, it's the 71 Mustang Funny Car, sponsored by Chome. Funny Car gets a good slam on Burlesque, but cannot get Burlesque underneath that VW. That thing is still not moving. That's gotta be one of the reasons Crimson Crashers drafted that vehicle. Porsche 962 now, speaking of the Crashers, sponsored by Jedi. Oh, what an undercut from the Porsche. Two cars flung up in the air. Both of them come down upside down. This is what the Crimson Crashers do best. Funny Car almost made a recovery there, but the crates prevented it. That was just devastating. I would guess they reached a height of 5 or 6 at least. We'll have the height bar back in the next match so we can measure these things. Tarantula's up now, sponsored by Swedenborg Smorgasbord. Tarantula gets right under the Porsche, but the Porsche is just a bit too heavy, and Tarantula not able to do to the Porsche what it did to the other two cars. Another member of the Borg's Tool Time team, Track Hammer, sponsored by Emo Dingo. A nice undercut there by Track Hammer gets Tarantula off the track, but doesn't manage to do any damage. Here comes the Scion XB, sponsored by Chemical Knight. The Scion pops the Tarantula down the line a little bit farther. Tarantula does not get tipped over. Looks like the Borg may have gotten a little run over on that one. Just desserts for attempting to cheat. Next up for the Aces is going to be Shadow Jet 2, sponsored by Bentley's Brakes and Bumpers. Shadow Jet goes right under the Scion, lifts it up and sits underneath it. Cannot get it quite off the track. And now the infamous Solaire for the Crimson Crashers, sponsored by Brendan Walsh. Gonna try to get under. Can't quite do it. A lot of cars moving right there, but Solaire can't get under Shadow Jet. Shadow Jet does manage to get underneath Track Hammer though, and the Scion slides off to safety, so no damage on that one. Cherry Bomb for the Miscreants, sponsored by Wayland Enterprises International. Cherry Bomb gets underneath, wow, underneath Solaire and Shadow Jet. How did that happen? Just enough force to pick them both up, and now both those cars are in deep trouble. Every car on the track's in trouble now. Tim the Destroyer, 159 grams, sponsored by Sid from Cybertron. An absolutely punishing hit from Tim the Destroyer, living up to his name. Look at those cars go. Somehow Cherry Bomb stays on the track. Somehow Shadow Jet recovers, Solaire not so much. Feels like the Borg knew what it was doing when it made this monstrosity. Man, what a blow. Next up for Prison Break 69, Chevelle. The Chevelle hits the back of Tim the Destroyer and is barely able to get it to go down the track. That thing is so heavy, but it does manage to knock Cherry Bomb off the track, even at that slow pace, and upside down. 17 Ford GT's up now, sponsored by Crow and Turtle's Mini Painting. The GT gets under the Chevelle, but the Chevelle, nice wily recovery there, actually uses the trailer hitch on the Tool Time trailer to its advantage. And that is going to be the final car for round one. Very climactic round indeed. Looks like we lost 9 cars in this round. Let's take a look at the aftermath. Miscreants sustaining the heaviest losses so far, 3 gone. Crimson Crashers lost 2, as well as the Aces. Prison Break and Tool Time only lost 1 apiece. They are sitting pretty. If you're wondering what Picard and Cookie are getting up to, well, it looks like they're over in the parking lot. Maybe they are assembling a team. Well, if the Borg's got a team, it only makes sense that Picard would assemble his own fleet to try to counteract that. The Scion's going first in round 2. Prison Break feeling pretty good about the results of round 1. Tool Time also 4 cars left. Tooligan's going first. Tooligan slams into the Scion, but does not manage to get it off the track. They're lining up. 17 Ford GT now. A nice hit there, but Tooligan somehow managing to always land on his feet after hits like that. Must be something to do with that big wrench on there. Again, it feels like the Borg's machinations are really working well for this team. And now the GT is curbside. Crimson Crasher is going to send down the panel bus first, as usual. Panel bus slams into the GT, and I couldn't even see what happened. It looked like it recovered, and now wait a second, look at this. It goes on 2 wheels. It drives all the way over to the fence. We'll get a shot there. Oh yeah, knocked the fence over, but did manage to stay upright. Here comes the Custom Dragster. Get ready for some spinny flippy action. Custom Dragster slams into place behind the VW. Vendetta almost certainly going to send that car up in the air. And that's exactly what happens, and look at that. 2 more flips, a perfect landing. Wow, that dragster has some serious agility. I think it wants a hit like that sends it up in the air, because it's always going to land upright. Got off the track just in time. Tim the Destroyer coming down early this round. Vendetta reaches for the stars on this hit. Look at how high that thing goes, and then makes a great bouncing recovery. The Scion not doing so well, but still on the track, so things are definitely not over for it right now. And Tim the Destroyer bounces off that VW and is now curbside along with the VW. A lot going on right there. Shadowjet. Shadowjet manages to get underneath Tim the Destroyer. Tim is tipping, but refuses to get off the track. I think it'll take another hit to get that thing fully off. It's going to be a pretty heavy 40-gram hit from the Pontiac Banshee. The Banshee finishes the job. Tim the Destroyer knocked off the track, but look at that. He tips back again. I didn't see any sort of tractor beam, so I think that was legit. Pretty amazing considering that big trailer is on that vehicle. I don't know really how that thing managed to make a recovery. Tarantula for the Miscreants. Tarantula gets underneath the Banshee, and the Banshee goes upside down, but still on the track. Tool Time tips over. Tarantula gets caught on the edge and flips sideways. Might be only the Custom Dragster left for the Miscreants at this point. Next up, it's Paradigm Shift. Paradigm plows into Shadowjet, but nobody's moving. The Scion, however, does jump off the track from just the force of the line of cars and lands upright over by Evil Weevil. Something interesting here, the officials are going to have to decide if Tim the Destroyer is sideways. It does not look like that would count as sideways. Trackhammer going to attempt some more undercutting right now for Tool Time. Trackhammer gets right underneath Paradigm Shift. Paradigm Shift flips and flips, but its luck runs out, does not manage to get back upright, staying upside down, and that is going to be a loss for Prison Break. Next up, it's going to be Dune Crusher. Dune Crusher gets on top of Trackhammer, lives up to its name, indeed doing some crushing right there. And here comes one of the most devastating undercutters I've seen in a long time, the Porsche 962. If you remember, this Porsche was actually on Crimson Crasher's team, but as part of a different vehicle. It was the secret weapon for the Fleet Flyer last season, which got the Crimson Crashers to the finals. Another impressive hit, and cars are flying everywhere. The Dune Crusher, look at this. Goes all the way over to the crates, goes bouncing off Tooligan and lands upright. Unbelievable. The Banshee's back upright, and that actually didn't do a whole lot of damage. A lot of action then. Chevelle. The Chevelle goes sideways after hitting Track Hammer, gets backhammered, so to speak. Now the Chevelle's gonna have some work to do to get righted. The Borg is back and Grease Rod's going down. Grease Rod slams into the Chevelle, and that's exactly what happened. The Chevelle righted itself. Borg falls out. Grease Rod actually saved that Chevelle because that was the final car of round 2. And we are going out of this round with apparently only 2 vehicles eliminated. The judges have called Tim the Destroyer as not completely sideways, which then begs the question, what is eliminated for that vehicle? Taking a look at the aftermath, Miscreants lost another one. They're down to just 1, and Prison Break lost 1. Tool Time still at 4. The Borg's master plan going quite well. We're going to jump right into round 3 with Tooligan for Tool Time. Going down with this vehicle first. It's done a great job at surviving every time it gets tossed off the track. Let's see if we can keep it up. Crimson Crash are going to send down their Bruiser vehicle, the panel bus. The bus takes its place, knocks Tooligan off the track. Tooligan, again, a great recovery. Tooligan's good at getting off the track and getting off safely, and that makes it a really valuable asset. Up next, it's Dune Crusher. Dune Crusher slams hard into the back of the VW. Wow, did not expect that kind of force from that vehicle. The VW almost knocked off the track. It wobbles, but it does not fall off. The Scion. Scion pops Dune Crusher off the track. Dune Crusher loves to do these little flips, and man, it just keeps landing upright. I am impressed by that vehicle. No wonder there's only 2 eliminations in the last round. We've got a lot of good cars going. Speaking of good cars, Custom Dragster, the only car left for the Miscreants. It's been a good car so far, and it's got to continue to keep this team in the match. Curbside on that hit. And here comes the big one for Tool Time, Tim the Destroyer. Look out below. Tim only destroys the Custom Dragster, all the flipping, and it doesn't quite pan out this time. A bad flip into the crates is what is going to potentially end Custom Dragster. And other than that, Tim the Destroyer not able to destroy those other 2 vehicles. Too blocky, and they absorb the force of his hit. Crimson's going to try to take out the big one with the Porsche. Can it do it? The Porsche can't even get under Tim the Destroyer. Pops him up in the air, but then Tim starts to move forward, so that did not pan out. That could end up being a bad move by Crimson Crashers. Here comes the Ford GT. The GT punches the Porsche off the track. The Porsche making a pretty smooth recovery right there, and now that GT is lodged underneath Tim. Let's see what Vendetta can do here. Vendetta bumps the GT forward, basically just pushes it more curbside and moves the whole line forward. Here comes Track Hammer. Track Hammer can't get underneath Vendetta. That's kind of surprising, and the GT is sort of smushed out the track. Manages to not flip over, though. Tim actually prevented the GT from flipping. Pontiac Banshee's up next. You can tell from all that damage that this car's been through a couple of Junkyard Jousts throughout the years. Banshee knocks Vendetta out and off the track, upside down. Track Hammer just about turned sideways. That was a nasty hit by the Pontiac. Shadow Jet for the aces. Shadow Jet gets under the Banshee, but the Banshee just pops backwards, almost behind it. Would have been better to get off the track, but can't quite do it. Shadow Jet gunning for Tim the Destroyer. Here comes the Chevelle for Prison Break. The Chevelle slams into the Banshee. The Banshee pushed off and uses that nose to make a nice recovery. Shadowjet still not able to get underneath Tim. Final car of the round, it's gonna be Grease Rod with the Borg. Grease Rod tries to get that Chevelle off and over, but cannot do it. And you can tell we got a good match on our hands right now. Only 2 cars eliminated in that round. One of them was a Miscreant, so it looks like we're gonna lose a team. Let's take a look at the aftermath. Crimson Crashers still at 3. Miscreants are done and out of this match. Tool Time still at 4. Prison Break down to 2, and Alabaster still at 3. It's great to see so many of these cars surviving. You know you got some good teams going here, and any of these teams would be great in the main event of the ones remaining, but only 3 of them can move on. Tooligan's in place, and now Alabaster's gonna send down Dune Crusher. Dune Doom Crusher just slaughters Tooligan, but Tooligan still somehow, I think, manages to make a recovery. A lot of bouncing off the back of that wrench. Actually, boy, that's iffy. It looks like that might still be a recovery despite being pushed up against the crates. Here comes the panel bus. Panel bus, a very light tap on the back of Doom Crusher, and Doom Crusher is actually still on the track, just tosses Evil Weevil off to the side. Scion bounces off the back of the VW. Doom Crusher gets popped off, and look at that, Tooligan is recovered. Nobody eliminated yet. Here comes Grease Rod. Grease Rod hits the Scion. The Scion flips around, but manages to keep it centered and on the track. Borg goes flying all over the place. Borg really seems to enjoy this, I think. And the Scion stays alive. Shadow Jet. Shadow Jet slices under Grease Rod, and Grease Rod cannot make it happen. Turns upside down. And if it stays like that, it's going to be out. Could finally be a second elimination for Tool Time. Here comes the Banshee. Banshee, nice hit, almost got under Shadow Jet there. The Scion pops backwards, but does not fall. Good hit, and now the Shadow Jet's curbside. Borg gets tossed. Chevelle. The Chevelle goes up and over the Banshee, and look at this, another elimination here in round 4, potentially. And look who's coming down now. Destroyer's in the name for a reason. Tim the Destroyer. Wow, did you see what happened to the Pontiac? It shoots off the track into parts unknown. Hopefully we'll be able to see where that landed. Oh yeah, there it is, over by the fence. And it's on the fence, actually. It's right side up. Unbelievable. Ford GT now. The Ford sinks in behind Tim, and I just realized that when Tim went down the track, he somehow pushed Grease Rod back over again and saved his own teammate. The Porsche is going to give this another try. Porsche gets under the GT and under Tim the Destroyer, but look at that! Tim the Destroyer refuses to go and just sort of waddles his way off the track. Man, it looked like the trailer was actually coming off there. Track Hammer. Track Hammer scoots under the GT and almost gets the GT eliminated, but nice recovery there and a flip. That's going to keep the GT in this match. Alabaster didn't lose a single car in this particular round. And because Tim saved Grease Rod, the only elimination in this round is going to be the Chevelle for Prism Break. Quick look at the aftermath shows us that Prism Break just has the Scion left. Everybody else still in the same place as last round. We're heading on to round 5. Tool Time looking really solid in this match right now. 4 left, and they've been at that for many rounds. I don't really see how they're going to take out Tim the Destroyer with the cars that are left in this match. VW panel bus going down next. Right now, Prism Break is looking like the weakest link. Ooh, wow, nasty hit. I guess I spoke too soon about Tool Time. Look at that. A car you didn't think was going to get eliminated very easily just took a bad bounce, flipped upside down. If it stays like that, good hit by the VW. Doom Crusher now. Doom Crusher slams into the back of the VW and just gets off the track. That is a great way to play Junkyard Joust. That is exactly what you want to do right there. The Scion, last chance for Prism Break to stay in this match. The Scion sends the VW bouncing around, and the VW manages to stay in the track, so does the Scion. Track Hammer going to try to get some undercutting here, could end the Scion once and for all. And no, denied. Look at that. The Scion flips, goes upside down. That looks like it could be curtains, but then it rights itself and just drives as far away from the track as possible. That right there is going to ensure that they stick around for another round. The Banshee. Banshee slams into Track Hammer, but Track Hammer makes a nice dismount and survives. Next up, it's Shadow Jet. Shadow Jet, a great hit on the Banshee, but look at this bounce by the Banshee. Just flips over twice and handles that recovery like a pro. It was a nice hit by the Shadow Jet, but it did not do the trick. Tim the Destroyer up now. So we asked the Borg to explain exactly how he rescued Tim from those zombies. He didn't really have an explanation, he just sent us this video clip. Okay, looks like some sort of multiverse. Maybe these are possible timelines or something. And there's Winnebago traveling in time. So the assimilated Winnebago was sent back in time by the Borg. Oh, to the moment that Winnebago saved Tim from the zombies. Now, this is before Tim was actually overcome by zombies. And, okay, now Winnebago has Tim and is heading back into the transductional barrier, traveling back through time. Well, I guess that explains it. And as we've just witnessed, this thing is devastating. Look at that. Shadowjet flipped up in the air. The VW turned off the track on its side. If that really is Tim, wow, he's got to be happy about that. If there's any car that can destroy Tim, it's this Porsche. The Porsche wallops Tim the Destroyer, knocks him up in the air. Tim falls backwards and goes as sideways as that thing goes. Gonna have to get that thing upside down or more sideways in order to eliminate it. It looks like it's possible, just really difficult. And now the Ford GT is gonna take a crack at that Porsche. The GT takes the Porsche right off the track, and lo and behold, the Porsche flips over and is gonna be eliminated. Man, that was a big car for the Crimson Crashers. Nasty hit there by the GT. The Borg is back, and there's gonna be trouble. Grease Rod slams into the GT, and whoopsie, look at what happened there. The Borg goes flying out, and Grease Rod just flips right upside down. That GT has been causing damage all over the place. The most unassuming car, I never would have expected it to take out two big hitters like that. And that is going to take Crimson Crashers down to just one car, Tool Time down to 2, Prison Break down to 1 still, and Alabaster still at 3, now looking like a powerhouse. We are heading into round 6, and it's anybody's match right now. Alabaster, though, looking the best. Dune Crusher takes position down at the bottom of the track. Alabaster have been very consistent in this match. I am extremely impressed by their performance. Tool Time was looking unstoppable. Now they're down to 2. Here comes Trackhammer. Trackhammer gets underneath Dune Crusher, gives him a little nudge off the track. Dune Crusher pretty much off the track. Crimson devastated in that last round. Only remaining car is the Banshee. This thing's a veteran. The Banshee hits the Dune Crusher, and the Dune Crusher spins away to safety. Another survival by that Dune Crusher. Prison Break staying alive with just the Scion. The Scion slams into the Banshee. The Banshee flips off the track, and as usual, nice recovery, keeping Crimson Crashers in this match. Shadowjet gonna try to do some damage. Shadowjet just politely knocks the Scion off the track and can't get an elimination. Well, if anyone's going to get an elimination this round, it's going to be Tim the Destroyer. Tim savages his own teammate. Trackhammer gets tossed up in the air because of Shadowjet being poised right there, and Tim accidentally taking down his own teammate. Wow, that was unfortunate. Tool Time gonna regret that decision. Ford GT. Ford's the final car from this round. Just a little push to Tim the Destroyer, who's got to be regretting what just happened. Only elimination for that round is going to be on Tool Time, and it was by their own hand, more or less, in concert with Shadowjet. Taking a look at the aftermath, we've got 3 teams at 1 car apiece. This is really close, folks. Alabaster's still at 3. Alabaster liking to send down Dune Crusher first, and it's been working for them. Ooh, Dune Crusher takes a weird bounce off Evil Weevil and gets his front end over the side of the track. Probably still going to be okay, but this is a little unusual. Scion slams into the Dune Crusher, and again, Dune Crusher, even going up against the crates, doesn't stop it from making an amazing recovery. Here comes the Banshee. Banshee trying to take out that Scion, but just smashes straight into the brick wall and bounces back. And here comes Tim. He's got a chance to do some serious damage right now. Tim annihilates both cars on the track, but it's not enough. Look at the Banshee make that spinning, flipping recovery all the way over to the crates, and it's gonna turn over after bouncing off the crates, and the Scion just refuses to even be toppled. Shadowjet. Shadowjet cannot move the monster. And now Alabaster's got to send down 2 of their own in a row because they got 3 left. And everything is fine and dandy. They did that in the right order. And there are not going to be any eliminations despite all the stuff that happened in that round. So what does that mean? You guessed it. The cars are going to have to start increasing their speed so we can get some eliminations. Got to have a winner in this match. Got to eliminate one of these teams. Dune Crusher's going to start out with the increased speed. Dune Crusher, wow. Increased speed causes the vehicle to completely turn around on the track and face the other direction, ready for an opponent. Tim the Destroyer will be that opponent. Tim manhandles Dune Crusher, and Dune Crusher's not worried about it. That thing just bounces around and smiles and takes it. Scion. Scion didn't think Scion was going to do much to Tim the Destroyer, but actually almost gets him sideways on the track. He's a little precarious right there. Good hit. The Banshee. Banshee gets Tim off the track, but can't do a whole lot else. We're still looking for an elimination here. Shadowjet. Shadowjet gets under the Banshee, but it's not much of a hit, and the Banshee just pops right off. And the Ford GT. The Ford GT, wow, that was close. Shadowjet got underneath the Scion, but the Scion is stubborn. Refuses to go off the side. That was the final car of the round. The increased speed did not manage to get an elimination. So yeah, we're gonna increase the speed even more. Here we go. This is round 9, folks. This has been a crazy qualifier. It's not often we get to this many rounds. Wow! Dune Crusher's going so fast it flipped upside down and then righted itself and landed on the track still. And here comes the Banshee. Been told to let it loose here. Banshee speeds down the track, and wow, what a hit! They both glance off of each other. Dune Crusher flips and goes upside down. Banshee, both of these vehicles have made amazing recoveries throughout this entire match, but the increased speeds proved to be their downfall. Both of them getting turned over. All the Scion has to do is survive. And a good hit there. It stays on the track. Prison Break have a chance to move to the main event if Scion can just keep it going. Scion's gonna have to survive a big old hit. Tim the Destroyer, man oh man, look at that. Flips the Scion around. The Scion does not leave the track. That vehicle doesn't care what you do. It will just stay around. Wow, what a hit and what an amazing turnaround. Here comes Shadowjet. Shadowjet, just a little punch there, but not much it can do to that heavy vehicle. The teams moving on to the main event are going to be decided right here. Ford GT. The Ford hit Shadowjet, cannot get Tim the Destroyer over and sideways, and that is gonna do it, folks. What an incredible match. With the elimination of the Pontiac Banshee, we've got our 3 finalists, Tool Time, Prison Break, and the Alabaster Aces. Here are your survivors and the winning teams that will go on to the main event. Let me know which team you are most excited about in the comments. And don't forget to like. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe. I'd love to have you. And we'll see you next week on Junkyard Joust. Thanks for watching, everybody. The Mars rover goes over. And the Wiener showing some true magic with that recovery. Michelangelo using some ninjutsu. Raphael spins. And we're back with 5 more teams competing to get in the main event. Hi everybody, it's Aaron Yonda. Welcome to the Junkyard Joust. We've got 25 cars that are ready to fight it out. 3 new teams and 2 with brand new lineups. Competing today, it's Amaranthin, Space Invaders, Turtle Power, Wiener Magic, and Camino Rampage. As you might know, the Borg has been causing a lot of trouble here at Junkyard Joust, but luckily, Captain Picard and Baby Cookie are on the scene and they've got their own team to try to take on the Borg. Will it work? There's only one way to find out. Let's start the action. Cruella de Vil's going to start us out now for Amaranthin, sponsored by Wayland Enterprises International. Amaranthin made it to 8th place in the finals last season. They are hoping for an even better result this season. First up for Space Invaders, it's the Mars Rover Curiosity. The Mars Rover goes over, does some low gravity acrobatics, and manages to survive. Great recovery off the back of Cruella. Raphael's up first for Turtle Power, sponsored by Sicken. Big hit on the back of Cruella, and Evil Weevil goes flying off the track. Raphael almost loses control. The infamous Rev Rod is back with a new paint job, and now on Wiener Magic, sponsored by Chrome Turtles Mini Painting. Good hit there by Rev Rod. Raphael goes flying, but manages to make a nice recovery. It was close. First up for the new Camino Rampage, it's 71 El Camino, sponsored by Sid from Cybertron. 71 El Camino, a heavy hit on the back of Rev Rod, but nobody's moving. And here's a car with some muscle for Amaranthin. Crazy 8, sponsored by Ellis Wertberger. Crazy 8, whoa, something happened there. Looks like part broke off of Crazy 8's. Maybe the windshield in the front. The Camino goes over and somehow makes a recovery. And there goes the piece flying off over the fence. The car is so powerful, it actually broke part of itself off. Went way past 11 on the height chart. Next up for Picard and Cookie's team, Space Invaders, it's Speed Slayer, sponsored by Chone. Speed Slayer, sort of a slow hit there, actually. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage, just kind of pushes the cars to the side. Next up for Turtle Power, it's Turtle Shell, sponsored by Willful Fiber Art. Turtle Shell slams head first in the back of Speed Slayer, knocks Rev Rod and Crazy 8s off, but they are safe. I think Turtle Shell must be one of the turtles before they got into the ooze. The Wienermobile is back with a brand new paint job, sponsored by Sloss Automotive Sachet and Buffet. Wienermobile, look at that hit, showing some serious magic right there with that recovery. Just lands and rolls over, kind of an advantage to have a giant hot dog on top of your car in that situation. Here comes another Camino. It's the 69 El Camino, sponsored by Kieran Shelton. The 69 El Camino, nice hit there. Pushes Turtle Shell under and almost off the track, and Speed Slayer goes off. Everybody going off the back of Cruella de Vil. Street Raptor is up next, sponsored by Judy Collins. Street Raptor goes right under that Camino. It's not going to be a good situation for that Camino to be in, and Turtle Shell just evacuates. Looks like Picard and Cookie are up to some tricks of their own with the NASA Transporter, sponsored by Tim the Bear Neal. That thing's going to be hard to eliminate because of that missile, and look at the Camino just goes flying after that hit. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see if that missile helps it from getting flipped over or not. Michelangelo's going to give it a shot, sponsored by Hey Hey's Hatchback Hanger. Michelangelo just takes out that NASA transporter right away, and wow, did that plan backfire. Now that missile is going to prevent the transporter from ever getting flipped upright again. Back to the drawing board on that one, guys. Heavy Hitcher now, sponsored by Illuminati Public Relations. Heavy Hitcher forces Michelangelo face down on the track. I don't think he's going to stay like that, though. Heavy Hitcher goes sideways. Unfortunate. Well, it's not actually Camino, the 72 Ford Ranchero, sponsored by Hasty Productions. In a preseason interview, this team stated that they would have Dodge Rampages, Ford Rancheros, and El Caminos on their team in the future. And it actually knocks Michelangelo almost right side up. Definitely knocked Heavy Hitcher back right side up. Amaranthin's got some undercutting power with future Del Worsham Funny Car, 51 grams, sponsored by Mr. Strathholm. Ooh, the Funny Car carves its way underneath that Ranchero, but the Ranchero is too heavy and it flops back. It's not going anywhere. Solar Reflex now, sponsored by Emo Dingo. Solar Reflex knocks a few cars around. Nobody's really gotten eliminated, but Cruella de Vil up front is finally off the track. Donatello's up now for Turtle Power, sponsored by Chemical Knight. Donatello slams the line of cars forward, and look at that. Michelangelo has made a recovery because of his pal Donatello. That's teamwork. Avis Quattro, 54 grams, sponsored by Dr. Gonzo. Big hit there. Heavy Hitcher goes sideways, and the line of cars gets forced forward, but then a little bit back by the momentum. The heaviest of all the El Camino, 67 grams, sponsored by Sean and Patrick Hogan. The Camino tries to push the line of cars forward, but there are two Amaranthan cars up front that are preventing all attempts to move that line. And now we got all these cars locked into the track. Wasp for Amaranthan, sponsored by Hendrika's Heavy Hauling. Ooh, Wasp gets underneath that Camino, but look at that. The Camino bounces off the Avis and actually manages to make a recovery. Nice hit by Wasp, but now Wasp in a rough position. Radar Ranger's got a chance to take out Wasp here, sponsored by Bion Automotive. Ooh, a tragic failure there by the Radar Ranger. Those big tires were never going to do a good job. Wasp survives, but the Camino goes out, and Heavy Hitcher just made a recovery. So that actually helped the Wiener Magic team. I'm starting to wonder what Picard and Cookie were thinking when they designed this team. Leonardo's up next for Turtle Power, sponsored by Stump's Tree Farm. Leonardo hits a wall. Nobody's moving. The Avis goes curbside, and that's about all that happened on that one. Chicane now, sponsored by Swedenborg's Smorgasbord. Chicane, oh my goodness, look at that! The car comes apart, pieces flying all over the place, goes underneath his own teammate as the shell of his car just goes flying off into the junkyard. But the rest of the car stays on the track right side up. Chicane can still stay alive, but he just lost half of his car. Here comes another El Camino, sponsored by Winnebago Trauma Clinic. This El Camino just locks it into the track, plain and simple. And that's gonna be the final car of round one. A lot of action in that round. But get a load of this, only 4 vehicles eliminated in that round. Looking at the big pile, it certainly is a surprise. Amaranthan, Wiener Magic, and Turtle Power are looking pretty good right now. Not a single loss. Space Invaders and Camino Rampage each lost 2. Although I think it's fair to say that Wiener Magic lost at least half of a car in that round. Wiener Magic, a team that never made it out of the qualifiers in Season 3. Pretty good right now. Ooh, a little wobble right there as Wienermobile takes to the track, but man, they are doing well. Also doing well, Amaranthan, Cruella DeVille up now. Cruella blasts into the back of Wienermobile, but look at that. Wienermobile has the recovery magic right there. Every single time just bounces and turns right over. The Turtles showing their power in that first round. Raphael's up first. Raphael slams into the back of Cruella, and Cruella goes up in the air but stays on the track. Raphael's going to get a big hit here from an El Camino, 71. El Camino, wow, that backfired big time. Raphael slides off, no problem. And now that El Camino is sideways. This team is having a rough time of it so far. Mars Rover Curiosity's up next. The Mars Rover roves right off the track, upside down. Not a very good result right there. These two teams that have already lost 2 apiece are just taking each other down. Revrod bounces back off the back of Cruella, but gets right off the track, which is kind of the ideal result that you want. Crazy Eights. Crazy Eight smacks into the back of their own teammate and now goes curbside. Michelangelo cuts underneath Crazy Eights. That car has some sweet undercutting power. Crazy Eights, though, makes a nice landing. Here comes the Ford Ranchero. Ford Ranchero pops Michelangelo up in the air, and Michelangelo lands in the same spot as last round, but this time is, almost making a recovery. Can't quite do it. Speed Slayer, a little too light to do anything to that Ranchero. Moves it up to the front of the track. Here comes what's left of Chicane for Wiener Magic. Chicane still almost does some damage there. Speed Slayer popped off the track. Nice hit from that wreck of a car. Street Raptor. Street Raptor gets under Chicane, but cannot even get it off the track. And the Ranchero is curbside. Donatello Donatello slams into the line of cars, gets some good action there. Somehow Chicane manages to recover from that. Ranchero's about to go over. Here comes another El Camino. Nice hit by the El Camino, solid hit, although it's curbside now, which might end up being bad. Up front, Michelangelo makes a recovery, not super surprising, that's what he did last round. Solar Reflex. Solar Reflex, ooh, nice hit on that Camino, almost takes himself out, but Solar Reflex makes a nice recovery, and that Camino is toast. The Ranchero's gonna have to hang on here, only one left on that team, Heavy Hitcher. Heavy Hitcher, wow, that was quite a hit, and oh, Solar Reflex gets flipped upside down and eliminated. Nasty hit. Looks to me like only Speed Slayer is alive for Space Invaders right now. Here comes the funny car for Amaranthus. Funny car gets underneath Heavy Hitcher, but cannot get Heavy Hitcher off the track. Good balance. Turtle Shell. Boom! That's a fast turtle, and look at that. Heavy Hitcher was trying to get off the track before Turtle Shell came down there, but couldn't make it and pays for it, turning sideways. Donatello recovers completely, and the Ranchero's looking pretty safe. Avis Quattro. The Avis just slices through everybody on the track. Wow, the funny car's flipped over. Street Raptor, ooh, it's close right now. That was a pretty good hit. And now Donatello's even back to almost being sideways. Wasp. Wasp annihilates the Avis Quattro, just knocks it right off the track and upside down. Man, that was a nice hit. And then it tries to escape the track completely. Great move. Leonardo pushes into his own teammate, the Turtle Shell. Doesn't look like anything really happened on that. That is gonna be the end of round 2, and it might not look like it, but that was far more devastating than round 1. 7 vehicles eliminated right here, but all 5 teams are still in it. Let's take a look at the aftermath. Turtle Power does it again. All 5 still in this match. Amaranthin loses 1. Space Invaders and Camino Rampage down to 1, and Wiener Magic down to 3. Here we go, round 3. Raphael's gonna start us out. These turtles have been impossible to eliminate in this match. That bodes well for their chances in the main event, assuming that they make it. Cruella DeVille. Cruella slams into Raphael again. Raphael makes an amazing recovery, balances on the edge of the track, teeters, and flops over right side up. These turtles got some agility. Wienermobile. The Wienermobile, a nice steady hit there, does not go off the back of Cruella DeVille and locks it into the track. Speed Slayer, the final hope for Space Invaders, gotta stay alive. Solid hit on the back of the Wiener, and now we got 3 cars locked in the track. Ranchero's gonna shake things up. The Ranchero does get the Wiener off the track, and the Wienermobile flips sideways, cannot make a recovery. Did not have enough room to move around, and that could be it. Michelangelo tries to get under the Ranchero, but that thing is just too big and heavy. Actually forces him off the track and almost manages to get back down. Perilous spot to be in when the Wasp is coming down next. The Wasp gets under the Ranchero, and did you see that? That thing bounces and rolls and gets over back on its wheels and saves the chances of that whole team. Man, here comes the remnants of Chicane. Chicane, solid hit on the back of Wasp, but Wasp is not willing to get off the track right now. Donatello, nice hit, but doesn't do much damage. The Wasp is teetering. Crazy Eights pops Speed Slayer off the track almost completely, but Speed Slayer is balanced and manages to stay alive. Nice job with that. Here comes the chromed up Rev Rod. Rev Rod tries to sneak under Crazy Eights, can't quite make it, but that's a good position for the next car. Meanwhile, Crazy Eights is going underneath Donatello. Turtle Shell nudges all the cars forward and tries to escape the track, almost made a getaway, and no cars damaged on that one. Crazy Eights balanced on top of Wasp right now. Here comes Street Raptor. Street Raptor slices the competition. Revrod gets thrown off the track, Donatello moves aside, and the Turtle Shell survives. And don't blink or you'll miss it, but Speed Slayer is sideways from that hit. Leonardo goes off the back of Raptor and flips over and is going to be the first elimination for Turtle Power, and that was the last car of the round right there. Things do not look good for Space Invaders. Speed Slayer is sideways, and that is going to end their run. So much for competing with the Borg. Picard and Cookie are going to have to go back to the drawing board. Round 3 aftermath. Turtle Power finally showing a crack, losing 1 car. Amaranthin still at 4, Wiener Magic at 2, and Camino Rampage at 1. Amaranthin and Turtle Power are going head-to-head in this match. 4 cars apiece as we start round 4. Cruella locking it in down at the bottom as usual. And here comes Raphael as usual. Over the seasons, these teams have figured out that if they send cars down in a certain order and it works for them, they're going to keep sending them down that order. And it's been working great for Amaranthin and Turtle Power so far. Wiener Magic's still alive in this match with 2 left. Revrod slams into Raphael. Raphael makes a spin and makes it up to the crates into complete safety. 72 Ford Ranchero's up now. This car's been a beast. Ranchero locks it in. Can it stay alive for this team? Street Raptor's gonna try to take it out. Street Raptor can't get under the Ranchero. That thing just refuses to budge. Here comes Michelangelo. Got some undercutting power with this thing. Michelangelo gets underneath Street Raptor, but look at that. Street Raptor glides along the top of the Ranchero and then just flips off as if it was nothing. Wow, great recovery and a cool move there. Chicane, who would have thought this car that broke in half would still be going? Chicane annihilates Michelangelo, knocks him off sideways, and finally puts that car down. That's been a tough one to eliminate. Nice hit. Wasp. Wow, did you see Chicane to go flying again? And this time, its luck runs out. What's left of that car goes and lands upside down, and Wasp is just a brutal competitor. Donatello slides into Wasp, and the Ranchero, ooh, man, close call right there. That could have been it, but now it's not looking too bad for that vehicle. Crazy Eights gets underneath the Ranchero, and look at that move! Forces the Ranchero to twist around and go upside down. Camino's only hope right here is Turtle Shell. If Turtle Shell rights the Ranchero, they're still in it. Turtle Shell knocks the Ranchero completely off the track and puts an end to this qualifier. Camino Rampage are done. 3 cars eliminated in that round. We are down to 3 teams, which means that, yes, this qualifier is over. Let's take a look at the aftermath, though. Wiener Magic stayed alive with, you guessed it, Revrod. Turtle Power at 3, and Amaranthin showing a domination of a performance. Your winners in this match, Amaranthin, Wiener Magic, and Turtle Power. They will move on to the main event, and wait a minute now. Picard and Cookie look to be removing that missile from the back of the transporter. Was this their plan all along? And what are they gonna do with that missile?
I can't tell you.
Must have something to do with the Borg. Well, I guess we'll find out next time on Junkyard Joust. Let me know in the comments which team you like the best out of these 5. And who you think's got a shot to make it to the finals. If you want a Junkyard Joust sticker, go to patreon.com/junkyardjoust and become a patron. There's a bunch of other rewards you can get over there as well. See you next time on the Joust. Black Widow takes out the Batman. Look at that recovery. Mr. Freeze shatters the line of cars. Big hit, but did he just take himself out? Tonight, 5 teams compete. Their goal? Survive. It's the Junkyard Joust. Welcome to it. Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Yonda, and you're in for a treat tonight. We've got buses, we've got glitz, we've got DC versus Marvel. Let's get right into it. Time to joust. Up first for Distinguished Competition, aka DC, it's the Batman, sponsored by Chrome Turtles Mini Painting. The running order is up. This being a qualifier, only 3 teams can move on, 2 will be going home. We got a brand new team called the Sunshades vying for the main event. The T-Bird Stalker, sponsored by Beak's Busted Barn Finds, is going to take to the track, and what a dramatic hit right there. The Batman goes flipping all over the place. And now Black Widow's going to take a shot for Multiverse Motors, sponsored by Kieran Shelton. And bam, let the rivalry begin. Black Widow takes out the Batman decisively, as well as that T-Bird Stalker. Black Widow versus Batman, great matchup. Black Widow gets the best of it this time. We had a Borg show up at the beginning of this season. Borg's going down in the custom Cadillac Fleetwood, sponsored by Carlton Hill Enterprises. Man, nice hit right there. Black Widow gets taken out now. Almost certainly not going to be able to come back from that hit. Sideways or upside down at the end of the round, you're done. Here comes the first of the Infernal Buses, Swift Shuttle, sponsored by TJG. And true to its name, that shuttle is swift. Look at the speed with which it goes off the back of the Cadillac, plucks the Borg right out of there, and then unfortunately cannot make a recovery. Tough start for the buses. Robin's up next for DC, 50 grams, sponsored by Sid from Cybertron. Robin bounces off the back of the Cadillac Fleetwood, cannot get underneath. Cadillac's got those spiky tailpipes coming out. Sunshade just sending down Cockney Cab 2, sponsored by Price X Private Parts. The Cockney Cab goes sideways on the track. Not a great way to start. Balances on 2 wheels. Kind of would have been more impressive if he'd actually been able to recover, but he's not out of it yet. Here comes Iron Man from Multiverse, sponsored by Indy Capo. Iron Man uses that propulsion system to good effect, gets a lot of speed, but cannot take out the Cockney Cab. Almost gets Robin up. Robin plops back into the track. A lot of devastation down at the front of the track right now, but now the cars are starting to line up. 64 Chevelle for Blitzkrieg, sponsored by Bentley's Brakes and Bumpers. The Chevelle slots into the track, cannot get any cars off. Another bus on its way, Ain't Fair, sponsored by Hendrika's Heavy Hauling. Ain't Fair pushes a couple cars into dangerous territory. The Chevelle and Robin are both balanced precariously. Mr. Freeze is up, sponsored by Sloss Automotive Sachet and Buffet. Gets that gun aligned.
Nice to see you.
Mr. Freeze is a heavy vehicle, so heavy that, did you see that? Cookie falls off of the shuttlecraft in the background. Wow, must have lost her balance when that huge vehicle came thundering down the track. Picard manages to hang on over by that missile. Good thing the missile didn't fall off of there. I don't know what they're doing with that. No other damage to the cars, though, besides a little tumble from Cookie. Next up, it's Road Flipper for the Shade, sponsored by Chemical Knight. Let's hope it doesn't flip off the track here. Does not, stays nicely slotted in, but manages to get Ain't Fair curbside, actually more than that. Nice hit by that 61-gram vehicle. Ms. Marvel's up next, sponsored by Scarnsloth. Ms. Marvel, a good move there, just bounces off the back of Road Flipper and gets off the track. And now she's looking pretty safe. Ain't Fair is tilting. Next up for Blitzkrieg, it's the 71 Porsche 911, sponsored by Swedenborg Smorgasbord. The Porsche gets a nice hit there and forces Ain't Fair off the track finally. Ain't Fair tries to flip it over but can't quite manage it, and that Porsche almost gets off the track. Hot Wheels High now, sponsored by Ellis Wurtenberger. A major hit by that bus. Look at Road Flipper go. A lot of flipping, not on the road, and Road Flipper makes a brilliant recovery, turns over and lands it right side up. Impressive job. Here comes Wonder Woman, sponsored by Stump's Tree Farm. Ooh, what a massive hit by Wonder Woman. So massive that she even flips over from the force of it. So much speed. The Porsche is flipped over. The high school high bus is flipped over. Devastation. Next up for the Sunshades, it's 5 Alarm, sponsored by Jetta. 5 Alarm rights Wonder Woman. Look at that, right off the back of Mr. Freeze, as if they planned it. That's some solid teamwork right there. Next up for the Multiverse Motors, it's Vision, sponsored by Judy Collins. Vision gets underneath 5 Alarm, but 5 Alarm's got that ladder to stabilize itself, and it tosses itself off the track and lands it. Wow, that's some deft maneuvering there by 5 Alarm. Vision is curbside. Next up, it's Twin Mill 3, sponsored by Chome. Twin Mill splits off with Vision. Vision goes flipping over, and a great recovery over by the tires. And Twin Mill 3 kind of ejects from the track and gets off to safety. Blitzkrieg looking good right now with 3 cars right side up. Here comes a cool looking vehicle, the Raijin Express, sponsored by Bion Automotive. Raijin Express cannot get Mr. Freeze to move at all. Bounces backwards, but manages to stay in the track. Not much might have happened, but that was actually a good hit by Raijin. The Penguin, sponsored by Emo Dingo. The Penguin, wow, that was a terrible hit right there. The Penguin just flips over, and I don't know if this is a trick or what. Guess we'll see on the next hit. It's gonna be the Ford Aerostar, sponsored by Willful Fiber Art. And the Ford, ooh, nice hit there. Raijin gets off the track to safety. The Penguin balances on top of the minivan, and that's kind of an acrobatic move there, but then ends up upside down on the track. Still pretty tricky. I don't trust the Penguin. Shang-Chi's up next, sponsored by Mark the Music Lover. Oh, and look at that! Penguin was waiting for a Marvel car to come down to make a recovery. Very interesting, as if to show off, throw it up in their face, and look at that. Penguin trying to sow discord amongst the Marvel team. Custom 56 Ford, sponsored by Brendan Walsh. The Ford slams into the line of cars, and it doesn't look to me like much happened on that hit. That's going to be the second to last car of this round. Final car is going to be Groot for the Infernal Buses, sponsored by Regal Radio. Groot cannot penetrate the line of cars. Almost gets Mr. Freeze over, though. That was a good hit. Couldn't quite finish the job. Looks like we're going to lose 7 cars in that round. All 5 teams still in it. Let's take a look at the aftermath. Looks like everybody did pretty good that round, except for the Infernal Buses. Some bad luck for them, and they only have 2 left. Everybody else lost 1. You can sense a little trepidation with Winneborgo right now, wondering what's gonna happen with the missile from Picard and Cookie's failed Space Invaders team last episode. Their team may have lost badly, might I say, but that missile is a great thing to protect from any shenanigans the Borg and the Winneborgo get up to. We've got a competitive match going on right now. Sunshades are starting us off this round with 5 Alarm. 5 Alarm gonna slot into the track, followed down by Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman dives underneath 5 Alarm, can't get 5 Alarm off the track. That fire truck has some serious agility. You wouldn't expect it. Here comes the Borg again in the custom Cadillac Fleetwood. The Borg slams 5 Alarm off the track and attempts to line up the ramp, but guess what? It's not going to work this time. Too much force, and that thing's looking pretty vulnerable right now. Iron Man's got a chance to do some damage to the Borg right here. Iron Man slices underneath both of the cars on the track. Fleetwood goes upside down. Wonder Woman goes upside down. What a hit. Marvel getting the best of DC right there and the Borg. The Borg just barely avoids getting crushed by its own vehicle. Groot's up first for the Infernal Buses. Time to make a comeback. Groot heaves into Iron Man, but does not get Iron Man off the track. Just shakes Wonder Woman up front. Road Flipper. Road Flipper, ooh, bad news for the Infernal Buses. There goes Groot over the edge, sideways, probably not coming back from that. Devastating hit for the Infernal Buses. Robin's up now. Robin can't get under Road Flipper, but pushes all the cars up, and a line is starting. Twin Mill 3. Twin Mill 3 also can't get any action. We got 4 cars lined up here. Let's see if Shang-Chi can shake things up. The line holds true, nothing breaking. Robin almost gets under Road Flipper. Raijin Express. And finally, 1 car is broken out of the line. It's Road Flipper. Road Flipper goes over and cannot make it. Struggles, but can't flip it. Here comes the Cockney Cab. Cockney Cab pushes into the line, and now Iron Man is on the ropes. He's got a Robin underneath him. Mr. Freeze, this will definitely shake things up. Oh yeah, that is a moving line right there. We got 2 cars pushed off, Raijin and Shang-Chi. Mr. Freeze not able to eliminate either of them, even with all that weight. Kind of looks like he sunk down in the track a little bit and didn't get that much speed. 64 Chevelle now. The Chevelle, oh, you hate to see it. Chevelle bounces off Mr. Freeze, flips over to its own doom. That is going to be an elimination for Blitzkrieg. Let's see if Ms. Marvel can escape off the back of Mr. Freeze. Ms. Marvel does not do it this time, goes curbside after a little bounce. Here comes the Ford Aerostar. Ms. Marvel careens off the track from a mighty hit, flips and floats and flies all the way down to the crates and somehow makes a recovery, as does the Aerostar. Lots of action on that one. Both cars recover. The Penguin. Penguin bounces off of his own teammate and flips, gets caught on the track, trying to be tricky, but does not manage to pull it off. We'll see if the Penguin stays like that. Custom 56 Ford. The Ford, oof, man, big hit there. Didn't go off the track like his teammate, but flipped all the way around and is backwards. Iron Man is poised up at the front of the track. Vision. Vision pounds the Ford off the track. Great hit, but then goes off the back of Mr. Freeze and upside down. Vision is still on the track, so there's a chance that this could end in recovery. Not so much for the Ford. And all the way up at the front, Iron Man looks pretty safe. Oh, unfortunately, there's no more cars to come down, so Vision is done after that hit. Let's take a look at the aftermath. And we got 2 teams in trouble. Blitzkrieg and Infernal Buses are down to 1. Blitzkrieg lost 3 in this round. Multiverse and Sunshades both at 3. And Distinguished Competition down to 2. Sunshade's going to start off with 5 alarm here in round 3. All these teams are definitely still in the match right now. We've seen cars with only 1 go the distance very frequently. Ms. Marvel. Ms. Marvel, oh no, the technique of trying to escape the track doesn't work for her this time. She flips over after a bad ricochet, so to speak, off the back of 5 alarm. Is she gonna stay like that? Let's see what happens when Robin goes down. Robin, a nice hit, but again, 5 alarm not interested in your antics. All about the no-nonsense recovery. Raijin Express, final entry for the buses. Raijin gives a big thrust into Robin. Can't get Robin off the track and backs down a ways. Twin Mill 3, Blitzkrieg down to 1 car. This is the one. Twin Mill, a nice hit there, and Miss Marvel is sunk. Cockney Cab 2. The cab smashes Twin Mill 3. Twin Mill 3 goes up and upside down. That might be it for Blitzkrieg unless Twin Mill can make a recovery. It's not out of the question. Raijin is also on the ropes. Shang-Chi can shake things up right now. And a bruising hit, and look at that. Twin Mill 3 does it again. A recovery and backs away from the track and just saved Blitzkrieg's chances in this match. And Mr. Freeze was made for this moment. This could be bad. Freeze, a nice heavy hit, but no damage yet. Again, Shang-Chi makes a recovery, and Raijin tips, but doesn't go over. That was close. 2 cars left. Here comes the Ford Aerostar. The Aerostar bounces off the back of Freeze, and Robin goes over. Just a little slide and a tip, and Robin is done. Marvel is definitely taking the lead right now. Iron Man, wow, that was a devastating punch to the back of that minivan. And the van just goes flying all the way up to the front of the crates and does not have the capability of recovering up there. 3 cars eliminated, but guess what? All 5 teams are still in it. We got a match, folks. DC down to 1, Sunshades and Multiverse at 2, Blitzkrieg and Infernal Buses both at 1. This round could decide who's moving on to the main event. Here we go, round 4. Multiverse is going to lead off with Shang-Chi. These teams have been matching blow for blow in this match. Now's the time for these remaining cars to really show us what they got. 5 alarm. 5 alarm sliding in behind Shang-Chi. Going to be followed up by Rai-Jin for the buses. Rai-Jin tries to slip under 5 alarm and it backfires. Look at that amazing recovery by 5 alarm using the ladder as a balancing. It's like a gymnast on a balance beam, and wow, Rai-Jin gets messed up by that and just barely flips over on its side. If Twin Mill hits Rai-Jin right, could recover. Twin Mill tries to take down 5 alarm, and again, it's not happening. And now Rai-Jin is definitely in deep trouble. Look at that recovery. Unbelievable. Mr. Freeze. Mr. Freeze, wow, put on the brakes there at the end and doesn't really do much. I don't know if they were trying to protect that vehicle and stop it from accidentally eliminating itself. Could be a good strategy, but Iron Man's gonna punch that thing up the backside. And Iron Man does punch it, but takes out his own teammate. Shang-Chi is flipped upside down from that hit. Unfortunate result there. Cockney Cab. Cockney Cab slides in behind, and Shang-Chi... Oh, did you just see that? Shang-Chi thought Shang-Chi was done there, everybody, and look at what just happened. Flips right back over on top of Twin Mill. No problem. And with that, we just had one vehicle eliminated, which means, yeah, you know it, we're going for another round. Let's take a look at the aftermath. The Infernal buses are out. We are going into round 5 with 4 teams still in this. 5 alarm starting off with the Sunshades, hardly surprising considering that thing has been astounding in this match. And here comes Shang-Chi, a lucky escape last round. Shang-Chi knocks 5 alarm off the track. 5 alarm makes a perfect recovery, flawless as usual. Keep your eye on that vehicle, folks. Getting a good feeling about it. Twin Mill 3. Twin Mill pops Evil Weevil off the track, but that's all that they're able to make happen on this one. Let's see if Mr. Freeze decides to put on the brakes this time. Freeze, not too bad actually, did not freeze on that one, and Twin Mill gets pushed underneath Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi flips over and goes upside down, and I don't think Shang-Chi is coming back from that this time. Cockney Cab. The cab slams into Mr. Freeze, does manage to stay on the track. A lot of cars have had trouble with the back of that vehicle, but not Cockney Cab. Already the final car of round 5, Iron Man. Iron Man tries to snipe the Cockney Cab, but cannot manage it. Cockney Cab just drives away. Lickety-split, no problem. Easy recovery. And only Shang-Chi eliminated in that round, which means we are going to another round. Let's take a look at the aftermath. Sunshade still looking good. 2 left. Everybody else with 1. 5 alarm gonna hit the track first, as usual for the Sunshades. And as usual, we can't wait to see how that thing makes a recovery. Let's see if Twin Mill can cause some trouble here. Twin Mill, oh, look at that, unbelievable. I thought that thing would never be taken down, and Twin Mill just did it. Just a light tap, enough to bounce it up and over sideways with no chance to recover the track, proving a foil for the recovery of 5 alarm. Amazing job there by Twin Mill. Here comes Iron Man. Iron Man slams Twin Mill. Twin Mill is now upside down and off the track. That is definitely not good. No chance of recovery there. This might be it for Blitzkrieg. We'll see what happens. Mr. Freeze. Mr. Freeze freezes in his tracks and slows right down, taking the safe route, and that cinches the fate of 5 alarm right there. Evil Weevil now blocking any chance of recovery. Cockney Cab. Cockney Cab has a little trouble with the back of Mr. Freeze, but stays alive, and that is gonna do it, folks. You've got your 3 teams. Blitzkrieg could not hang on. Iron Man, Mr. Freeze, and Cockney Cab are your survivors for this match. Incredible work there by Multiverse Motors, Distinguished Competition, and the Sunshades. Congrats to all 3 teams. They'll be moving on to the main event. And there's just 2 qualifiers left, so that'll be happening sooner than you think. Uh-oh, it looks like Baby Cookie is on top of that missile. I don't think she should be playing up there. Where's Picard? He should be watching her right now. Oh boy, this won't end well. For $5 a month, you can help me make this show, and if you sign up right now, you're gonna get your choice of one of these Junkyard Joust stickers. Don't forget to like and comment, subscribe. You know how this works. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you next time. He-Man goes for the shark. He-Man can't handle the impact. And He-Man gets plowed. Oh, they're gonna need a bigger boat. The battle for survival in the junkyard continues as we edge ever closer to the main event. Welcome to Junkyard Joust, everybody. I'm Aaron Yonda. We've got an action-packed joust for you tonight. Let's take a look at the competitors. You've seen a couple of these teams before, but they've got all new members. Mr. Maroon, War Pigs, and Industrial Accidents are all back. 2 new teams, Jousters of the Universe and Shark Attack. Let's get this thing rolling. First up, it's going to be Ram Man for Jousters of the Universe, sponsored by Sid from Cybertron. The randomly determined running order is up. Ram Man takes his place down at the end of the track. Got that little thing on the back of the car that should prevent any undercutting. Let's see how that plays out. Up first for Mr. Maroon, it's the 44 2-door, sponsored by Stump's Tree Farm. The Ford hits the back of Ram Man and has a bad bounce backwards, flips over sideways on the track. As you know, if you're sideways or upside down at the end of the round, you are eliminated. Up first for Shark Attack, it's the Sea Rescue Boat, sponsored by Mr. Strathholm. The Sea Rescue Boat smacks into the back of that Ford, flips it off the track sideways. Does not look good for it. Ram Man is in trouble. First up for the Industrial Accident, Speed Dozer. Speed Dozer mangles Ram Man. Tries to flip the Sea Rescue Boat over, but the rescue boat is not flipping, and Dozer goes over instead. And the accidents cannot be happy about this. Next up, it's the War Pigs. This team is sponsored by Mr. Farrier's Class. Thank you all for sponsoring. First up is going to be the Military Jeep. The Jeep blasts into the Dozer, but then goes off the track and goes upside down itself. Almost certainly eliminated. And looking at the track right now, there's just one vehicle that is actually surviving. Here comes Evil Lynn for the Jousters of the Universe, sponsored by Crow and Turtles Mini Painting. Evil Lynn smashes the boat into the crates. It goes flying over on top of the fence. Can't see if it survived or not. Oh, wow, look at that. The boat somehow flipped over right side up on that fence and actually recovered. Unbelievable. 83 Custom Corvette, sponsored by Mr. Bobo. The Custom Corvette punches Evil Lynn. Can't get that heavy truck off the track, and now it's curbside. Opportunity here for Shark Hammer 2.0, sponsored by Judy Collins. Shark Hammer hammers off the Corvette, but the Corvette makes a great recovery. Evil Lynn, though, not so much. Turns sideways and lands on top of her teammate. She is going to be out if she stays in that position. Look at that Corvette's windshield. I don't know what's going on with that thing, but it didn't seem to hurt it. This season, Industrial Accidents is sponsored by Dim Bulb. Thank you, Dim Bulb. Street Cleaver's up first, 41 grams. This thing's got a nasty blade on it. Street Cleaver cleaves Shark 2.0, and that thing just goes flipping and flying off the track, lands upside down, and now we've got another elimination, and we haven't seen anything like this for quite a while. Cars are just falling one by one. Here comes the Humvee for War Pigs, sponsored by Swedenborg's Smorgasbord. The Humvee bounces off the back of Street Cleaver, but manages to do some damage in the meantime and almost escaped the track. Not quite enough, though. Could still take a dangerous hit right here. It's going to be from Skeletor, sponsored by Kieran Shelton. Skeletor pops the Humvee off the track completely, and the Humvee goes sideways on one of his own teammates. Not a good result there, and Street Cleaver not able to make a recovery. Good hit by Skeletor. Here comes a beat-up old car for Mr. Maroon, the Blown Camaro, sponsored by Dr. Gonzo. The Camaro annihilates Skeletor, bounces him off the safety rail, and just flips him straight upside down off the track. Yet another casualty in this match. These cars are just merciless today. Here's a brand new team, Shark Attack, sponsored by TJG. You shut up when Pink Floyd is playing. Shark Cruiser's up first, sponsored by Hendrika's Heavy Hauling. Shark Cruiser, ooh, wow, nice hit there, but the blown Camaro bounces back and kicks the Shark farther down the track. Hits him right in the nose. That can't feel good. And that Shark is way back. Here comes Road Scraper to try to clean up the track a little bit, sponsored by Winnebago Trauma Clinic. Road Scraper doesn't do a whole lot of scraping, but does push Shark Cruiser up to the front of the track, and now we got a little traffic jam going on. Next up for the War Pigs, the heaviest vehicle on the track in quite some time, 153 grams, sponsored by Tim the Bear Neal. Not as dramatic of a hit as you might have expected from Half Track. It does some damage, though. Camaro's upside down, kind of slides in there. Definitely going to be a challenge to get that thing off the track, though. Here comes He-Man for the Jousters, sponsored by Chome. He-Man cannot handle the impact on the back of Half Track, and he goes flying off the whole track, but makes a nice recovery right side up. Not a whole lot of recoveries happening this round. Nice to see that. Introducing the new look for Mr. Maroon. It's a much more beat-up looking team, but they're also veterans. Here comes Firebird Funny Car, sponsored by Ellis Wertenberger. Firebird Funny Car can't get under Half Track. Got some problems maybe with the front wheels there. Doesn't look like they're moving too well, but it's heavy enough to get down there, and it's going to be fairly difficult to get it off the track. I think Hammer Down has a shot, though, with that undercutter on there, sponsored by Hasty Productions. Hammer Down, Rabbit Ears. The Funny Car goes flying right off the track. That was a great undercut, but the Shark could not continue to go. Stops at Half Track. No movement there. If there were any ramped vehicles on the track, Tractor Plow would have their number. Sponsored by Hey Hey's Hatchback Hanger. Tractor Plow does a good job of plowing Hammer Down off the track, but Hammer Down slides off the dozer and makes a pretty great recovery. Tractor Plow locks it in on the track. I hope he's got it locked pretty tightly because 6x6 tracks coming down the tracks, sponsored by Sicken. Wow, those cars really are locked on there. That is a heavy vehicle, and it just bounces right off the track into safety, so not a bad hit, but not what I expected to happen with such a heavy vehicle. And here you can see the full team of Jousters of the universe. We've got good and evil on the same team. I don't know how He-Man did it. Motu Wind Raider, sponsored by Sean and Patrick Hogan. Motu Wind Raider wafts into place behind the Tractor Plow. Looks to me like the slightest gust of wind could send that thing flying. Gonna be a little bit more powerful than wind, though. Street Scorcher, sponsored by Chemical Knight. Street Scorcher can't get Motu Wind Raider off the track. I really thought he'd be able to do that, but somehow the line stayed solid and absorbed the force. Here comes a little Shark Bite, sponsored by Woeful Fiber Art. Shark Bite gnashes its teeth on the back of Street Scorcher. Can't get much to happen except Street Scorcher goes curbside. And now Shark Bite is going to get rolled over by Road Roller, sponsored by Sloss Automotive Sachet and Buffet for the accidents. Road Roller knocks Shark Bite off the track, almost gets Street Scorcher off the track too, goes kind of high up in the air there. That's a precarious position to be in there for the Road Roller. Rocket Tank for the War Pig, sponsored by Emo Dingo. Rocket Tank rams Road Roller right off the track. Road Roller goes over, and Rocket Tank has no balance, a little bit top heavy, and just flips sideways. And he's going to be out of the match. He was the final car for this round, and that was some serious devastation. 14 out of the 25 cars were eliminated in this round. Incredible. Let's take a look at the aftermath. Eliminations were spread pretty equally across the board here. Shark Attack, the only team with 3 left. Everybody else has 2. Maybe they don't need a bigger boat after all. Well, if you like racing, we've got a bit of an arms race going on here in the junkyard. Baby Cookie has mounted the missile and is ready.
I hope this helps.
To protect the junkyard. I don't know if that missile will help against the sharks. Here comes the Sea Rescue Boat. Had an eventful round last time. Running order is up. The boat has taken its place. Just He-Man and the Motu Wind Raider left for Jousters. Wind Raider up now. Wind Raider slaps that Sea Rescue Boat off the track. The Sea Rescue Boat handles it flawlessly. Here comes the heavy one, Half Track for the pigs. Half half track, a surprisingly gentle tap on the back of the Wind Raider. Not necessarily a bad ploy, though, if it ever has to go up against any ramped vehicles. Back in Season 2, Industrial Accidents made it into the finals, in large part because of helicopter transport, which they don't have right now on the team, so it remains to be seen whether this team can do as well. The Wind Raider gets tossed off the track and goes upside down because of that hit from Road Scraper. Mr. Maroon also visited the finals back in Season 1. They have not done it again since then. Could this be their season as the Corvette slams into place and locks it in? Gonna have to take a hit from the serious undercutter ability of Hammer Down. Hammer Down does get under, but it's not decisive, and the Corvette just slides off a little bit. Still a little precarious. Gonna be a pretty heavy hit here from He-Man. He-Man knocks both cars off the track, tries to attack that Shark, but can't finish him off, and the Shark goes off to the left and survives, as does the Corvette. Good stability on both of these cars. Some of you may remember 6x6 track in the head-to-head joust competition. He's got a new paint job and been repaired. Took some serious damage in that competition. As he slams into He-Man, and Road Scraper is taken off the track. Cannot get half track off, and He-Man squished between those two heavy vehicles. I think Warpigs might have a good strategy here. Here comes Tractor Plow. Tractor Plow cannot get anywhere against the back of that heavy vehicle, goes curbside. Here comes Street Scorcher. Street Scorcher, whoa, did you see that? Somehow, Tractor Plow stayed on the track, the line of cars was solid, and half track actually got booted and taken down by He-Man. Incredible, I did not think that thing was coming off the track that easily. Great hit there. Shark Cruiser. Shark Cruiser cannot get Street Scorcher off the track, flips around, does some acrobatics, and he is the final car for this round. Very different result than round one. Only 3 vehicles eliminated this time, but no teams eliminated, so all 5 still in it. We go until there are only 3 teams left. Let's take a look at the aftermath. Jousters lost 1, Maroon stayed at 2, Shark Attack stayed at 2, Industrial and Warpigs both lost 1. Shark Attack with a solid lead, but it's anybody's match with these other 4 teams. Starting us off is going to be the Sea Rescue Boat for Shark Attack. Running order determined randomly, except for cars that have more vehicles left than the other ones, they automatically start at the top of the list. Mr. Maroon not looking too bad right here with 2 cars left. Corvette. Corvette hits that boat, pushes it right off the track. This is a great strategy by that rescue boat, just getting off the track and staying right side up every time. Hard to eliminate that thing. 6x6 track for the Warpigs. The Corvette withstands that heavy hit with amazing finesse. Just a stable car, so stable that now 6x6 is curbside and in danger. Does He-Man have the power to take out 6x6 track? He-Man does it, or does he? I actually have no idea if that vehicle is out or not. He-Man shanks him, gets him off the track, and he rolls around on his rear. Tough to say whether that is beyond 45 degrees or not. If it stays like that, we'll do a measurement at the end of the round and see if that vehicle is out. If it is, that'll be the end of Warpigs. Here comes Tractor Plow, gotta stay alive. He-Man gets plowed right off the track by Tractor Plow, upside down, slides off of the Corvette. What a hit by Tractor Plow, and that might have just cinched Industrial Accident's chances of making it to the main event. He's got to survive a hit from Hammer Down, though. Hammer Down gets under Tractor Plow. Tractor Plow is flipped and rolls off the side and goes upside down. That means right now, potentially, we've got 3 teams that have just been eliminated. All in the same round. We've still got 2 cars left. Let's see what happens. Street Scorcher. Street Scorcher pushes Hammer Down underneath that Corvette, but the Corvette remains stable. No eliminations on that hit. Last chance for Shark Cruiser here to get some eliminations for Shark Attack. Shark Cruiser bounces off the back of Street Scorcher, and that is it for this round, folks. Jousters of the Universe and Industrial Accidents are confirmed out right now, but what about the War Pigs? After the controversy with Tim the Toolman, the officials created a 45-degree angle measuring tool. It's a big rusty piece of metal, and judging by that rusty piece of metal, 6x6 track is beyond the 45-degree angle. Looks about like a 60-degree angle to me. And if 6x6 is out, what we've got, folks, potentially is a three-way tie. Let's take a look at the aftermath. There you can see Shark Attack and Mr. Maroon going on to the main event, but these other three teams are in limbo. Taking a look at the point totals, you can see they all have exactly the same amount of points. They all had the same amount of cars throughout each round. So what happens now? Well, these two teams are moving on, but the other three are going to have a special runoff. We will do that in the very next episode. All three teams will compete again to see who wins. And guess what else is going to happen in that runoff? We're going to have an additional runoff. Crimson Crashers and Tool Time have agreed to face off against each other to decide who will make it to the main event because of that questionable call on Tim's vehicle. Both teams have agreed that this is the most sensible way to settle this controversy. And the most fun. That'll be happening after the next qualifier, and oh no, the Borg has hijacked the tank from War Pigs, and now we've got a real standoff going on out on the field. The Borg, Baby Cookie, each with a missile. This won't end well. Where is Picard? The main event is coming up. Here are all the teams right now that have qualified for the main event. As you can see, it's going to be a wild ride. Junkyard Joust is sponsored entirely by my patrons. Patreon.com/Junkyard Joust is the place. Please support this show. I'm building new sets and buying new cars all the time, and I appreciate your support. Thanks, everybody. See you next time. Grease Lightning slides under the truck, and look at that roll! Another truck in trouble, but look at this. It's hanging on for dear life. And Donald Duck can fly. Welcome to the Junkyard Joust, the miniature action sports spectacle. I'm Aaron Yonda. We've got 5 teams vying for the main event tonight, but only 3 of them can move on. Here are your 5 teams: the Quackening, Neon Gnashers, Jetstreak, Truculent, and Road Stars. We'll take a closer look at each team as we go, but for now, let's joust. First up, for this kind of ridiculous team, the Quackening, it's the Penguin Duck, sponsored by Regal Radio. And off to a bit of a rough start for the Penguin Duck, tumbles right over on its side. That does not bode well for this vehicle. If you're sideways or upside down at the end of the round, you're out. Corvette Stingray now for Neon Gnashers, sponsored by Swedenborg Smorgasbord. Corvette Stingray knocks the duck right off, almost makes a recovery, but then flips over, and that thing is toast. I would have made a sitting duck pun, but I couldn't even do that because it was never upright. Up first for Jetstreak, it's going to be Bon Voyage, sponsored by Liz's Wizard Arts and Witchcrafts. Bon Voyage tries to undercut the Stingray, but cannot get under. And now everyone's pushed up to the front of the track, starting the line of cars. Up first for Truculent, it's the 75 GMC service bed truck, sponsored by Wolfhold Fiber Art. This is a heavy vehicle, and it does manage to push both cars off. Corvette Stingray almost flips over and recovers, but can't quite do it. Bon Voyage gets lucky. The Road Stars are a lively team of roadsters, appropriately enough. And one of the nice things about these vehicles is some of them have room for riders.
Get out the way!
Baby Cookie's gonna head down in Hooligan, sponsored by Ellie's Hop Shop. And Baby Cookie goes flying head first into the crates and bounces and rolls. But don't worry, Baby Cookie is one of the toughest babies around, and she has a lot of fun doing this. She didn't fly outside the junkyard this time, so that's good. Luckily, we've got Captain Picard keeping watch on Cookie over by the shuttlecraft.
I'm waiting.
Just in case anything happens. Next up for the Quackening, it's Duck Duck, sponsored by Jen's Mock Duck and More. Duck Duck does not have any better luck than the other duck. Bounces right off a hooligan and goes sideways. This team is doing pretty quacktastic, if you ask me. And it looks like Winneborgo is up to something on the side of the field. They're just transported over by Picard. I don't know if they're talking or what. Winneborgo, of course, under the control of the board. Here comes Zenderfact 4, sponsored by Chome. Zenderfact 4, another awkward hit, flips upside down, and Hooligan goes over as well. Is this going to be another massacre like the last qualifier? A lot of cars out right now. And what's going on with Winnebago transporting? And wait a minute, Picard? Where did Picard go? Was this something they agreed upon? Did Picard just get card-napped? Okay, I'll try to get the puns under control, but this quackening team's making it difficult. Fusion Buster's up for Jet Streak, sponsored by Emo Dingo. Fusion Buster finishes off Zenderfact. Duck Duck goes off. And right now we've only got 3 cars alive out of the 8 that are down there. Truculent is an aptly named team of aggressive trucks, GMCs and Chevys. Up next for them, it's the 84 GMC Sierra 2500, sponsored by Crow and Turtles Mini Painting. Nice heavy hit there by the Sierra and knocks his teammate, the GMC flatbed, off the track, but he stays alive. And that's what Junkyard Joust is about, survival. The 33 Ford Roadster's got a passenger. It's the Borg. This car is sponsored by Ellis Wurtenberger. The Roadster rams the back of the Sierra, and the Borg jumps into the bed of the truck briefly and then jumps out. He decided he didn't want to stay in the back of that truck. Kind of hides down there amongst all the vehicles. That looks sort of safe. Hope he's not going to try to assimilate any of these vehicles. Now up for the quackening, it's Daffy, sponsored by Regal Radio. Daffy jumps off the back of the Roadster, a nice flying leap, but unfortunately cannot land it. Slides in and turns sideways, almost enough to count as a survival, but as you know, it's got to be 45-degree angle or less. Zodic now for the Nashers, sponsored by Regal Radio. Zodic does not go off the back of that Roadster, starts pushing it up on the truck. Good hit. Jet Streak is back with some serious undercutting power. You might remember Jet Threat 3. He made it all the way to 4th place back in the Season 2 finals. Up now, though, for Jet Streak, it's Nitro Scorcher, sponsored by Sid from Cybertron. Nitro Scorcher boots Zodic off the track, and now that Roadster is somehow going up on the back of the pickup, and Scorcher is curbside. 84 GMC Sierra Classic 1500, sponsored by Stump's Tree Farm. And a giant slam by that Sierra Classic, and it might just have taken out 3 cars. Zodic and Scorcher are both out, and the Roadster is really close. Scorcher looks like a tough vehicle to take out, but he just flipped it over. It still rolls, but that is upside down. Roadstars are going to send down 3-window 34, sponsored by TJG. 3-window, a nice hit, but can't get the line of cars to break. Those trucks are holding things up. Locks it in. Quackening sending down the Vendetta Donald Duck, sponsored by Chemical Knight. Vendetta pops that 3-door off the track on the back of the tent on the back of that Sierra Classic, and the 3-door is done. Another elimination and the first sign of life on the quackening team. Neon Nashers have been around since Season 1. They haven't had a whole lot of success. They've got 3 out in this round already. HW Prototype 12 now, sponsored by Bion Automotive. Donald Duck takes flight and makes a nice landing right over there, nestled between Duck Duck and the Roadster. I think that's a recovery. Unfortunately, not so good for the Prototype, just flips right over. Neon Nashers in rough shape. Look out below, here comes Jet Threat 3 for Jet Streak, sponsored by Brendan Walsh. Jet Threat 3 knocks that Prototype all the way over into the tires, almost into the junkyard. That's going to be another elimination for Neon Nashers. Man, they are suffering here. 86 Chevy M1008, sponsored by Kieran Shelton, going to take a shot. The Park Ranger truck pushes Jet Threat underneath one of his own teammates. Of course, all these trucks still mostly on the track. Can't quite get it to flip over. It is just barely hanging on right there. Roadstars are going to send down the 29 Ford pickup, sponsored by Sloss Automotive Sachet and Buffet. The Ford pickup flips right off the track. A very disappointing hit right there. Flips over, goes upside down, does not cause any damage. Truculent got to be pretty pleased how this is shaking out. Mr. Farrier's class is back, and they are sponsoring the Quackening. Beware the Duck. Thanks for the sponsorship, guys. Here comes Donald 80 Graham, sponsored by Beak's Busted Barn Finds. Donald sort of makes a slow attempt to hit there. Might have been a prudent thing to do. Don't want to go too fast. You go right off the track. See if this works out for him. He's going to take a hit from Neon Bullet, sponsored by Liz's Wizard Arts and Witchcrafts. The bullet bounces off the back of Donald, and so far that's working out for him because the bullet just goes right off the track. Not in a good position right there. That could end badly. Gonna take a hit from Greased Lightning right now, sponsored by Judy Collins. Greased Lightning, look at that! Neon Bullet gets flung upside down on the side of the track, and Donald flips over forward, somehow balancing on his forehead on the top of that Park Ranger truck. Greased Lightning might have just got 2 eliminations on that hit. Now here comes the 99 Chevy Silverado for Truculent, sponsored by Hendrika's Heavy Hauling. The Silverado, a nice slam, and man, got some good action on that. Donald is plucked from the track. Only teams on the track right now are Truculent and Jetstreak. Roadstar sending down the Mod Rod, sponsored by Bentley's Brakes and Bumpers. Final car of the round. A nice smack on the back of that Silverado, but can't get a whole lot happening on the track. And I gotta tell you folks, I thought last qualifier was a lot of eliminations in the first round. Well, guess what? 15 cars in this round have been eliminated. I'm pretty sure that's a record of some sort. Not only that, we had damage on 2 of the trucks from Truculent. We lost a bumper and a hitch. Taking a look at the aftermath, the Quackening have barely ducked elimination with just 1 remaining. The Neon Nashers not so lucky. All 5 cars eliminated in round 1. Wow. Roadstars are down to 1. Jetstreak and Truculent each lost 1 apiece. They are looking pretty good right now. Truculent's going to start us off again with the GMC service bed. The GMC zooms down the track and lands up at the front, pushing our track buffer all the way up with him. Jetstreak's going to take a shot at that truck with Greased Lightning. Greased Lightning had 2 eliminations last round, and whoa, cannot quite do it. What a hit. The truck goes over and makes a recovery. I'm seeing pieces all over the place. I don't know if something broke or if that was from last round. Surprising roll from that boxy truck. The Quackening's last chance to stay in the match, Vendetta Donald. Donald hits the back of Scorcher and goes curbside. That's never good. When you're curbside, you're vulnerable. Modrod's got a chance to take Donald out here and secure a slot in the main event for Roadstars. Modrod speeds into Donald. Donald goes upside down up on the front of Scorcher. There's still room for movement here. There's still a chance that car could recover. It is not over yet. Here comes a 67 gram hit from the Truculent team. The 84 GMC finishes off Donald. Donald up by the crates, upside down, unlikely to be recovering up there. Scorcher gets physically removed from the track, and now Modrod has to survive. Otherwise, we're going to have a tie for 3rd place. Last qualifier, as you know, we had a 3-way tie for 3rd place. Could it happen again? Here comes Jetstreak with Jet Threat 3. A nice undercut there by Jet Threat, but that truck is gripping the side of the track, refusing to go over. Kind of looks like he's hung up on one of the wings of Jet Threat. Silverado's got to be careful here. He's going to take out his own teammate. A punishing hit from the Silverado, and the 84 GMC slides across Donald, almost manages to make a recovery, and so does Donald. That was really close, but they are both done. Meanwhile, Modrod is in trouble right here, Jetstreak underneath. Here comes Bon Voyage for the streak. Bon Voyage pops Modrod up, but Modrod doesn't slide off the edge. Man, that car is just barely clinging on to survival here. 2 cars left. One of them is the Chevy M1008 for Truculent. The Chevy says Bon Voyage to Bon Voyage, and that car is upside down over by his teammate. Not coming back from that. Good hit. Final car of the round, Fusion Buster. Fusion Buster doesn't make anything new happen, and Modron hangs on, and we have just avoided a tie situation. And unbelievably, this match is over in 2 rounds. We had 15 eliminations last time. We had 3 in this round, and that was enough to finish it up. Let's take a look at our aftermath. Quackening was eliminated. Jetstreak and Truculent each lost 1. Pretty good effort on their part, and Roadstars managed to stay alive. And that's all that counts. Your survivors for this match. Moving on to the main event, Truculent Roadstars and Jet Streak. Congratulations to the winners. And if I'm not mistaken, I just heard the Borg cube open up, and look at this. Indeed, Picard was kidnapped. This is certainly an act of aggression by the Borg. How is Baby Cookie gonna respond to this? I guess we'll find out next time. Next time on the Joust, we've still got some unfinished business. We need 2 teams for the main event. We're going to resolve the 3-way tie and the controversy with Crimson and Tool Time in one runoff. Thanks to Meme Lord for that suggestion. This is going to be pretty fun. Here are all the teams that have qualified for the main event. And from what we've seen in these qualifiers, I think it's going to be an amazing competition. I cannot wait. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe. I'd love to have you around. And if you want to sponsor a car and support this show, head over to patreon.com/junkyardjoust. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you next time on The Joust.
Legend has it a long time ago there used to be this thing called Junkyard Joust. There ain't many of us left now who remember it. Jousting for fun. Not anymore. Now the joust is the only way to survive. The only way to get the lifeblood that keeps our vehicles running and keeps us in the game. But that's a story for another time. What the world ought to remember is how we got here in the first place. Well, this is that story.
A 3-way tie, a contested elimination, and maybe even some Borg interference have all led to this very special episode of Junkyard Joust. That's right, it's a runoff. Hi everybody, I'm Aaron Yonda. It was a wild ride, but these 5 teams are here now, and 2 of them get to move on to the main event. 3 will not. This runoff is between Tool Time, Crimson Crashers, Jousters of the Universe, Industrial Accidents, and the War Pigs. We are jumping right into the Joust with the VW T1 panel bus, sponsored by Ellis Wurtenberger. You can see the randomly determined running order. Each team sends down 1 car at a time until all 25 cars have gone down. Crimson Crashers here tonight to prove that they, and not Tool Time, were the ones that should have moved on. The War Pigs have decided to send down the Humvee first, sponsored by Swedenborg Smorgasbord. Humvee slams into the back of that VW and stops dead in its tracks, but manages to stay on the track, and that's important. Up first for the Jousters of the Universe, the Mo2 Wind Raider, sponsored by Sean and Patrick Hogan. The Wind Raider, unsteady vehicle, wants to take flight, I think, but somehow manages to stay on the track, and now they're all locked in and lined up. Up first for Tool Time, it's Tooligan, sponsored by Regal Radio. Tooligan knocks that Wind Raider into the air, and that thing does like to fly. Look at that. A nice flipping, overturning recovery, and it lands upright. Industrial Accidents, one of the teams involved in that 3-way tie. They are sponsored by Dimbulb. First up for them, Road Roller, sponsored by Sloss Automotive Sachet and Buffet. Big hit by the roller, goes all the way under Tooligan and knocks that Humvee off, but does not manage to eliminate either one of those vehicles. So a good hit, but it's not gonna help Industrial Accidents. Up now for the Crashers, it's Gazella GT, sponsored by Hendrika's Heavy Hauling. The Gazella gets under Road Roller. Road Roller goes up and takes a bad turn, goes over upside down. That is probably gonna be an elimination. First one of the round so far. War Pigs are going with the military Jeep now. The Jeep flies through the Gazella, and that thing twists and turns all over the place, but does not manage the recovery. That's going to be an elimination for that Jeep, but now it's curbside. That's going to be dangerous. Skeletor is going to take a shot, sponsored by Kieran Shelton. Skeletor, ooh, man, nasty hit right there. Skeletor just goes straight upside down. Gets the elimination, but at the cost of his own sacrifice. In case you missed it, we've got an arms race going on here at the Junkyard. Picard has been kidnapped by the Borg. Now the Borg's got to go up on Grease Rod and head down the track. Tool Time, of course, headed up by the controversial Tim the Destroyer vehicle. Grease Rod now, though, for Tool Time, sponsored by Emo Dingo. Grease Rod slams into the back of the VW enough to get it to go curbside, and that is bad news for that VW. Impact was so great that the Borg flips out and looks kind of stunned lying on the ground. And what's this? It looks like the crafty Baby Cookie was hiding in a bush, and now that the Borg is out of sight, I think Cookie's gonna mount a rescue operation.
Mind your business!
Well, on with the Joust. Speed Dozer now for the accident. Speed Dozer, wow, devastating hit right there, but the VW does not go over. Grease Rod, however, is sideways, at least for the moment, and Speed Dozer tries to escape the track, doesn't quite make it. And I think I hear Baby Cookie, yep. Cookie has managed to climb on top of Winneborgo. Now, this is a surprise. I thought she was going to rescue Picard. Maybe that's part of the plan still. Pontiac Banshee, sponsored by Beak's Busted Barn Finds. Banshee had the best performance in the qualifiers. Oh no, this is good, but not for Crimson Crashers. The VW has been pushed off the track now sideways. Probably no coming back from that. So a devastating hit, but not to their team's advantage. Winneborgo is teleporting after that conversation with Cookie. I don't know what is going on here, folks. In any case, Half Track is up now for the Pig, sponsored by Tim the Bear Neal. 153 grams, and the Banshee is popped right off the track. And look at that, Grease Rod makes a recovery after that big hit. More bad news for Crimson, but a reprieve for Tool Time. And I guess Cookie was mounting a rescue. Picard is safe on top of Winneborgo. There goes Winneborgo teleporting away. I don't know where they're going, but the Borg's still lying stunned on the field. Probably didn't even see any of this happen. Back to the joust with Jousters of the Universe. Another one of the teams with that three-way tie. They're going to send down none other than He-Man himself, sponsored by Chone. He-Man slams into the back of Half Track and cannot get that thing off the track. Almost gets under, but bounces backwards. So much power, but not enough. He does not have the power. Here comes a heavy vehicle for Tool Time. Speed Driver with Al on the back, sponsored by TJG. He-Man is no match for Al from Tool Time. There he goes, skittering across the track, up to the front, slams into the crates, upside down. He-Man did so well for them in that qualifier, not so much here. Up for the industrial accident, Road Scraper, sponsored by Winnebago Trauma Clinic. Road Scraper makes a half-hearted attempt to get under. Speed Driver cannot do it, though he is curbside. Crimson's going to send down Solaire. This car is known for its offensive capability, sponsored by Brendan Walsh. Solaire gets underneath Road Scraper, and it doesn't manage to take it down. Good hit, get some action, but no eliminations. One of the heaviest teams taking part in the joust this year, it's the War Pigs, and they are sponsored by Mr. Farrier's class. The Borg was using this vehicle earlier to fend off Baby Cookie and their Rocket Tank, sponsored by Emo Dingo. Solid hit there by Rocket Tank, pushes Solaire into the Speed Driver. Speed Driver is tilted. I think that's enough to be eliminated right there. We shall see. Ram Man's up next, sponsored by Sid from Cybertron. Ram Man knocks Rocket Tank right off the side. Rocket Tank flips over and is done right next to the Borg. Barely misses the Borg. Borg doesn't even know what's going on, still stunned. Now we'll see if that little stabilizer at the back of Ram Man helps him. Track Hammer is out for Tool Time. This is an undercutter sponsored by Carlton Hill Enterprises. Track Hammer cannot get under the little doohickey on the back of Ram Man, and that ends up working out nicely. Good stop. Tractor Plow's up for the accident, sponsored by Hey Hey's Hatchback Hanger. Tractor Plow fails to plow any of these cars off the track. A little motion up front. It looks like Al's almost making a recovery. Not sure that's enough, though, with our new 45-degree rule. Love them or hate them, they're the Crimson Crashers, and they want into that main event. Porsche 962 now, sponsored by Jedi. The Porsche gets some good undercutting action, pushes Tractor Plow over, but Tractor Plow gets a little revenge right there at the end, flips that car up on top of Track Hammer, and now that Porsche is in trouble. Second heaviest vehicle on the Pig, 6x6 track, sponsored by Sicken. 6x6 does manage to get that Porsche off the track, but look at that. Porsche makes a nice solid recovery, good balance as it goes up, heavy enough to survive that, and now Half Track is in danger up front. Evil Lynn now, sponsored by Crone Turtles Mini Painting. A solid push by Evil Lynn, and Half Track comes off the track and goes sideways. That was a big elimination right there. Half Track is going to be out, and Jousters of the Universe got to be celebrating that hit. Big hit to survive here. Tim the Destroyer, 159 grams, sponsored by Sid from Cybertron. Boom! Tim breaks up the line of cars. Trackhammer and Ram Man are tossed off the track. That's 2 cars moved. Even the big 6x6 is pushed up to the front. Next up, it's Street Cleaver for the accidents. Street Cleaver makes a weak attempt, cannot really get any movement there, except if look up front, Trackhammer has gone sideways. And that's gonna count as an elimination because that was the final car of round 1, and what a round it was. We've been seeing a lot of eliminations in these first rounds lately, and this is no exception. 13 vehicles have been eliminated. Right now, Tool Time and Jousters of the Universe are doing the best with only 2 eliminations. Crimson, Industrial, and Warpigs all lost 3. That's pretty even across the board. And we had a little damage on the field. 6x6 track lost some bumper. An eventful round, and the Borg missed most of it. Now he's coming back to the Borg cube and noticing for the first time that Picard is gone. When a Borgo's gone, everybody's basically gone. That's gotta be a shock. Tooligans up first, right into round 2. We got 12 cars left. All 5 teams are still in it. We're going until there's only 2 teams left, so expect the tension to keep ratcheting up. First up for the Jousters, Motu Wind Raider. Wind Raider, wow, that was a nasty hit on Tooligan there. Tooligan goes flying, and look at this. Tooligan cannot make a recovery. This is a car that's been pretty good at recovering. This time just flops over and gives up. Done. Got a little boost there from Evil Weevil, I think. Humvee's gonna get a shot at the Wind Raider now. Humvee plows into Motu Wind Raider, sends it flying off the track, and wait a minute, look at this. Evil Weevil. It looked like something was a little off about Evil Weevil on that last hit, and Tooligan, it looks like, may have damaged Evil Weevil, and now Evil Weevil has come apart on the track. And yet the joust must continue. Solaire is next. Solaire knocks the Humvee into the air, and Evil Weevil is tossed off the track unceremoniously in 3 parts. That little vehicle's been around since the beginning and has taken so many hits. It finally just gave up the ghost. Wow, the drama continues here in this runoff. Man, oh man, Road Scraper's up now. Road Scraper pushes into Solaire. Solaire bounces off the safety now that Evil Weevil has been destroyed. And the Humvee bounces a little but stays upright. The Borg takes off and Grease Rod heads up to the top of the hill. Takes a moment to slam into that shuttlecraft. Must be pretty upset about what's been going on. And here goes the Grease Rod. Grease Rod, ooh man, what a hit was that, and the Borg goes flying out again, and the Grease Rod just flips upside down and lands in the back of Road Scraper, upside down. Somehow it lodged itself in there. That's a tough car to eliminate, but it might not be out if it gets punched off the back of that thing. Borg, meanwhile, stunned flat on his face. And it looks like this might have been the moment they were waiting for. Winneborgo's back with Baby Cookie, and wait a minute, there's 2 Baby Cookies. What on earth is happening here? Winneborgo has come back with an additional Baby Cookie. Is it a clone? Is it from another timeline? What is their plan? Ram Man's up now as we continue jousting, although it's hard to focus here. There's so much going on. Ram Man nudges the Grease Rod, but the Grease Rod cannot get free of Road Scraper. I think I've got something that might help. It's 6x6 track, 139 grams. 6x6 track pounds into all the cars down there in the track. Ram Man is definitely helped by having that thing in the back. Grease Rod does not manage to make a recovery, and Road Scraper is looking good right now. Just the 2 undercutters left for the Crimson Crashers. Here comes the Porsche. The Porsche pushes but can't get under 6x6. Ram Man gets squished, and 6x6 is tilting. Ooh, that could be bad. And I've just noticed one of the Baby Cookies has clambered back up on top of that missile. Let's see if Street Cleaver can make anything happen. Street Cleaver, wow, did you see that hit? The Porsche goes flying, goes right over the Borg. Maybe even biffs him a little bit on the way down, but that is gonna be an elimination for Crimson Crashers. They're down to just Solaire, good hit. Tim the Destroyer now for Tool Time. Tim massacres every car on the track. Well, really only one of them, but still that was a lot of action. 6x6 for Warpigs was the affected vehicle here. Street Cleaver makes it out fine. And as you can see from Skycam, Ram Man did survive that hit, but wow, Tim the Destroyer living up to his name right there. He will land the final car for round 2. A big bash from Evil Lynn. Bounces off Tim, goes off the track. Baby Cookie falls off the missile. Despite that mini earthquake, Ram Man somehow makes a full recovery. And we've got a Cookie on the ground. Might delay whatever they have been planning. 4 eliminations in this chaotic round, but none of the teams are out. Let's take a look at the aftermath. All of these teams have been pretty whittled down right now. Tool Time, Crimson, and War Pigs are down to 1. Industrial's down to 2, and Jousters are looking good. They didn't lose a single vehicle that round. We'll start round 3 in a second, but right now we've got something going on the field with the Borg. The Borg heading over to that tank with the missile on it. He looks pretty upset. Cookie's back on the missile, and the other Cookie and Winneborgo, there they go. They're gone. Nobody knows where they went. The Borg is on the chase, though. Oh, we got stuck over on the brush. Now, as you know, Evil Weevil was destroyed. It's a sad thing. Evil Weevil's been with us since the beginning of Junkyard Joust, but luckily, Evil Weevil's cousin has volunteered to step in and be the new track buffer and prevent cars from bouncing off that safety rail. So round 3 can start now. We're starting with the Wind Raider for the Jousters. It's been a little hectic. There goes the purple Evil Weevil down to the front of the track. We still got 5 teams in this, folks. We gotta have 2 winners before this can end. You can see the Borg down in the corner, stuck on that brush still. Here comes Road Scraper for the Industrial Accidents. They got 2 cars left. And the Wind Raider makes another spectacular recovery off the back of the new Evil Weevil. A little flip there, and luckily it goes the right way for him. The Wind Raider has stepped up to the plate and made multiple spectacular recoveries in this match and kept He-Man at the top of the pack. And here comes Tim the Destroyer. Whoa, the new Evil Weevil goes flying all the way over to the stone fences, almost out of the junkyard completely. What a massive hit! And we're already breaking in the new track buffer. That hit was so hard that Tim almost went sideways on the track, and he's definitely in danger right now. Look out, Cookie, it looks like the Borg got free of that brush. Here comes the Humvee for the pigs. Humvee, not much going on right there. Slams into the trailer hitch on the back of the Tool Time trailer and gets kind of wedged underneath. Final car for the Crashers, it's Solaire. Whoa, Solaire mows down every vehicle on the track with one mighty hit. The Humvee goes sideways. Road Scraper goes off the track and also goes sideways. Tim the Destroyer makes an incredible move and balances on the track. He's going to be the only vehicle that survived that hit. And look at this, the Borg now trying to get over to Baby Cookie. But again, he gets that tank stuck, this time between the billboard and the Quonset hut. Now here comes Ram Man for the Jousters. And a good ram from Ram Man, but Tim is too well balanced and slides off. He is not tipping. And it looks like some sort of countdown is happening. Not exactly sure what that means. I imagine we'll find out when it gets down to 0. Street Cleaver. Street Cleaver goes up off the back of Ram Man and almost goes off the track, but runs into Tim instead. No eliminations on that hit. Final car of this tumultuous round 3, Evil Lynn. Evil Lynn blasts into the cars and only manages to take out her own teammate Ram Man. Ram Man can't quite make a recovery. Street Cleaver, however, looks like is beyond the 45-degree angle, so that's going to count as another elimination. So a good job there despite losing one of their own team. They've got team members to spare at this point. They're the only team that does. Looks like we're going to have 4 eliminations and 2 teams are going to be out. We just lost Industrial Accidents and War Pigs. We're down to Tool Time Crashers and Jousters. Jousters with the edge at 2 cars. If one more team gets eliminated, this is over. We're heading into round 4 here, starting out with the Wind Raider as usual are the Jousters. The Borg still stuck on the billboard back there. Wind Raider goes a little wibbly wobbly on the track, but manages to settle down. And now he's going to have to face a hit from Solaire, one of the most fearsome cars on the track right now. And the Wind Raider goes up in the air, goes over, looks like he's not going to make it, takes a good bounce off Evil Weevil, and makes an absolutely incredible recovery. May have just ensured that He-Man and the Jousters stay in this match. Solaire might be a tough car going down, but can it survive a hit from Tim the Destroyer? Tim slams into the back of Solaire, and I have no idea how Solaire stayed on the track after that hit. Most cars would have been flung off the track after that. It almost looks like the back end of Solaire gets sort of stuck on Tim's feet and prevents it from being tossed off the track. Here comes Evil Lynn. Evil Lynn smacks the back of Tool Time, cannot get Tool Time off, although it was pretty close. And that's all 4 cars that are left in this match. Nobody went down that round. We're going straight into round 5. Here comes the Motu Wind Raider again. Wind Raider slides into place, a little steadier this time as it takes its place on the track. Running order this time puts Tool Time second, Tim the Destroyer. Tim batters the Wind Raider off the track, but that thing is refusing to give up in this match. It has been consistently successful in recovering every time. And maybe some bad news here for Tim. He is curbside and Solaire is coming down next. This ought to be good. Solaire does what Solaire does so well, and Tim the Destroyer bounces and is pushed off to the side, goes sideways, tries to come back. The track prevents him from making a full recovery, but is that considered sideways, or is that going to be right side up? And the Borg has finally ripped itself free of that billboard and is racing towards a confrontation with Baby Cookie. I'm not sure what's going to happen there, folks. I'm getting a little worried about that. Here comes Evil Lynn, final car of this round. Evil Lynn rear ends Solaire, but Solaire again resists the elimination. Now the question is Tim the Destroyer beyond the 45-degree angle? That will determine whether this match is over or if it continues. The officials are going to get out the big slab of rusted iron that measures that 45-degree angle. And as you can tell from that incline, it is slightly beyond 45 degrees. The officials are saying it's approximately 60 degrees. Folks, that means Tim the Destroyer is out of this match. You've got 2 winners tonight. Crimson and the Jousters have done it. Crimson with 1, Jousters with 2 at the end of this. And here are all the teams that are gonna be in the main event. Although this countdown is happening, I'm not exactly sure what that means. All I know for sure is that we're going to have 30 teams competing for dominance in the Junkyard, and Indigo Icepick's Legionary and Emerald Undercutters are coming back. I hope Cookie doesn't blow up the world or anything.
You guessed it!
Uh-oh. And now that countdown is down to 0. Oh boy.
We're gonna destroy the world!
And just like that, the world changed forever. Nobody knows what happened to the baby, the spaceman, and the Winnebago. And truth be told, we ain't got time to wonder about it. There's jousting to do.
Lamel just goes straight up in the air, just straight up, and then lands flawlessly on the ground. Emerald Undercurrent is the only team that's made it to the finals every season of Junkyard Joust, due in large part to Lamelt, their ace in the hole. Last season they placed 3rd after Lamelt was taken out by Hammered Kook for Legionary. In season 2 it was Creature from the Black Lagoon versus Lamelt, and Creature got the better of Lamelt in an epic finale. They got 2nd place that year. And in season 1, who could forget the infamous moment when Lamelt took down almost the entire Silver Slivers team in one go? Hi everybody, welcome to the Junkyard Joust. I'm Aaron Yonda, and tonight Emerald Undercurrent are back to take on 9 other teams in the very first main event of season 4. Only 3 of these 10 teams can move on to the finals. Let's head out into the Junkyard. I think it's time to joust. Evil Weevil, our track buffer, is now in place. Appropriately enough, sponsored by Track Buffer LLC. Evil Weevil's been doing a great job all season, still in tip-top shape after all this time. And there's LaForge, Troy, and Cookie hanging out in the shuttle. They've been riding down in cars all season. Nothing particularly eventful has happened. They've been having a great time. And now it's time to get round 1 started with Rig Heat for the Flying Rig, sponsored by Beaks Busted Barn Finds. Running order is up. The teams will be going down in this order 1 at a time. They decide what cars to send down. The round will end once all 50 cars have descended. Next up, it's Wienermobile for Wiener Magic, sponsored by Sloss Automotive Sachet and Buffet. Wienermobile bonks Rig Heat. They all slide up to the front a little bit farther, but they are locked in. Here's a big old car, the 58 Chevy Impala for the Copperhead, sponsored by Ellis Wurtenberg. Impala slides into the back of the Wiener and cannot get any cars off the track, but a nice, solid run. Prism Break is up. Now Scion XB, sponsored by Chemical Knight. The Scion slams into the back of that Impala, and the Wiener pops up and on top of Rig Heat, and that is not a good position to be in. Mr. Maroon has been around since Season 1, and this season they've chosen a particularly battered group of vehicles. First up for them, it's going to be the 40 Ford two-door, sponsored by Stump's Tree Farm. The two-door shoves the Wienermobile off the track, and the Wienermobile, look at that recovery, sliding off. Looks like it's probably not going to go up right, but it does. That's some Wiener magic right there. Coming down for the Sunshades, it's 5 Alarm, sponsored by Jedi. 5 Alarm tries to heave the two-door off the track, can't quite do it, gets him up curbside, but that's all he can manage now. 5 Alarm is also curbside. Crimson Crashers are starting off the VW T1 panel bus, sponsored by Ellis Wertenberger. The panel bus knocks 5 Alarm off the track, but 5 Alarm is really good at recoveries and proves it right there, as usual. Now he got two-door locked back in the track. The myth, the legend, it's LaMelt for Emerald Undercurrent. LaMelt makes the tiniest of hits on the back of the VW, and LaMelt went down right now for a reason. Look at the back of that car. That is going to wreak havoc on the cars coming down the track now. First car to give it a try, it's Fusion Buster for Jet Streak, sponsored by Emo Dingo. Fusion Buster goes off the back of LaMelt and off the VW and makes a really nice recovery, stays balanced. Good athleticism with that hit. Here comes the Thunder Cutters. Team sponsor is TJG. You shut up when Pink Floyd is playing. Super Modified's up first, sponsored by Carlton Hill Enterprises. Super Modified manages to almost get under, actually does get under LaMelt, but cannot push LaMelt off. That's a quality undercutter right there. Not a lot of cars can do that. Taskmaster is up for the Flying Rig, sponsored by the Turbo Ventures. Taskmaster, big hit, and LaMelt goes toppling. Did not flip over. Kind of a lucky recovery right there for LaMelt. A lot of cars in competition right now that I think can handle LaMelt. I mean, they've had 3 seasons to look at what LaMelt does and prepare for it. Here's Chicane for Wiener Magic, sponsored by Swedenborg Smorgasbord. Chicane knocks Super Modified almost off the track and pushes Taskmaster up a little bit. Now we'll see if this car breaks into pieces like it did last time when Triple Threat makes the hit for Copperhead, sponsored by Stump's Tree Farm. Triple Threat gets underneath Chicane, no breakage there. Cars that are damaged during the qualifiers, of course, get a chance to repair themselves before the main event. Brand new team this season, the very colorful Prism Break. Up first for them is going to be the 69 Chevelle, sponsored by Woeful Fiber Art. The Chevelle gets a nice hit and 2 cars pushed off. Unfortunately, one of them, a teammate. The Scion gets pushed sideways. Chicane is out probably. The Scion was the #1 car for Prism Break in the qualifiers. Hopefully they didn't just lose it. Next up for Mr. Maroon, it's the 83 Custom Corvette, sponsored by Mr. Bobo. Got a bit of a messed up windshield on this thing. Nice hit there, and the Chevelle goes toppling all over the place. Actually backed up on the top of Taskmaster, but couldn't complete the move and flipped over sideways and in danger. Gotta wonder if Troy is rethinking this parking spot and... oh my. Is that Winnebago? What is all that stuff? And Cookie, wait a minute.
It's me!
Cookie? And another Cookie?
Is there another one?
There's 2 baby cookies. This doesn't make any sense. I don't know what's going on, but the joust must continue. Ford Aerostar now for the Sunshade, sponsored by Woeful Fiber Art. The Ford Aerostar, a nice, powerful hit, and that convertible is knocked sideways. Triple Threat manages to make a nice escape off to the right side. Up for the Crashers, it's the Pontiac Banshee, sponsored by Beaks Busted Barn Finds. Ooh, a powerful hit from the Banshee, but look at what happens. 2 cars recover. That's the opposite of what you want to do here in Junkyard Joust. But the Corvette and the Chevette are thanking the Pontiac right now. Taking another look at what's going on the side of the field, it looks like Captain Picard is here. That cookie from wherever that cookie came from brought him with, and he is receiving medical attention. I wonder what happened with him.
Who's the baby now, fool?
The Gallant Eterna's up now for the Undercurrent. The Gallant, a seasoned professional, goes off the back of the Pontiac and makes a nice landing. Always fun to see this car in action. And according to LaForge, it appears that Captain Picard was under the process of being assimilated. No idea how that would have happened. Both baby cookies have climbed on top of the weird-looking Winnebago. Now that I think about it, that Winnebago kind of looks like a Borg.
Yes, it is.
Anyway, here is the Jetstreak team. They are a team of undercutters, very low to the ground and fast. Up now for them, it's Bon Voyage, sponsored by Liz's Wizard Arts and Witchcrafts. Bon Voyage gets way under the Pontiac, and the Pontiac pops up in the air, gets caught, and flips over. That's a car that has made some great recoveries, but not so great right here. And the next hit is going to be trouble for Taskmaster for sure. Speaking of trouble, I hear Baby Cookie. And the duplicate Baby Cookie. And Winnebago has just beamed away with the cookies in tow. I don't know where, somewhere through space and or time maybe? American Victory's up now for Thundercutter, sponsored by PriceX Private Parts. American Victory does the job against Taskmaster. Taskmaster is turned over sideways. Very little chance of recovery there, though it's not impossible. Up now for the rigs, it's Cabin Fever, sponsored by Wayland Enterprises International. Big hit from Cabin Fever, and American Victory is tossed sideways. Bon Voyage manages to escape. Nice hit. Here comes Avis Quattro for Wiener Magic, sponsored by Dr. Gonza. Avis slams that Cabin Fever vehicle off the track, but Cabin Fever shows some great balance and does not flip over. Here are the Copperheads, a team with some good variety, and of course they're all copper. Up next for them, the Custom Mako Shark, sponsored by Judy Collins. The Shark cannons into position, and this was a devastating hit. It might not have seemed like much, but the Scion and the Gallant Eterna have both gone over. That was two big eliminations right there. Here comes Burlesque, sponsored by Sloth Automotive Sachet and Buffet. Undercut extraordinary. Look at the Shark go up in the air. Avis almost gets taken off the track as well. That was a great hit for Burlesque. The Shark just goes all over the place. Does a little favor for the Gallant Eterna right there and rights that car, then finally falls upside down. Up next for Maroon, it's Street Scorcher, sponsored by Chemical Knight. Ooh, some serious scorching going on right there, and the Avis is tossed off the track. The two-door farther down the track goes up on 5-alarm, but manages to retain its balance, and the Street Scorcher kind of stunned from its own hit. Still good, though. T-Bird Stalker for the Sunshade, sponsored by Beaks Busted Barn Finds. The Stalker clips into the back of Burlesque, but that line is so solid right now, nothing is happening. And just when we thought everything had settled down, I hear the sound of, yep, it's Winnebago with Baby Cookie, but just one of them now. What happened to the other Baby Cookie?
I don't know.
Here comes Gazella GT for the Crimson Crashers, sponsored by Hendrika's Heavy Hauling. Gazella assassinates that T-Bird Stalker, flips it upside down, and it rolls off the track. Nice hit by that car. Emerald Undercurrent are sponsored by the Mighty Guardian Ranaman. You might notice some new blood. One swap is allowed for returning champion teams. This year, Emerald Undercurrent have chosen Open Roadster to replace Eye Candy. Next up for the Undercurrent, it is Salt Shaker. Salt Shaker makes a nice effort there, pushes some cars off the track, but does not get any eliminations. Looks like Baby Cookie has hopped off of Winnebago to go check on the status of Captain Picard.
I'll be your number 2.
Hopefully they'll be able to get him unassimilated. We're a little over halfway through round 1. Here's a quick peek at what's going on down on the track. You can see there are quite a few eliminations so far, and plenty more to come. Greased Lightning now, sponsored by Judy Collins. Greased Lightning lives up to its name, a fast hit, and Burlesque is tossed over all the cars, goes up to almost to the front, goes upside down, cannot survive. Salt Shaker is twisted and turned off the track, but manages to survive for the moment. Steamroller now for the Thundercutters, sponsored by Mark the Music Lover. Steamroller gets underneath Greased Lightning, but still wedged in there pretty solid. So many cars have been pushed off the track, we've got a little canyon growing in between them. Semi-Fast for the rig, sponsored by Regal Radio. Semi-Fast rolls through that canyon, a nice hit, but can't get any action, only Salt Shaker rolling off to safety. Here's a look at the full Wiener Magic team. You might recognize the silver and purple one. That's Rev Rod with the new paint job. Up now for them, it's Heavy Hitcher, sponsored by Illuminati Public Relations. Heavy Hitcher almost gets Steamroller rolled up on top of Semi-Fast, but can't quite do it and does not get anything else to happen. Here comes Innovator, sponsored by Chome for the Copperheads. Small car, but it can't quite get under Heavy Hitcher and backs out underneath. Vendetta now for Prison Break, sponsored by Mark the Music Lover. Vendetta gets a good hit. Innovator and Heavy Hitcher are both pushed over sideways. It's going to be difficult for them to make a recovery in this big heaping hill of cars that's being built here. Heavy car coming down. Firebird Funny Car, 62 grams, sponsored by Ellis Werdenberger. This car looks like it's been beat to hell. It's heavy enough to get down the track with some speed, though, and cause some potential damage. Heavy Hitcher gets pushed off a little bit farther, and Innovator is upside down. Cockney Cab 2 is the car that got it done for the Sunshades in the Qualifier, sponsored by Price X Private Parts. Cockney Cab slaps the back of the Firebird Funny Car and pushes it farther down. Crimson Crashers were 5th in last year's finals. They've been around for a while, and they are gunning for the finals again. Up now, it's the Porsche 962, sponsored by Jelle. The Porsche does what it does so well, a massive undercut. And wow, the Cockney Cab goes flying way up in the air and lands and then manages to land yet again, then finally goes right side up down at the bottom of the pile. Open Roadster now for the Emerald Undercurrent, sponsored by Judy Collins. Ooh, a good debut for Open Roadster. Look at that. The Porsche gets flipped upside down. The Firebird Funny Car is tossed off the side of the track sideways. Those are both heavy cars. That was a savage hit from Open Roadster. Here comes a low-slung car, Nitro Scorcher, sponsored by Sid from Cybertruck. Nitro Scorcher tries to do the same thing to Open Roadster, but Open Roadster's not having it. Flips over sideways and then mounts a perfect recovery on top of the VW. Wow. Emerald Undercurrent's got to be pretty happy about their choice right now. Those eyes are looking pretty confident right now. Turbo Wedge for the Thunder Cutter, sponsored by Judy Collins. Turbo Wedge blasts under Nitro Scorcher. Nitro Scorcher goes all the way down past Open Roadster and doesn't make a recovery. It's honestly kind of hard to tell with this car. It almost seems like it's reversible, but taking a closer look, yes, Nitro Scorcher has made an amazing recovery after that nasty hit. Here's a good look at the full lineup of the Flying Rigs. Next up for them, it's going to be Long Gone, 81 grams, sponsored by Bion Automotive. Long Gone causes a lot of action on the field, but look at that, the Porsche has recovered now. Steamroller in yellow gets flipped upside down and takes the place of the Porsche. Little switcheroo right there. Rev Rod now, sponsored by Crone Turtles Mini Painting. Rev Rod bounces off the back of Long Gone. Turbo Wedge now is up sideways. Steamroller almost starts to make a recovery, but can't quite do it. Altered Ego was a great car for Copperheads in the Qualifier, sponsored by Swedenborg Smorgasbord. Altered Ego chucks Rev Rod all the way down the line of cars. Rev Rod spins and spins, and Rev Rod loves to do this, but I'm not sure that Rev Rod actually made a recovery right there. Right now, that is looking pretty sideways. That could be a problem. Here comes Paradigm Shift, sponsored by PresX Private Parts. Paradigm Shift bounces also off the back of Altered Ego, goes back a little bit, and I don't see a whole lot of action. Turbo Wedge goes more upside down. Mr. Maroon's going to send down Blown Camaro, sponsored by Dr. Gonzo. Blown Camaro kind of blew that chance to take out Paradigm Shift or Altered Ego and just kind of pushes into him. Here's a good look at the full roster of the Sunshades. They're a very well-balanced team. They're going to send down Road Flipper, 61 grams, sponsored by Chemical Knight. Road Flipper gets underneath the Blown Camaro, and it does not end well. Paradigm Shift also goes up on the top of Altered Ego and does not make a recovery. And now Altered Ego could be in trouble here. But actually, everybody's in trouble because it's Solaire coming down, sponsored by Brendan Walsh. Solaire gets under all the cars, gets way under Blown Camaro. Blown Camaro goes way up in the air, almost to a 6 probably. Altered Ego flips over and is done. Road Flipper somehow doesn't flip and actually just sits on top of Solaire. Berserk now for the undercurrent. Berserk tries to carve its way underneath Solaire. That's not happening. Solaire keeps forging forward, and Road Flipper stays alive. Jet Threat 3's up now for Jet Streak, sponsored by Brendan Walsh. Jet Threat tosses Berserk off the track, but Berserk makes a nice pivot and turns at the last moment and lands it right next to his own teammate, Salt Shaker. Could have been worse. Oddly enough, we ended up with 2 Firebird Funny Cars this season. This one's sponsored by Beak's Busted Barn Finds and is working for the Thunder Cutters. Ooh, man, that was a nice hit. This Firebird Funny Car's in a lot better shape than the other one, and the cars just go flying. Road Flipper is tossed over to the right, does not make a recovery. That's going to be an elimination, and Jet Threat just hangs on for the ride because that is the end of round 1. Look at that pile of cars. We had a pretty healthy amount of eliminations in this round. 21 cars are heading out. Taking a look at the aftermath, Thunder Cutters lost 3, Jetstreak and Crimson only lost 1 apiece, Sunshades lost 2, and Emerald Undercurrent did not lose a single car. Taking a look at the other 5 teams, Flying Rigs lost 2, Mr. Maroon lost 2, Wiener Magic was devastated by losing 4, Copperheads and Prison Break each lost 3. It's time for round 2. Emerald Undercurrent didn't lose a single car. They will automatically start first. The running order is randomly determined based on the number of cars a team has left. And when Emerald Undercurrent has the most cars left, you know what car they're going to start out with. It's going to be Lamel. Crimson taking no chances, going to send down the VW T1 panel bus. This thing probably won't go off the back of Lamel. And no, it doesn't. Too low to the ground. A handy vehicle to have on your team in this situation. They might have been thinking of Lamel when they put this car on their team. Jetstreak has got Bon Voyage on tap. Let's see if it can do any damage. Bon Voyage, a swift smack to the back of the VW, but can't get anywhere, and now goes curbside. Here comes the ever-agile 5-Alarm. 5-Alarm gets caught up in the back of Bon Voyage. Bon Voyage gets pushed off, but stays alive. Rig Heat. Rig Heat gets some good action. 5-Alarm gets jostled and pushed off the track, but look at this amazing recovery off the back of the VW. This thing just has amazing balance. No eliminations yet. Here comes the Ford 2-door for Maroon. The 2-door gets a little bit of a punch on the back of Rig Heat, but can't make it happen. Mr. Maroon's Firebird Funny Car is out, but Thundercutter's Firebird Funny Car is in. Here it goes. Firebird Funny Car gets a big hit, but oh, it backfires and they go off the back of the 2-door. Almost flip over, but not quite. Still going. Rig Heat, though, is sideways. Bandetta's up for Prison Break. Vendetta spanks the back of the 2-door, and the Firebird Funny Car is put down on its side. 58 Chevy Impala for the Copperheads. Impala blasts the Vendetta off the back of the 2-door. It goes cavorting all the way over to the crates and makes a pretty amazing recovery. Great job there. Only remaining car for Wiener Magic, it's the Wienermobile. Wienermobile smacks into the back of that Impala and locks it in. Wienermobile's gonna have to survive an undercutting hit from Open Roadster. Open Roadster shows it is devastating yet again. Takes the Wienermobile out. Wienermobile struggles, tries to recover, but can't quite make it. There's still a chance. And now Open Roadster is curbside. Here comes the Porsche. We got another undercutter. The Porsche tries to take out Open Roadster, but look at that recovery by Open Roadster. Lands on top of the Porsche and manages to stay alive. That car proving an asset. Nitro Scorcher. Nitro Scorcher boots the Porsche all the way, almost all the way off the track, and it's starting to go sideways. Could be in dangerous territory. Here comes the Cockney Cab 2. The cab knocks Nitro Scorcher upside down. Look at that, a perfect little lift and removal from the track. Wow, that was a nasty little elimination there by the Cockney Cab. Nitro Scorcher, tough car to do that to. Looks like Cookie is sitting over in the shuttle telling Jordy what happened.
What you want?
And Winnebago just powered down. I'm not sure what that means.
I can't answer your question, I'm sorry.
Cabin Fever's up now for the rigs. Cabin Fever gives a nice hit to the back of the cab, but then tips over and the cab is unharmed. Off the track now and safe. Corvette had a near miss in the first round. It's back again for Maroon. Ooh, the Corvette bounds into the back of Cabin Fever. A great hit, but then the Corvette goes upside down. Cabin Fever skitters along the top of a bunch of the cars, but can't quite make a recovery. And there, the Porsche now is sideways. Both of those vehicles in trouble. Super Modified. Super Modified gets underneath the Impala, but look at the Impala's recovery. And Cabin Fever drops down and is looking good. Not so good for the Porsche, though. 69 Chevelle. The Chevelle pushes into Super Modified, gets it under that two-door, and then the Chevelle tries to escape the track. A smart move to try to get off that track and get away. Triple Threat. Ooh, the threat is real. Triple Threat has pushed two-door off the track. It goes sideways. Chevelle escapes safely, and Super Modified stays safe. Berserk for the undercurrent. Berserk splits two cars apart. Triple Threat goes over and gets sliced and diced. Super Modified almost goes over, manages to come back. That was a pretty devastating hit right there by Berserk. Gazella GT for the Crashers. The Gazella knocks Berserk upside down and off the track, and also Super Modified. That was a nasty hit there. Crashers got to be excited about what Gazella's done in this match so far. That's 2 more eliminations. Fusion Buster's going to take a shot for Jet Streak. Fusion Buster gets the best of Gazella in a big way. Gazella GT is thrown over, lands on top of Bon Voyage, and stays upside down. Nice elimination there for Fusion Buster. Ford Aerostar for the Shades. The Aerostar, a nice big heavy hit, but there's nobody moving right now. Lamelt, the VW, and Fusion Buster do not bend. Here comes a big hit, Long Gone. Long Gone slams the Aerostar upside down. The Aerostar is still on the track, so it's not over yet. But that was a nice big hit. Third car for Mr. Maroon, Street Scorcher. Street Scorcher knocks the Aerostar upright again. Look at it spin and then rotate upright. When I said it wasn't over, I was right. Look at that recovery. Now Fusion Buster is perched on the back of the VW, but then it falls back down again. Might have just saved itself. Gallant. The Gallant knocks the back of Street Scorcher, but nobody's home and nothing's happening. They always open the door when Solaire knocks. Watch out below. Solaire takes the Gallant out, goes up in the air and flips over upside down on top of another group of cars. The Street Scorcher is pushed upside down on the track. Still a chance for recovery there, but it's going to be tough. The Gallant did its best to roll over, but just couldn't manage it. Jet Threat. Jet Threat tries to get under Solaire, and it's not happening. Street Scorcher pushed off the rest of the way, almost to a recovery, but doesn't quite do it. Here comes Salt Shaker for the undercurrent, final car of the round. Salt Shaker tries to take out Jet Threat, but Jet Threat is too savvy and makes a great recovery. Plants on the ground and then slides backwards. Great move right there. 12 out of the 29 cars were just eliminated in round 2. Let's take a look at the aftermath. Things are evening up a little bit with Emerald Undercurrent. They've got 3 left along with Jet Streak and the Sunshades. Crimson Crashers are down to 2, and Thunder Cutters have been eliminated from the main event. Good effort, but it is a tough field. Over here, the Flying Rigs have 2, along with Prism Break. Copperhead's down to 1. Wiener Magic and Mr. Maroon have also been eliminated from this match. That is 3 teams already gone. We are down to 7 teams, and there's plenty more rounds to go. Baby Cookie, just the one Baby Cookie, and Jordy LaForge are disassembling the Winnebago. I had a chance to talk to Cookie about that. Got some information for you, but I'll tell you about that in a little bit. We're going to start the joust right now. Bon Voyage for Jet Streak starting off. Jet Streak were in the finals in Season 2, and right now they are looking like they might have a chance to get to the finals again. 5 Alarm going to hit the track for the Sunshades. As you know, though, anything can happen. Sometimes when you've got 3 cars left, the next round you have none. 5 Alarm tried to get on top of Bon Voyage, but couldn't quite make it. Probably safer on the track anyway. Emerald Undercurrent going down with Lamelt as usual. They love to start off with this car. Lamelt has definitely been known to be effective against vehicles because of that low back as 5 Alarm gets tossed off the track. But a lot of teams seem to have vehicles that counteract Lamelt, and they've been showing that in this main event. Long Gone's up next for the rigs. Long Gone counteracts Lamelt's fin with the low front of the rig, and Bon Voyage gets tossed, so Lamelt's still dangerous here as Bon Voyage gets thrown upside down. It's going to be the first elimination of this round, round 3. VW panel bus coming down next. Panel bus slots in nicely behind Long Gone. We've got a line of cars. Prison Break choosing to send down Vendetta first for their team. Vendetta piles into the back of the VW. Long Gone almost gets popped off the track, but manages to stay on. Sole survivor for the Copperheads right now. It's the 58 Chevy Impala. Bam! The Impala just takes Vendetta off the track, floats it upside down, and Vendetta might have a chance of rolling over there, but that was a great hit. If anything can get that Impala off the track, it might be Fusion Buster for Jetstreak. Fusion Buster cannot get underneath that Impala. Tries to, but gets stuck. Little wiggle there from the T1, but it manages to stay on the track too. Here comes the Cockney Cab for Sunshades. The cab gently removes, or maybe not so gently, removes Fusion Buster from the track, and Fusion Buster settles down into a pretty safe spot. Here comes the new guy, Open Roadster for Emerald Undercurrent. Open Roadster has been a devastating force so far in this main event. This time really tosses the Cockney Cab all the way up into Long Gone, but the cab just won't get tipped over, and it settles and recovers. And here comes a big hit from Cabin Fever for the rigs. Cabin Fever slams Open Roadster off the track. Open Roadster almost got flipped over, but makes a nice recovery. And then Cabin Fever just takes off. Says, I'm getting off the track and gonna make it to next round. Look out below. Here's a car that's been doing some serious damage. Solaire. Solaire gets underneath, all the way underneath the Impala. The Impala flips up, lands upside down on top of the VW bus, and then flips over again. An amazing recovery by a big car. Moves Open Roadster out of the way. Wow, Copperheads are still in this. 69 Chevelle. The Chevelle tries to push Solaire off the track, but can't do it. Gets up on the top and then flips backwards. That is not a promising position to be in for this next hit. Next hit provided by Jet Threat 3. Jet Threat tosses the Chevelle off, but again, the Chevelle hits the back of that T1. Everybody's having good luck with the back of the VW, and the Chevelle lands it. Nice. Now, Jetstreak got a problem because Jet Threat is poised on the back of Solaire. Ford Aerostar. The Aerostar knocks Jet Threat 3 all the way off the track. Jet Threat makes a spin and lands it. What a graceful landing on top of a bumpy surface of Long Gone at first, and then makes it. Wow, great job with that. They needed that. Salt Shaker. Salt Shaker glides underneath the Aerostar. Aerostar in a tough position, but lucky for the Aerostar. That was the final car of round 3. Let's take a look at the aftermath. All these teams did a great job of surviving in that round. Only 2 eliminations. Jetstreak had 1 with Bon Voyage, and Prison Break had the other. Now they're down to just the Chevelle. Looks like Cookie and LaForge are making some progress on deborgifying the Winnebago.
What am I doing here?
So I found out from Cookie that apparently this Winnebago is from a different reality, and in that reality there was a Borg, there was Captain Picard, there was a different baby Cookie, the one you saw last episode. Apparently Evil Weevil, which you're seeing right here, was destroyed in that reality. Thank goodness our Evil Weevil's okay, but I do feel bad that there was an Evil Weevil in a different reality that got destroyed, so we prepared a special little thing at the end of this episode. 5 Alarm going up on the back of Lamelt right now, going sideways on the track. Might not stay there though. That's definitely not a permanent position, I'm guessing. And Cookie said the other Cookie was planning to blow up that reality or something, so who knows what happened to that, but that's not our concern right now. Back to the joust. Here comes Solaire, gonna take a shot at Lamelt. Oh my goodness! Solaire has done the unthinkable! Lamelt flipped upside down, a devastating hit. Lamelt tumbles, Lamelt balances on the fin and wobbles and falls over. It's like a skyscraper being demolished. This is unbelievable. Lamelt out, and it's only the main event. Emerald Undercurrent has never failed to get to the finals, and they're not done yet, but that is big. That is really big as Jet Threat takes a shot at Solaire. Not as successful as Solaire on Lamelt. Here comes Long Gone. A heavy slam from Long Gone almost gets Solaire off the track. You gotta wonder if Emerald and their strategy of sending Lamelt down early was actually a little bit cocky, and they shouldn't have done that. Here comes the Chevelle. The Chevelle pops Solaire off over on top of Lamelt. The Solaire's in danger right now. Definitely could get flipped over on this next hit. And it's going to be a big one from the Impala. Impala hits the Chevelle, and all it does is succeed in flipping the Chevelle over. The Chevelle slides upside down onto the track. Solaire is looking pretty safe right now. A nice hit there for the Copperheads. And here comes Salt Shaker. Salt Shaker's got to stay alive for Emerald Undercurrent. Salt Shaker pushes the Chevelle off the track, and look at that slick recovery. What a maneuver. Chevelle flips over and is back in the match. Cockney Cab 2. Cab pushes into Salt Shaker. Salt Shaker started to get forced off the track. And now here comes the T1 panel bus. The bus finishes Salt Shaker off. The Crimson Crashers have absolutely devastated Emerald Undercurrent in this round. First it was Lamelt, now it's Salt Shaker. They just have one left. Emerald Undercurrent have never failed to get to the finals, but things are looking pretty grim right now. Fusion Buster. Fusion Buster cannot get under that T1. It's protected in the back and it slots in. Cabin Fever. Cabin Fever knocks Fusion Buster off the track. Fusion Buster, good recovery, backs off into safety. Cabin Fever is curbside. Here comes the last survivor for Emerald Undercurrent, Open Roadster. Open Roadster gets under Cabin Fever. Cabin Fever goes all the way up on top of the VW and cannot make a handy recovery like the Impala did last round. And it's not looking good for Cabin Fever right there. And the Aerostar is the final car of this round. Aerostar cannot eliminate Open Roadster, so close to knocking it off the track, but Open Roadster plants that front and manages to stay alive and also keep alive the hopes of Emerald Undercurrent in this match. This was a wild round. Let's take a look at the aftermath. The shot heard round the junkyard. Solaire takes out Lamelt. Salt Shaker also eliminated. Emerald is on the ropes. Sunshade still with 3. Jetstreak and Crashers at 2 each. Flying Rigs lost one. They are down to 1, as well as the Copperheads and Prison Break all have 1. But we've still got 7 teams in this match. It's heating up. Looks like they're almost done deborgifying Winnebago. I guess we're lucky we didn't have any trouble with any sort of Borg over in this reality. Those 5 alarm starts off round 5. The reality is Emerald Undercurrent have lost their ace in the hole. Lamelt is done, and that presents a real problem for them if they want to get into the finals. Jet Threat is up next for the streak. 5 alarm gets knocked off the track, lands on 3 wheels, and makes a recovery. A lot of attention being paid to these other, perhaps flashier teams, but right now the Sunshades are just walking away with this main event. And now Jet Threat has to survive a hit from Solaire. What's going to happen here? Solaire tries it again and is successful. Another big-time elimination. The number 1 car on the jet streak gets tossed overboard and flips upside down. There is still a slight chance that car could recover because it's still touching the track. Here comes the Impala. Let's see what happens. The Impala pushes Solaire all the way up to the front, and whoa, it loses its front bumper. A big hit on the back of Solaire. Solaire is damaging everything it touches in this match, and the whole front bumper just knocked off completely. Here comes Long Gone. Long Gone slams and slides off the track almost completely on that hit, and it does not look good for Jet Threat 3. Chevelle's got a chance to take out Long Gone right here. The Chevelle can't do it. Pushes Long Gone off the track to safety. The Chevelle bounces and flips, and ooh, a bad tumble off the side of Jet Threat, and that car is not recovering. Here comes the final car for Emerald Undercurrent. Open Roadster's got to survive here. Open Roadster, ooh, interesting. It's curbside, could not get off the track, could not stay locked in. This does not bode well. Cockney Cab got a chance to finish off the Undercurrent. And the cab can't pull it off. Open Roadster flips up in the air and then falls back on the track, locks it back in. Much better chance of surviving in that position. And here comes Fusion Buster. Ooh, Open Roadster is rocked by the impact. Cockney Cab gets underneath the back of Open Roadster, and Open Roadster is upside down on the track. This could be it for Emerald Undercurrent. Here comes the VW panel bus. The VW, a very slight slam, and Cockney Cab gets displaced, but no recovery for Open Roadster. Final chance for Open Roadster right here. It's the Ford Aerostar, last car of the round. The Aerostar knocks the cab off, but there is no recovery, and that is gonna end it, folks, for Emerald Undercurrent. They have just been eliminated from this match. If you'd asked me before the match if I thought that was gonna happen, especially this soon, I would have laughed in your face. Unbelievable. Let's take a look at the aftermath. And with that, the former world champions Emerald Undercurrent are out of the main event, not going to the finals. Crimson still has 2, Sunshades have 2, and Jetstreak now is down to 1. Flying Rigs and Copperheads both still have 1. Prism Break are also out of this match. We just lost 2 teams in that round. We got 5 left. The joust must continue. Sunshades, you pretty much know what order they're going to send these cars down, and boy, has it been working for them. 5 Alarm every time goes first and always survives. It's kind of uncanny. Here comes the VW. VW slides into 5 Alarm and just creates a little line of cars on the track. Impala. Impala slams into the back of the T1, cannot get anything to happen. Fusion Buster, last car for the Jetstreak. Fusion Buster cannot get under the Impala. We've got a very solid line of cars here. Can anything be done to break it up? Long Gone gonna try to break that line. The 81 grams of Long Gone finally managed to get something to happen. Right now, it looks like the VW is curbside. It was curbside, let me rephrase that, and the Impala's up. Cockney Cab. Cockney Cab bounces off the line of cars, cannot make anything happen. Impala slides up and goes back, refuses to get removed, and the cab is sideways. Took itself out. Sunshade's finally showing a crack in their armor. Solaire gets under Long Gone, and look at this. This devastating car has done it again. Single-handedly just eliminated 2 teams from this match unless they recover in some miraculous fashion. Long Gone and the Impala were both devastated just by that hit. Unbelievable. Aerostar's got the last run. And the Aerostar almost takes out Fusion Buster. Wow, that would have brought things to an interesting conclusion, but doesn't manage to do it. And that takes us down to 3 teams. And we have got our 3 teams that are going to go on to the Junkyard Joust Finals. Don't forget, 1 4th place team will also get included based on points. The main event is going to end with Crimson still having 2, Sunshades with 2, Jetstreak at 1, a close one. And the Rigs and Copperheads gave it their all, but they didn't quite have what it takes. Congrats on a hard-fought victory to our 3 winning teams. That was a wild match. Some big shakeups in the world of Junkyard Joust in that match. Oh, and there is Winnebago completely deborgified and celebrating its return to normality. Thanks for watching, everybody. Don't forget to support Junkyard Joust via our Patreon, and here is a little memorial for Evil Weevil, who was destroyed in a different reality. Did you see that? What a hit by Power Rocket. Unbelievable. Last season, the brand new team Legionary captured second place, mostly on the back of this car, Hammered Coupe. Now Legionary is back and ready to fight for another chance to be in the finals. But first they gotta get through 9 other teams. Welcome to the Junkyard Joust, everybody. I'm Aaron Yonda. Taking a quick look at those 9 other teams, you've got Yellow Hammer, Multiverse Motors, Road Stars, the Rod Warriors, Massive Transit, the Thunderlords, Turtle Power, Distinguished Competition, or DC, and Carts and Crappers. Let's head out into the junkyard now and joust. We've got some celebrity spectators today, the famous Baby Cookie, of course.
It's me, Baby Cookie.
The newly recovered Picard.
96% efficiency.
And Troy and Jordy. We might see Cookie and Picard going down in some cars on these runs later today. Up first for Massive Transit Copter Chase, 69 grand, sponsored by Jedi. The randomly determined running order is up as Evil Weevil is tossed aside by Copter Chase. Massive Transit never made it to the finals in Season 2. Maybe they've got a shot this season. We shall see. Up first for the Thunderlords, it's Rolling Thunder, sponsored by Illuminati Public Relations. Rolling Thunder slots nicely into the track, and that rounded back could prove an interesting obstacle for future cars coming down. First one to give it a try is going to be Raphael for Turtle Power, sponsored by Sicken. Raphael does not go off the back of Rolling Thunder, in fact punches the cars forward, and Copter Chase is almost off the track. Half of it is anyway. Going down now for Distinguished Competition, it's the Penguin, sponsored by Emo Dingo. This car a little unstable, just like its namesake. Penguin slides into the back of the cars and pushes Raphael out sideways, Rolling Thunder making an exit, and the Penguin is curbside. Carts and Crappers, all carts this season, and they've got some agile cars on their team. This is one of them, Loopster, sponsored by Chone. Loopster coasts right into the Penguin and knocks him off the track upside down, and the Penguin is probably our first elimination, unless Raphael stays sideways, which seems unlikely. Here comes Rapid Responder for Yellow Hammer, sponsored by Emo Dingo. Rapid Responder knocks Raphael back upright, and the Penguin stays upside down, and Loopster gets free of the tangle. Legionary's up now. Here comes Troy Soldier, sponsored by Brendan Walsh. Troy Soldier, wow, annihilation to the Rapid Responder, but look at the recovery. Rapid Responder goes tumbling all over the place, but takes a real good bounce and makes a recovery over by the tires. Nice job there. And now Raphael is back in his side. Shang-Chi up first for Multiverse Motors, sponsored by Mark the Music Lover. Shang-Chi does a nice push, gets the Copter Chase vehicle off the track almost completely, and Troy Soldier is curbside. The 3-window 34 is up now, sponsored by TJG. 3-window careens into the back of Shang-Chi, and Troy Soldier goes off the track, has a little trouble, starts to come back, but doesn't make it. And that would count as a sideways and an elimination if it stays like that. Rod Warriors are a team of skinny and agile cars. They've done quite well for themselves in the qualifier. First up for them is Overboard 454T, sponsored by Hendricus Heavy Hauling. Overboard smacks the 3-window up, almost makes it go sideways, then tries to get off the track. No eliminations on that hit, but definitely stirred things up a lot. Bone Blazers for Massive Transit, sponsored by Swedenborg Smorgasbord. Bone Blazers annihilates every car on the track. Shang-Chi goes flying, flips over upside down. That's an elimination there. 3-window manages to make a nice recovery, and now Bone Blazers is up on the safety rail. Devastating hit. Rare Flow's up first for Thunderlord, sponsored by Wolfle Fiber Art. Rare Flow slides underneath Bone Blazers, but Bone Blazers is steady and is not tipping over. First up for Turtle Power, Turtle Shell, sponsored by Wolfle Fiber Art. Turtle Shell gets a nice hit but can't go anywhere and bounces back after hitting Rare Flow. Does manage to stay on the track. The DC team is made up of heroes and villains. In particular, Mr. Freeze, a heavy, very difficult car to get off the track. Wonder Woman's up first, sponsored by Stump's Tree Farm. Wonder Woman hurls herself into the turtle, but not much happening there. Pretty ineffective hit. Pedal Driver for Carts and Crappers, sponsored by Chemical Knight. It's It's a light and tiny car, but it still packs a punch and manages to get Wonder Woman off the track and upside down. Unfortunately, also kind of knocks itself over in the process. Here comes Two Timer, sponsored by Chemical Knight. Two Timer splits the cars up on the track. Turtle Shell goes up, it won't flip over, and Pedal Driver is done. Nice hit there. Up now for Legionary, it's Dual Fueler, sponsored by Sean and Patrick Hogan. Dual Fueler sends Two Timer up in the air into the sky. Turtle Shell makes a recovery, but Two Timer is not that lucky. And now Rare Flow is in trouble, as Dual Fueler is right underneath. Let's see what happens when Black Widow makes a hit, sponsored by Kieran Shelton. Black Widow pushes Dual Fueler. Rare Flow manages to not get flipped over. Good effort there to stay alive. Roadstars are a team of all roadsters. They managed to stay alive in their qualifiers, and they're ready to make a mark. 33 Ford Roadsters starting out, sponsored by Ellis Wurtenberger. The Roadster slams into the pile, and Widow stays alive. Again, Rare Flow resists being flipped over, and so does Dual Fueler. It's So Skeeny, sponsored by Judy Collins. It's So Skeeny gets underneath the Roadster, and the Roadster just sits on top of it. A lot of cars perched precariously right now. A big hit would do some serious damage. And look at that. Fuel and Fire, 78 grams, sponsored by Brendan Walsh. Here we go. Fuel and Fire knocks a bunch of cars out. Black Widow flips over and gets pushed upside down. The Roadster is out. Rare Flow finally flips over. Dual Fueler flips over. And It's So Skeeny flips over. That was devastating. Fuel and Fire may have just gotten 5 eliminations. Triclops for the Thunderlords, sponsored by Mark the Music Lover. Triclops tries to get under Fuel and Fire, but can't do it. The truck's just too big. And wow, do we have a lot of cars eliminated suddenly. Here's a team that is not very easy to eliminate, Turtle Power. They've got a well-balanced team of turtles, of course. Michelangelo is up now, sponsored by Hey Hey's Hatchback Hanger.
Cowabunga!
Michelangelo does some slick maneuvering, goes off the back of Triclops and hits his head on the back, although it seems like maybe he did that on purpose, because then he made a nicely balanced recovery. Robin, sponsored by Sid from Cybertron. Robin, a nice heavy hit, manages to get Fuel and Fire pushed off the track, but not eliminated by any means. Here comes Go-Kart, sponsored by Sicken. Go-Kart gets underneath Robin, but cannot finish Robin off. Robin is slightly off the track, still in danger. Here comes Wall-E for Yellowhammer, sponsored by Regal Radio. Wall-E just blasts into the go-kart. Go-kart gets tossed up on the back of Fuel and Fire. Looks like he's gonna stay there, but then Wall-E pushes him back, falls down, goes upside down. Nasty hit there by Wall-E. Double Vision now, sponsored by Sid from Cybertron. Double Vision punctures Wall-E in the behind and pushes him up on his face. Multiverse Motors, a team of Marvel superheroes. Next up for them is Vision, sponsored by Judy Collins. Single Vision plows into the back of Double Vision, and Double Vision goes over, could be eliminated. Wall-E makes an amazing little slick maneuver there, and he's in a good position right now to make it to the next round. 29 Ford Pickup, sponsored by Sloth Automotive Sachet and Buffet. The pickup plows into the large clump of cars. Double Vision goes more upside down, and Single Vision goes totally upside down. We're all gonna be blind after this round. There's not gonna be any vision left. Blastus, sponsored by Chemical Knight. Blastus tries to get under the pickup and doesn't quite make it, but manages to flip it over sideways, and the visions are jumbled up a little bit, but nothing major happens there. Speed Blaster, big hit now coming down, sponsored by the Turbo Ventures. Speed Blaster really shakes things up, but in the wrong direction. Double Vision recovers, and the Ford pickup also recovers. No eliminations on that hit. Kind of backfired. Goes to show that sometimes a big hit can actually be a big miss. This season, the Thunderlords are a team of low-slung vehicles that like to stay on the track. Up now for them, it's the Incredibile, sponsored by Carlton Hill Enterprises. Incredibile doesn't do a whole lot there, does manage to stay on the track and do a little pushing. And here comes Donatello, sponsored by Chemical Mart. Donatello wisely pushes the Incredibile underneath that big rig. Speed Blaster poised for an early end, if he's not careful. Oh, this hit might mess some things up. 141 grams, Mr. Freeze, sponsored by Sloss Automotive Sachet and Buffet. Mr. Freeze hits a solid line of cars, doesn't do a whole lot, but there is some movement up in the front. Let's take a look at Skycam. Bone Blazers right now is in danger of being eliminated. A lot of eliminated cars up there still. We'll have to keep an eye on what's going on with Bone Blazers. Head Starters up now for Carts and Crappers, sponsored by Sloss Automotive Sachet and Buffet. Head Starter cannot do anything to Mr. Freeze. That thing is way too heavy for that little car. Just bounces ineffectively off the back of it and goes sideways. 15 cars left in this round. Crescendo's up now, sponsored by Stump's Tree Farm. Crescendo pinches Head Starter off the track, and Head Starter does not make a recovery. Goes right upside down, and Crescendo locks it in. The top 3 teams from last season are allowed to swap one car on their team. Legionary's done that. We'll see that Nissan in a little bit. Right now, here is the legend, Hammered Coupe, sponsored by Deluxe Flame. Crescendo is popped up in the air, reaches a crescendo indeed, probably about a 6 on the height bar, I'd say. Manages to land it, but that was a nice hit from Hammered Coupe, and now Hammered Coupe is working on Mr. Freeze. Ms. Marvel now, sponsored by Scarnsloth. Ms. Marvel can't do much except force Hammered Coupe under Mr. Freeze. This could be it, the demise of Mr. Freeze. Seems like Hammered Coupe was waiting for that vehicle to head down the track. And here comes Hooligan, appropriately enough, driven by Baby Cookie, sponsored by Ellie's Hop Shop. Hooligan jokes around with Ms. Marvel, but it's not funny for Ms. Marvel. Ms. Marvel upside down over on top of Crescendo. Baby Cookie is hurled out of the vehicle just the way she likes it.
I blacked out, and the next moment I was here.
She loves to get into the mix on these things. She's hanging out over there next to one of the turtles. And Hooligan is upside down. Subaru Impreza WRX, sponsored by Bion Automotive. The Subaru, wow, that was almost a devastating hit. Mr. Freeze was definitely in trouble there, but somehow manages to slide it back and recover. Whew, that's the closest anyone's ever got that vehicle to being eliminated. Speaking of large vehicles, Massive Transit is a big team of big trucks. Here comes the custom VW, sponsored by Hendrika's Heavy Hauling. The VW ravages that Subaru. The Subaru going head over heels and lands upside down. Donatello is pushed sideways by the VW, and then the VW starts to lose it and go over itself, courtesy of Hammered Coupe. But that Subaru definitively taken down. Up now, it's Fished and Chipped, sponsored by Bentley's Brakes and Bumpers. Wow, that's a mouthful. Fished and Chipped manages to upright the VW. Not a very good hit at all. That's the last thing you want to do when you go down the track is help a big vehicle like that, but that's what happened. Leonardo's up now for Turtle Power, sponsored by Stump's Tree Farm. Leonardo goes off the back of Fished and Chipped and goes all the way down the line of cars. Manages to barely stay alive. That's going to be a close call. We'll see how it shifts and adjusts as a few more hits come down. Here comes the Batman, sponsored by Crow and Turtles Mini Painting. Ooh, that was a bit of a bat embarrassment right there. The Batman goes upside down off the back of Fished and Chipped. It's the opposite of what you're supposed to do with the Batmobile. Next up, it's Teed Off, sponsored by Liz's Wizard Arts and Witchcrafts. Teed Off takes a pitching wedge to the Batman, and Batman goes flying up in the air, cannot make a recovery. I'd call that a hole in one. Fished and Chipped manages to stay alive, and so does Teed Off. Yellow Hammer is a diverse team of cars, and some of them are pretty good at surviving. Pixel Shaker's up now with Picard going down for a ride, sponsored by Wayland Enterprises International. Pixel Shaker and Picard do a good hit on Teed Off, but don't really do any damage. Picard manages to stay in the vehicle. That's pretty impressive. Picard proving he's ready to have some fun after those battles with the Borg. Here comes the new guy for Legionary, the Nissan Skyline Silhouette, sponsored by Sicken. The Nissan boots Pixel Shaker up in the air and over a bunch of cars, but look at that, Pixel Shaker makes a great recovery. Teed off is tipping, but isn't quite there yet, I don't think. And you can see over on the left, Crescendo topples. Quick Picard check, Picard is okay. Iron Man's up, sponsored by Andy Capo. This car had 5 eliminations in its qualifier. Iron Man shooting for another elimination, but hits the rough and tough back of that Nissan. Can't really make anything happen there. I don't see a single elimination from that hit. Mod Rod now, sponsored by Bentley's Brakes and Bumpers. The Mod Rod gets underneath Iron Man. Iron Man is on the verge of tipping. Good hit by Mod Rod. Here comes Slider, sponsored by Hasty Productions. Slider slides underneath Mod Rod and Iron Man tips sideways. Bad luck for Iron Man. Slider, the final car for this massacre of a first round. 25 cars eliminated in this round. That is half the field, folks. Look at the chaos. Let's take a look at the aftermath. Thunderlords coming out of this looking shiny. Only 1 lost. Massive Transit and Turtle Power each lost 2. DC and Carts and Crappers each lost 3. Tough round for them. And we've got 1 team already eliminated. Multiverse Motors, a very poor showing in this round, and they are gone. Legionary lost 3 whole cars. Yellow, Road, and Rod each lost 2. And with a snap of the fingers, Multiverse Motors, the first team to be eliminated in this main event. Here we go, round 2. Rolling Thunder gonna start us out. Thunderlords had an amazing first round, and they are doing great. Randomized running orders up based on the number of cars each team has left. There's 9 teams left. We are going until there are 3. Pixel Shaker's gonna start us out for Yellow Hammer. Pixel Shaker looking a little shaky, goes curbside, but Picard is staying in that car. Pretty sure Jean-Luc Picard loves the Joust. I mean, car is in his name. Overboard 454T now for the Rod Warriors. Nothing boring about that hit. Look at the Pixel Shaker do a complete 360 and land upright, and then guess what? Overboard does the exact same thing, and they face each other. Wow, that was a cool hit right there. 29 Ford pickup for the Roadstars. The Ford does not succumb to the rounded back of Rolling Thunder and locks it in. Turtle Shell. Turtle Shell headbutts the Ford, and the Ford goes curbside, but not off the track. Here comes a big hit copter chase for Massive Transit. Massive Transit knocks 2 vehicles off the track. Turtle Shell makes it right side up, and the Ford goes over and sideways. Does not look good for the Ford. Here comes Loopster for Carts and Crappers. A hard push, and copter chase is pushed almost off the track. Front of the rig's going off anyway. Good hit by Loopster. The Nissan Skyline's got a chance to tip copter chase off the track here. Heavy hit, but no success. Loopster and copter chase both make it off the track successfully. And now that Nissan is locked in. Robin smacks the Nissan. Evil Weevil is pushed off the track. No need for the buffer now. We got 3 cars locked in. Time for Triclops. Triclops pushes Robin forward underneath the Nissan. The Nissan balanced precariously. Wall-E, pretty heavy hit here. Wall-E does all kinds of acrobatics, flips off the back of Triclops. He goes underneath the Skyline briefly, causes the Skyline to flip over upside down, and Wall-E probably also out right here. Sacrificed himself. Blastus almost gets underneath Triclops. Not an easy thing to do, but it looks like that lift up back of Triclops actually prevented it from happening. 3-window 34. The 3-window pushes Blastus off the track, but not hard enough to end it. Blastus is safe. Looks like we've got about 3 eliminations so far this round. Here comes Michelangelo for the Turtles. Michelangelo smokes 3-window out of its hole, and it goes off the track and lands upside down. Effective hit right there. Michelangelo cannot get under Triclops. And here comes Fuel and Fire fresh off of a lot of eliminations in that first round. Fuel and Fire does not continue the trend. Michelangelo, look at the acrobatics. Goes on top of Rolling Thunder, slides up front, looks like he's doomed, and then he flips right back over and is perfectly safe right up in the safety spot, as established by LaMelt back in the day. Teed off. Ooh, teed off, bounces off the back of Fuel and Fire. Gonna need a mulligan on that hit because he is out. Hammered Coupe the sole survivor for Legionary right now, but he's used to this. Hammered Coupe gets under Fuel and Fire, but man, look at that giant rig, and it has great balance. Just lands it. You don't see that much with big vehicles. That is truly impressive. And now Triclops has to be careful because of the Coupe. And this is gonna be a big hit here, Mr. Freeze. Mr. Freeze, what just happened? Mr. Freeze had a chance to push the Coupe underneath, but he couldn't control himself and he went off the back of the Hammered Coupe and just flopped over sideways. That was a big elimination. Now only Robin left for DC. Here comes the Incredibile. Incredibile tosses the Coupe. That was a dangerous hit for the Coupe, but look at the steadiness. Not even a chance of flipping over right there, and the Coupe just vacates the track. As we know, it's a tough car to eliminate. Rapid Responder. Rapid Responder moves quickly into the back of Incredibile, a little too quickly, and now is curbside. 5 cars left in the round. Up next is Slider. Slider gets the Rapid Responder up on top of Incredibile. Rapid Responder bobbles and bounces and loses it at the last second, slides off and lands sideways. Mod Rod. Mod Rod knocks Slider off the track, puts Slider in kind of a tough position. Let's see if Slider can handle this hit from Leonardo. Leonardo bounces off the back of Mod Rod, and Slider is very close to sideways still. This ought to shake things up a little bit. Custom VW, 83 grams. Custom VW plows Mod Rod off the track. Mod Rod goes upside down. Leonardo gets booted, stops at Mod Rod, but then continues on. Looks like he's gonna go upside down, makes a recovery. And from Skycam, you can see that Slider is still hanging in there. Final car of the round, it's Fished and Chipped. Fished and Chipped doesn't do anything to the back of that big VW, and that is gonna be it. We're gonna have 7 cars eliminated in that round. We're down to 18. But we've still got 9 teams in this. Let's take a look at the aftermath. The Rod Warriors are still doing great with 3 cars left. Roadstars, Legionary, and Yellowhammer all down to 1 apiece. They are in trouble. Massive Transit still has 3. Thunderlord still didn't lose a car. Unbelievable. Turtle Power at 3. DC and Carts and Crappers at 1. The Thunderlords have the most cars left. They'll be starting us off. Rolling Thunder is going to go down first. Got that rounded back, always an interesting obstacle. The running order is up, randomly determined based on the number of cars left. First up for the Rod Warriors, it's Blastus. Blastus tries to get under Rolling Thunder, cannot do it. Pushes the track buffer off the track, and now Blastus is perched in a very unfortunate position. We'll see how that pans out when a big hit comes down. Copter Chase for Massive Transit. Copter Chase goes right over the back of Rolling Thunder and rolls off into oblivion. Turns over sideways, and Blastus, after being tossed around, somehow makes a recovery. Michelangelo for Turtle Power. Michelangelo manages to get Rolling Thunder almost off the track. That's a pretty good hit right there. Getting that car out of there and making it safe for him to be on there. Now he's curbside. Here comes the 29 Ford pickup. Rolling Thunder is knocked upside down like a turtle, and there's no getting back up from that. If you're new to the joust, if your car's upside down or sideways at the end of the round, it is out, and it doesn't look good for Rolling Thunder right there. Loopster for Carts and Crappers. Loopster, the last hope for Carts and Crappers, gets the bounce on the Ford Roadster, and that Roadster is perched precariously. Roadstar's got to stay alive. Pixel Shaker for Yellowhammer. Picard going down in this vehicle. A nice slide into place behind Loopster, and the Ford Roadster does a nice job of balancing and staying alive right now on top of Rolling Thunder. And here comes the Legend Hammered Coupe. Look out below. Hammered Coupe takes Picard and Pixel Shaker up in the air on the top of Loopster, and they come down. It is a close call right now, whether that car would be counted as in or out. We'll see what happens as we continue. Robin's gonna get a good hit in here, 50 grams. Robin slams into the back of Hammered Coupe, gets under Hammered Coupe. There's debris flying everywhere. I don't know what's breaking right there, but something's breaking off for some of these cars. No eliminations on that hit, but a great hit right there. And Loopster, wow, what a recovery. Here comes Triclops. Triclops, a slight poke on the back of Robin, pushes Hammered Coupe off. Pretty gentle hit. Had a chance there to do something to Hammered Coupe, but Triclops just doesn't have the speed. Overboard, 454 for the Rod Warriors. Overboard slams into the back of Triclops, pushes him under Robin. Robin is in trouble. Big trouble by the looks of it. Fuel and Fire, 78 grams coming down. Fuel and Fire wreaks havoc on the cars. I'm seeing at least 2 cars potentially eliminated on that hit. Overboard and Robin are both upside down. Pixel Shaker is knocked more sideways. We may have just seen 3 more eliminations. Fuel and Fire has already gotten so many eliminations in this competition. It's been amazing. Turtle Shell. Turtle Shell, a little bonk into the back of Fuel and Fire. Can't really do much there and goes curbside. Incredible knocks Turtle Shell up in the air, and Turtle Shell goes sideways, but then rolls off his shell and flips right over for a recovery. Great job there by Turtle Shell. That car is hard to eliminate. Here comes Slider for the Warriors. Slider slams Incredible, and wow, Incredible just went flying all the way across the field into the fence and looked like it landed it. I'll have to get a closer shot. Yep, there we go. Landed on the fence, knocked it down, and managed to somehow stay upright and survive. Wow, what a hit. Custom VW. Custom VW, ooh, no, look at that. Fuel and Fire is knocked off by his own teammate and pushed sideways after almost recovering, and that is unfortunate for Massive Transit. They just took out one of their own. Leonardo for Turtle Power. Leonardo pushes into the back of the VW, can't get anything to happen, but now all the cars are locked in. Final car of round 3, Fished and Chipped for the Lords. Fished and Chipped can't do much right there, just a little pop and nothing going on. That's gonna put a cap on round 3. 6 cars have been eliminated. One of them is a very close call. The officials are gonna bring out the 45-degree angle tool. We're gonna measure it. And as you can see, Pixel Shaker just beyond that 45-degree angle and eliminated. I don't think I've ever properly introduced you to the officiating crew. Here they are. As you can see, they are all relatives of Evil Weevil. It's kind of a family affair here at Junkyard Joust. I think we've got a couple brothers and sisters, maybe some cousins in there. They've got a tough job, but they are the best. Thanks to the whole Evil Weevil officiating crew for all the hard work they've done over the seasons. Rough round for Massive Transit. They lost 2. Thunderlords lost 1 finally. Turtle Power's still at 3. DC is out of this competition, and Carts and Crappers still in it. Yellow Hammer are out of the main event. Legionary and Roadstar still have 1 each, and Rod Warriors just lost 1. Baby Cookie, Troy, and LaForge are hanging out in the shuttle. Cookie's probably chomping at the bit to get back in the saddle and go down in another car next main event.
That's right. To the children. I say, here come the ice.
We've got 12 cars and 7 teams left as we head into round 4 with Turtle Shell. Turtle Power, a very nimble team, and they have been doing stellar in this event. Thunderlords lost some thunder, but they still have 3 left. Triclops. Triclops gets under Turtle Shell, but Turtle Shell makes a deft maneuver and just pops off the track and lands it done. Gonna survive for another round. Here comes Slider. Slider slams into Triclops. Heavy vehicle though, can't really do anything to it. 29 Ford pickup. The Ford careens into Slider, gets Slider curbside. Good hit right there. And the Ford's got to stay alive. It's going to be hard though. There's a big vehicle coming down, Custom VW. The VW slams and splits Slider off the track. Slider goes upside down, almost makes a recovery, but then the crates interfere with that recovery, and Slider bounces back upside down. Tough loss for the Rod Warriors. Great job of that Ford pickup staying on the track. And now Hammered Coupe is going to take a shot at that VW. This could be bad. Hammered Coupe slaps the back end of the VW up in the air, but the VW twists and turns and comes back down right side up, almost completely off the track. Wow, what a recovery, keeping Massive Transit alive in this match. Loopster's up now for the karts. Loopster, whoa, that was a weird hit right there. And did you see how Hammered Coupe went sideways for a second, but managed to flop back right side up? Good hit by Loopster. Michelangelo, oh no! Loopster was curbside and gets tossed off the track, head over heel into the crate. The crate takes another victim as Loopster is eliminated, and it looks like Karts and Crappers, who are always a bit of a long shot for this event, are now out. Incredibile sort of gets under Michelangelo, but can't quite manage it, and almost under the Ford, and then just kind of backs out. Michelangelo is curbside, though. Quite possibly the last car for Rod Warriors, Blastus. Blastus gets a nice bump on the back of Incredibile. Michelangelo gets off the track right side up, and these cars are locked in. Leonardo tries to get some action, manages to get the Ford up on top of Incredibile. That is a precarious position. Roadstars could be in trouble. Final car of the round is going to be fished and chipped for the Thunderlords. Fished and chipped. Oh man, I can't tell if the Ford is out or not. We're going to have to bring out that 45-degree angle tool again and see if this thing is eliminated. Kind of looks like it is. The Evil Weevil officiating crew going to get that big right angle out there to take a measurement. If the Ford is out, that's going to be 3 eliminations for this round. And taking a look, yep. Looks like the Ford is too tilted to the left to be considered in. Massive Transit staying alive. Thunderlords and Turtle Power still at 3. Karts and Crappers are out. Legionary still got their 1 ace in the hole. The Road Stars are out after a valiant effort, and Rod Warriors are down to 1. Triclops is going to start us off in round 5. The match ends when there's only 3 teams left. When 2 more teams get eliminated, this match is over. Up now, it's Turtle Shell. Turtle Shell headbutts Triclops and then backs off. A bit of a stalemate on that hit. Good defense by both vehicles. Blastus tries to take out Turtle Shell. Many have tried before and failed. That turtle just bounces around until it lands upright. No luck this time, Blastus. Blastus is in trouble now. Hammered Coupe's coming down. Hammered Coupe, ooh, a nice hit, but Blastus is ready for it and manages to stay upright, flips over and lands gently and gets out of the way. Gets out of the way just in time. It's the custom VW. VW smashes into the line of cars, and Triclops is thrown into the crates. The crates have been taking a lot of victims this time, and they do it again. Triclops turns over. Meanwhile, the VW almost manages to get all the way off the course. Just enough left, though, to be in danger. Triclops is done. Incredibile pops the back end of the VW up in the air. VW lands it on top of Hammered Coupe and just about escapes the track completely, keeping Massive Transit going. Michelangelo's got a chance to cause some damage to Thunderlords right here. And Michelangelo does exactly that. Incredibile hurled up into the air, bounces off the back of the VW and slides down Hammered Coupe and lands sideways on the track. Gonna be tough to recover from that, but it's not impossible. Fished and Chip's got to try to save his teammate right here. Fished and Chip doesn't have the power to do it, knocks Michelangelo off the track, and Incredibile gets hung up on the VW. And we've just got 1 car left in the round. And final car of round 5, Leonardo. Leonardo blasts Fished and Chipped off the back of Hammered Coupe, but cannot get the elimination. Lucky for the Thunderlords, they lost 2 in that round. Fished and Chipped, the only car keeping them in this match. They did so well this whole time, and now suddenly they are down to 1. Let's take a look at the aftermath. 5 teams still in this. Thunderlords only down to 1. Turtle Power still at 3. Massive Transit still at 1. Legionary at 1 and Rod Warriors at 1. It's round 6 and things are really heating up. Turtle Shell for Turtle Power. Turtles look like they are probably a lock for this match right now, although Turtle Shell going curbside right there. Last hope for the Thunderlords, fished and chipped. Turtle Power pushed down the track, stays on the track, almost goes sideways, but then comes back. And now here comes Hammered Coop. Hammered Coop, oh no, look at this! Fished and Chipped is taken down by the legendary Hammered Coop. Always a devastating presence on the field, and no different this time as the Thunderlords are probably out of this match right now. Blastus. Blastus goes off the back of Hammered Coop, and Blastus goes upside down, and that's going to be another team potentially eliminated right here. Hammered Coop just devastating its opponents. Custom VW's got to be careful. And a huge hit by the VW, taking advantage of that curbside position of Hammered Coop. The Coop hits the crates, but somehow manages to land it, unlike many of the other cars in this match. And the VW stays on the track right side up. 2 cars left. Michelangelo. Michelangelo tries to take down the VW, but can't quite get it. The VW now way up in the front, looking pretty stable. If the VW can survive the next hit, then we've got our final 3 teams. Leonardo. Leonardo slams his own teammate, but I think they're just showing off now. Look at Michelangelo just flip through the air, flying all over the place. Looks like he's going to be sideways, but then he just goes right side up over by the tires. Wow, that was a great recovery. That was a great way to send off this main event. Let's take a look at the aftermath. Turtle Power dominated in this event. They still have 3 left right now. They were hard to eliminate. Massive Transit stayed alive, and it did the trick. They are going to the finals. And of course, Legionary with Hammered Coop also heading to the finals again. Boy, this is going to be an interesting finals. We've got 1 main event left. Right now in the wildcard standings, Thunderlords are now ahead for that 4th place spot. You just saw them get eliminated, but they might not be eliminated. They might get that wildcard spot. Here are your champions, Massive Transit, Turtle Power, and Legionary. Congrats on a well-fought victory. Here are the 6 teams that are in the finals as of right now, and as you can see, this is gonna be an interesting time. Thanks for watching, and thank you so much to all my patrons. You guys are the backbone of this show, and the only way I can keep making it. I really appreciate your support. Cheers, everybody, and we'll see you next time on Junkyard Joust. Last season, the Indigo Ice Picks gradually climbed their way through the ranks, made it to the finals, and after a 19-round final, they came out victorious with the help of Power Rocket, a true power player for their team. Hi everybody, I'm Aaron Yonda. Welcome to the Junkyard Joust. This is the 3rd main event. This is the main event that will determine the final 4 teams that are going all the way. Let's take a look at our teams. Tonight we've got the Garbage Pail Kids, Alabaster Aces, the Indigo Ice Picks, Jousters of the Universe, and Shark Attack. Truculent, Shining Steel, Amaranthin, Joustin' Jalopies, and Propulsion. These teams are ready and raring to go. Let's hit the track. Round 1 of Junkyard Joust. First up, it's 84 GMC Sierra Classic, sponsored by Stump's Tree Farm. The running order is randomly decided, but the teams get to choose which cars they send down at which time. The tent on the back of that truck might prove a little bit of a ramp for some of the cars coming down. Let's see what happens when the 36 cord hits the back of that for Shining Steel, sponsored by Illuminati Public Relations. And the cord does not go off the back of the truck, almost knocks it off, but the straps hold, and we got 2 cars lined up. First up for Amaranthin is Cruella DeVille, sponsored by Wayland Enterprises International. Cruella nails the 36 cord, and the cord goes up in the air, slides down, upside down on the track, not necessarily out, but it doesn't look good. 49 Mercury, sponsored by Hendrika's Heavy Hauling. The Mercury, a nice, slow, steady hit there and doesn't do any damage to Cruella. Cruella and Amaranthin placed 8th in the finals last year, and Cruella wants another shot. Here is Propulsion, a team of low-slung vehicles, some undercutters, and pretty good survivability. Vulture Roadster starts out for them, sponsored by Sid from Cybertron. Vulture Roadster, wow, that is not a good start for this team. Flips right over off the back of the Mercury, and that's not a very auspicious start for Propulsion. Quinn Quake for GPK, sponsored by Sid from Cybertron. Quinn Quake pounds the Vulture Roadster up into the crates up front, 63 grams of power, and that car is toast. Quinn Quake meanwhile goes up on the back of the Mercury and then almost manages to get off the track to safety. Maybe the Motu Wind Raider will help him out with that for Jousters, sponsored by Sean and Patrick Hogan. The Motu Wind Raider does exactly that, pushes Quinn Quake off the track and sets itself up. The wings on the Raider make it a pretty difficult car to eliminate. Speaking of hard to eliminate, here's Dune Crusher for the Alabaster Aces, sponsored by Wolf of Fiber Art. Dune Crusher knocks the Motu Wind Raider off the track, and the Motu Wind Raider lands right side up. Dune Crusher locks it in. Next up, it's GT Hunter, sponsored by Brendan Walsh for the Ice Picks. GT Hunter pops Dune Crusher up in the air, but look at that. Dune Crusher is just good at surviving and lands it perfectly. Great balance. You love to see that. Here is Shark Attack, sponsored by TJG. You shut up when Pink Floyd is playing. First up for them is the Sea Rescue Boat, sponsored by Mr. Stratholm. This thing is really difficult to eliminate. Got a surprising amount of agility for a boat. GT Hunter goes curbside. 75 GMC Service Bed Truck, sponsored by Wolf of Fiber Art. And a big hit, and the GT Hunter is tossed, makes some nice jumps, but then at the last second rolls over. Looks like it was gonna make it, and doesn't. The boat, meanwhile, just pops off the track to relative safety. Up now it's Nightburner, sponsored by Chome. Oh, Nightburner bounces off the back of the service bed and flips upside down. Unfortunate there. Shining Steel not starting off well here with the Nightburner and the cord upside down right now. And the Mercury flops off the back of that tent finally and goes upside down. Here comes the future Del Worsham Funny Car, sponsored by Mr. Stratholm. This thing's got a low front end. And it does manage to get under the back of that service bed, and that truck goes up on top of Quinn Quake sideways. It's not over yet because that is a position that will no doubt end up either upside down or right side up again. We'll see what happens. Joustin' Jalopies is a team of oldies but goodies, very low to the ground. Good survivability on these things. 40s Ford 2-doors up first, sponsored by Hasty Productions. Whoa, the 2-door makes mincemeat of two of the cars on the track. Look at the funny car, end over end, all the way down to the crates, and somehow it manages to land it and make a recovery. Mercury's off the track upside down, and something broke off of a car there, maybe the Mercury. Here comes the F-Racer, sponsored by Judy Collins. The F-Racer pushes into the 2-door, and the 2-door gets knocked nearly upright, I'd say. Not exactly what you want. Propulsion not doing great in this match. Travelin' Travis is up now, 61 grams, sponsored by Stump's Tree Farm. Travis travels into the back of the F-Racer and only succeeds in knocking the 2-door upright, barely, but it does make a recovery after a little swing and swing left and right. Pretty solid. Next up for the Jousters, it's Ram Man, sponsored by Sid from Cybertron. Ram Man makes a light slam onto the back of Travelin' Travis. Can't get Travis off the track, so Ram Man settles in. 17 Ford GT for the Aces, sponsored by Chrome Turtles Mini Paint. The GT pushes Ram Man up on top of Travis and just flips upside down. Gets caught on the back of Ram Man, but Ram Man is upside down. And look at this. The GT knocked into service bed, and now it went right side up. That's huge for Truculent, and a big mistake there by the Alabaster Aces. Indigo Ice Picks are last season's champions, and they have a brand new member. It's Tigray, sponsored by Weird Jimmy. Right now, though, Let's Go, sponsored by Chome, is up with Troy taking a little joyride. And Troy and Let's Go smash solidly into the front of the GT. Troy gets gently tossed out the side and falls off. Hopefully she'll be safe right there. Doesn't look particularly safe, but we'll see what happens. Shark Hammer 2.0, sponsored by Judy Collins. Shark Hammer hammers two cars off the track. The GT gets tossed off, has a chance of recovery, and fails. Let's Go, meanwhile, gets shunted aside and manages to make a nice recovery, barely avoiding Troy. 84 GMC Sierra 2500, sponsored by Chrome Turtles Mini Painting. Massive hit right there, and Shark Hammer gets hurled. He ends up sideways in the air, but then somehow bounces off of his shark fin and makes a great recovery right there. And now he's lurking right next to the track. Up next for the Steel 2006 Honda Civic, sponsored by Crone Turtles Mini Painting. The Honda Civic bounces traveling Travis off the track. Travis cannot make the recovery, lands on Shark Hammer, and slides upside down. Amaranthine had an unbelievable 4 cars left at the end of their qualifier this season, and they are ready to rock. Next up is Wasp for them, sponsored by Hendrika's Heavy Hauling. Wasp gets under that Honda Civic, but the Civic makes a nice spinning recovery, uses the motion to its advantage, gets up on the back of Ram Man, and is not quite sideways. I'd say that's probably right side up at this point. 37 Ford Sedan, sponsored by Emo Dingo. The Sedan tosses Wasp off the track. Nice hit right there, and Wasp just can't recover. There's too much detritus on the field in the form of other upside-down cars, and Wasp joins them. Surf Crate for Propulsion, sponsored by Liz's Wizard Arts and Witchcrafts. Surf Crate gets under that sedan and lofts it into the air, that low front, just taking the sedan with the low back and lifting it up into the air, but the sedan recovers after an amazing flip, and now Surf Crate is curbside. Pile Up Kyle, appropriate name for this event, sponsored by Ellis Wurtenberger. Pile Up Kyle just knocks into Surf Crate. Surf Crate gets put up on top of that GMC truck. Not a good position, going to be pretty tough to recover right there. Propulsion is in deep trouble. Up now for Jousters of the Universe, it's Skeletor, sponsored by Kieran Shelton. Skeletor gets a good hit on Pile Up Kyle, and Kyle has piled up on the back of that GMC truck. He's kind of stuck in there now, wedged. We'll see if he's able to get out of there. Good hit by Skeletor. The Alabaster Aces are an agile team with a couple of good undercutters. They did well in their qualifier. Up first for them, the 71 Mustang Funny Car, sponsored by Chone. The 71 Mustang sidles into the action, pushes Skeletor up, may have almost eliminated Skeletor, and Pile Up Kyle slides backwards, no longer stuck. Indigo Ice Picks get their first chance to try out T-Gray, sponsored by Weird Jimmy. Let's see what T-Gray can do. T-Gray smashes the Mustang off the track completely. A decisive defeat right there. Mustang Funny Car turned upside down and done. Nice hit and a great start for T-Gray, although T-Gray is now curbside. Shark Cruiser's up for Shark Attack, sponsored by Hendrika's Heavy Hauling. Shark Cruiser leaps off the back of T-Gray, ends up in the bed of that GMC truck like so many cars. T-Gray showing off some more finesse right there. But Shark Cruiser, great landing. 99 Chevy Silverado, sponsored by Hendrika's Heavy Hauling. The Silverado is a heavy vehicle, and it does some good damage. Look at Shark Cruiser spin through the air several times and lands it perfectly. Wow, that is incredible. What a recovery there by Shark Cruiser. A lot of other cars tossed around, but actually no eliminations on that hit. Taking a look at the field, we are a little over halfway through, and there's some wreckage. Shining Steel are a team of tough cars with a decidedly orange theme this season. Ballistic's up now, sponsored by Sicken. Ballistic does not go ballistic, just kind of smacks into the back of the Silverado and pushes it curbside. Not a bad thing. Up next for Amaranth and Crazy 8, sponsored by Ellis Wurtenberger. Crazy 8 slides into position, starts to push the Silverado up. I saw some paint go flying there. Not sure what car that came off of. These things are always taking a little bit of damage here from these heavy hits. 47 Chevy, sponsored by Woeful Fiber Art. Another heavy car, but Crazy 8 is up to the task, makes a nice recovery off the back of the Silverado, and now the Chevy is locked in. Rocket Oil Special for Propulsion, sponsored by Dr. Gonzo. Rocket Oil jiggles off the back of that Chevy and manages to eject itself from the track. Better than most of the Propulsion team has done so far in this match. That could be their saving grace. Here's a car that reminds me of someone, Unaware Aaron, sponsored by Liz's Wizard Arts and Witchcrafts. Aaron goes off the back of the Chevy and goes sideways right off the bat. Gets wedged in there in a tough position. It's going to be hard to get out of that one. The Jousters of the Universe, a He-Man based team of hard hitters and some good survivors. Here comes He-Man, sponsored by Chone. He-Man in that twin mill gets a good hit on the back of the Chevy. And look at this, unaware Aaron makes a nice recovery from the force of that hit, and he's back in play. That hit, no eliminations, 1 recovery. I guess He-Man's just being a good guy. Shadow Jet 2 for Alabaster Aces, sponsored by Bentley's Brakes and Bumpers. Shadow Jet gets under He-Man, but He-Man manages to skid a little bit off to the side and escape the brunt of that impact, and Shadow Jet stays locked in. Here comes Blue Shark for the Ice Pick, sponsored by Judy Collins. Blue Shark, a nice hit, but goes off the back of Shadow Jet and pushes up into the air. That could spell disaster for that car. Depends on what happens on this next hit, provided by Shark Bite, sponsored by Wolfel Fiber Art. Got 2 sharks competing here. Shark Bite cannot do anything, just headbutts Blue Shark and flips over and plays dead, maybe? Could be faking. We'll have to see what happens on the next hit. Truculent is a team of solidly built trucks. They had good luck in their qualifier, and they are doing well so far in this match. The 86 Chevy M1008, sponsored by Kieran Shelton, is up. The Chevy plows into the heap and tosses Blue Shark over into the back of its teammate. And hey, look at that. Pile Up Kyle flips over right side up and is going to survive this round, it looks like. Here comes Nitrium for the Steel, sponsored by Swedenborg Smorgasbord. Heavy slam into the back of that Chevy truck, and Sharkbite gets tossed. Oh, cannot make a recovery. Tries to get in between those 2 cars, but doesn't manage to do it. Pivots on his face and lands upside down. Street Raptor, sponsored by Judy Collins. Street Raptor slides into place. Not a whole lot of action there, just keeps it locked on the track as He-Man tries to squeeze his way to safety. It's the 50 Mercury, sponsored by Hey Hey's Hatchback Hanger. Cookie and Picard are going down together, and a nice hit there. Cookie in the driver's seat this time. She ejects from the vehicle as she loves to do. He-Man gets tipped over, but then sort of starts to come back. Picard managed to stay in the vehicle. Pretty good job there. Rigger Motor, sponsored by Chrome Turtles Mini Painting. Your motor pushes into the 50 Mercury, cannot get underneath, almost does, and they both manage to stay locked in. GPK is a team of Garbage Pail Kid themed vehicles. Here comes Igloo, sponsored by Wolfel Fiber Art. Igloo plows literally into the back of Rigger Motor, but the plow blade gets severed from the car and gets tossed over by Cookie, as well as Rigger Motor, who kind of pushes Cookie out of the way, maybe trying to save Cookie from getting hit by that plow blade. Here comes Evil Lynn now, sponsored by Crow and Turtles Mini Painting. Evil Lynn slams into the back, manages to push the whole line of cars up with that heavy weight, and doesn't really get much to happen except for that GMC truck all the way up front goes up on the back of its teammate. Formula Special, sponsored by Elderground. Formula Special almost goes off the back. Surprising, you'd think it would be an undercutter, but it isn't. Almost gets taken off the track on the back of Evil Lynn, and now Igloo is in big danger right here. Power Rocket, the one, the only, sponsored by Swedenborg Smorgasbord. Power Rocket rockets into the back of Formula Special. Formula Special gets flipped around, but does a great job of recovering. And yeah, Igloo tips over and goes sideways. That is probably going to be an elimination. Good recovery by Formula. Hammered Down for Shark Attack, sponsored by Hasty Production. Hammer Down cannot get under the back of Power Rocket, just slams into and cannot get under, and that is going to put a cap on round 1. We had 16 eliminations in this round. That's actually the fewest of the main event so far. A lot of tough cars in this group. We got a couple close calls. The Evil Weevil officiating team are out on the field. They both involve propulsion cars. Here you can see Rocket Oil Special, and they're going to call that right side up. F-Racer taking a look at the right angle, and F-Racer is beyond 45 degrees. F-Racer is out. Taking a look at the aftermath, GPK and the Alabaster Aces both lost 2. Ice Picks, Jousters, and Shark Attack only lost 1 each. They are doing great for themselves right now. Looks like most of the losses sustained in this round were off the propulsion team with only 1 car left right now. Shining Steel lost 2. Truculent, Amaranthin, and the Jalopies only lost 1 each. It's time for round 2. Let's joust. Evil Weevil, our track buffer, is now in place. Appropriately enough, sponsored by Track Buffer LLC. The Jalopies are going to start us off this round with the Ford Sedan. They are number 1 in the lineup. Still got 10 teams in this match, although one of them's pretty close to being eliminated. We go until there are 3 teams remaining. Cruella DeVille's up first for Amaranthin. They like to send her down first. Cruella savages that Ford sedan, knocks it off the back of Evil Weevil, and the Ford sedan cannot make a recovery, lands upside down, and is done. Nice hit there by Cruella. Motu Wind Raider for the Jousters of the Universe. Motu Wind Raider likes to just get off the track, can't quite do it, hits the back of Cruella and gets stuck. Ice Pick starting off with Power Rocket in this round. Power Rocket knocks the Motu Wind Raider all over the place, but look at that great recovery. He's actually upside down, but then makes it back upright again. That thing's doing a great job for the Jousters of the Universe. Up first for Truculent this round, it's the GMC Sierra Classic. The GMC pops Power Rocket off the track, but you know Power Rocket, you can't keep a good car down, and Power Rocket just bounces off the Wind Raider, gets hung up on the side of that sedan, and actually comes pretty close to not making a recovery, but does manage to pull it out at the last second. Sea Rescue Boat for Shark Attack. The Sea Rescue Boat goes right off the back of the tent on the back of that truck, goes upside down, but does not stay that way. Those two antennas on the boat manage to pop it right back up again, and that thing is looking pretty hard to eliminate. Here comes the Dune Crusher. Dune Crusher also uses the back of that truck as a ramp. Look at him fly up in the air. He bounces off the boat, goes all the way up to level 7 on the height chart. Nice height on that one, especially since it's a pretty big truck, and that is an unexpected ramp situation. Dune Crusher, great job of recovering on that. Quinn Quake is up now for GPK. Let's see if he uses the ramp. Quinn does not use the ramp, just kind of pushes off the back of it, same as last round, and starts to go curbside. Here comes the Honda Civic for Shine Steel. The Civic not very civil to Quinn Quake. Quake goes upside down, and that's going to be tough to recover from. Good hit by the Civic. Rocket Oil Special, the last car for Propulsion. Rocket Oil, whoa, did you see that hit? Honda Civic goes tumbling all over the place. That was a nice takedown, and the Civic does not recover. Lands on the back of that boat, and that does not look good. The Ford two-door, this thing is heavy. Got a big hit last round. Let's see what happens. The two-door does the same thing as last round, just takes down cars left and right. Rocket Oil goes flying up into the air, lands upside down. Propulsion might be out. The two-door takes itself down in the process, and it's now upside down. That Sierra could be in trouble. Here comes Crazy Eights. Crazy Eights almost manages to get Cruella de Vil off the track, but can't quite do it. Ooh, the Sierra sustains some damage on that front bumper. That thing is coming off. The Sierra manages to stay upright, but it's definitely going to lose a bumper on that hit. Nice hit by Crazy Eights, just jostling these two cars left on the track. Skeletor. Skeletor slams into Crazy Eights. Crazy Eights gets up on top of Skeletor, does not want to get off the track. Tigray. Tigray gets underneath Skeletor, starts to push up the cars here. We got a 3-car sandwich going on the track. Looks like Skeletor is the meat on this sandwich, and Crazy Eights and Tigray are the bun. 84 GMC Sierra 2500. Sandwich slam, and the Skeletor meat is popped out of the sandwich. The buns do a little bit better. Crazy Eights recovers, and Tigray is up in the front, locked in. Shark Cruiser. Shark Cruiser bounds into the back of the Sierra GMC truck and can't make anything happen. Just sinks Skeletor a little bit lower, but remains locked in. Shadowjet 2 is going to try to knock him out. Shadowjet takes the Shark Cruiser into the air. The Shark Cruiser takes a bad bounce and flips over upside down. Tough car to get upside down, but it doesn't look good right there. Pile Up Kyle. Pile Up Kyle, a nice hit, but doesn't get a whole lot to happen. The truck stays steady and balanced, gets off the track and into safety. Truculent having good luck so far. Ballistic. Ballistic slams into Pile Up Kyle and puts him on top of the pile. Somehow I think that's where Kyle wants to be, but maybe not upside down. Here comes the two unlikely buddies, Cookie and Picard, in the Mercury.
Engage.
Okay.
And the Mercury slams into Ballistic, pushes Ballistic up by Tigre, remains locked in the track, and both of the passengers managed to stay in the car this time. Future Del Worsham funny car. The funny car cannot get under that Mercury, kind of pushes up against it and goes curbside. Tigre takes a dangerous lift into the air, but manages to plant it back down again. He-Man.
By the power of Grayskull.
He-Man slaughters that Del Worsham funny car and then flips over himself. The funny car gets flipped completely. There's probably no coming back from that, and He-Man might be in trouble here. Blue Shark. Blue Shark punches into the back of the Mercury, and look at that, He-Man makes a deft maneuver. Total recovery, right side up. Funny car still done. The service bed is up next. Had a close call last round, but still in it. Service bed slams into Blue Shark. Blue Shark makes a nice balanced maneuver and gets off the track. Backs down the funny car to safety. Shark Hammer. Shark Hammer cannot penetrate the service bed, and service bed remains locked on the track, as does Shark Hammer. Here comes the Wild Formula Special. Formula Special gets under Shark Hammer, and Shark Hammer twists and is toppled upside down. Nice hit there by the Formula, though the Formula is now curbside. Unaware Aaron. Aaron slams into the Formula Special, but instead of knocking it off the track, locks it in even tighter. Up front, the Mercury takes a little bounce, but stays on the track. Nitrium. Nitrium slams into the line of cars and pushes them forward a little bit. Formula is poised to go off the back of service bed, and he's definitely going to. Here comes the 47 Chevy, 57 grams. Chevy slams into the line, and Formula is ousted, pushed upside down, and can't quite tip it over. That's probably going to be an elimination for Alabaster. Street Raptor. Street Raptor, a low car, but not low enough, goes off the back of that Chevy and jumps over on top of Formula, but manages to stay alive with a great landing. Evil Lynn. A punishing hit from Evil Lynn, but the line of cars is pretty tight. The Mercury just gets pushed up a little bit. Evil Lynn is curbside now, and that's tough for a big vehicle like that. Looks to me like Cookie and Picard are enjoying this ride up to the crates. Looks like Troy decided to take a break, and Jordy's going down in Let's Go this time. Jordy and Let's Go slam into Evil Lynn, and Evil Lynn goes sideways just barely, maybe enough to get that elimination. Let's Go is definitely sideways, but still on the track. Somehow Jordy stayed in that. Chevy M1008. The Chevy ejects Let's Go and Jordy from the junkyard completely. That car just takes off, goes over to the fences, and look at the recovery by the Chevy, actually. And there sits Jordy over on the fence right side up, calm as a cucumber, but wow, that was quite a hit and a recovery. Hammer Down gonna try to get some undercutter action. Hammer Down almost manages to get underneath that Chevy, but can't quite do it. That was the final car of round 2. It looks like we're gonna lose 11 more cars and 1 team. That's a decent amount of eliminations for round 2. Some great action in that round. Let's take a look at the aftermath. This was a disaster of a round for GPK. They are down to just 1 car now. Alabaster down to 2. Ice Picks looking solid here with still only 1. Jousters are at 3 and Shark Attack down to 2. Bad news for Propulsion, a great team, but they are done out of this match. A little bad luck there. Shining Steel and Justin Jalopies each down to 2. Amaranthan looking good at 3, and Truculent looking very solid. Up first in round 3, it's the Indigo Ice Picks, last season's champions. They're starting with Let's Go, and Jordy LaForge is taking a ride. Jordy slots into place in Let's Go down towards the end of the track. Evil Weevil, our track buffer, slowing the cars down on this initial run. And our second car of the evening is going to be 84 GMC Sierra Classic. Heavy truck. Big hit right there. Wow, how did Jordy stay in the car? It flipped over several times. Lands upside down in the safety spot, makes it all the way almost to 8. That is pretty high up in the air right there. A lot of bouncing, and finally comes to rest. Wow, Jordy must definitely have his seatbelt on. Motu Wind Raider. This thing's been tough to eliminate. Good car for the Jousters. Mo2 goes off the back, and as I say that, it immediately just flops over upside down. A terrible loss for the Jousters right there. Just not quite enough oomph to make it upright. Street Raptor for Amaranthin. Street Raptor slugs it out with the tent on the back of that Sierra and manages to go curbside, but also makes the Sierra curbside. This could be bad for both of them. Ballistic for Shining Steel. Ballistic, a powerful hit, so powerful, in fact, it knocks Ballistic off the track, as well as Street Raptor flips him right over and twirls him off the track upside down. An elimination, but not the kind of elimination you want to get. Next up, it's the unlikely duo of Picard and Cookie in the 50 Mercury.
You're damn right.
Nice hit there, and they knock the Sierra off the track. Can't quite get it over, but man, there's a lot of eliminations on the track right now. 4 cars are done, 2 are still going. Dune Crusher for the Alabaster Aces. Dune Crusher goes off the back of the Mercury. It flips up in the air, but manages to land it. Good hit there, and it knocks the Mercury into the track, which is going to help. Barely avoids knocking Cookie out. Sea Rescue Boat for Shark Attack. This thing is difficult to eliminate. And the Sea Rescue Boat, ooh, it went sideways. I just keep saying that these vehicles are hard to eliminate, and then they immediately get eliminated. However, I don't think it's necessarily over for that boat yet. Unaware Aaron, the last surviving car for GPK. Aaron slams hard in the back of the Mercury and knocks the Sierra Classic over. Sierra tries to roll on that tent, but can't do it. Dune Crusher, meanwhile, nice recovery. Tigray for the Ice Picks. This is the new guy on the block. Tigray pushes, but can't get any action. Stays locked in the track, and some hoods go up. 84 GMC Sierra for Truculent, looking for some revenge here. Only manages to knock Tigray off the track. Nice hit, but not sure if Tigray would be counted as eliminated in that position. The Sierra is locked in. Evil Lynn for the Jousters, 76 grams. Evil Lynn does a great job of knocking all the cars down the track, and Unaware Aaron, apparently not aware that he's about to crush Cookie in that Mercury, going up on top. Cruella DeVille. Cruella knocks the back of Evil Lynn, and Unaware Aaron slides off the track into what could potentially be a dangerous sideways position. Looks upright for now, though. Nitrium. Nitrium gets a hit on the back of Cruella, just pushes a little bit, doesn't get any action, though. Evil Lynn is curbside and stays curbside. 47 Chevy for Justin Jalopies. The Chevy tries to crush Nitrium in between Cruella DeVille, manages to push Evil Lynn a little bit farther off and push that boat over more. Shadow Jet 2 gonna stir it up down there. Shadow Jet does manage to get underneath the Chevy, but it's too heavy to get it sideways or upside down. It just slides off the edge, and Nitrium is balanced precariously. Hammered down for Shark Attack. Hammered down goes off the back of Shadow Jet, sort of clips it and flips, and then does a great job of spinning to make that landing on 2 wheels. Very agile recovery. Power Rocket. Power Rocket hits the back of Shadow Jet and does what Power Rocket does so well. Just an amazing athlete. Bounces up in the air, goes about 6.5, and spins and bounces and spins and lands right side up. He knew it was going to happen, and it does. Meanwhile, Cruella DeVille is sliding off the track. Big hit coming from the GMC service bed. The service bed takes out Cruella DeVille and knocks Evil Lynn way off the track to safety, as it turns out. Shadow Jet goes under the Sierra, but the Sierra is not out of it yet. Cruella definitely done. And that boat, if I'm not mistaken, is starting to make a comeback. He-Man. He-Man, a nice hit, and ooh, it's bad news for Truculent as the Sierra gets flipped upside down by its own teammate. And take a look at what happened when the Sierra flipped over. It brought the boat back right side up again. Unbelievable. Crazy Eights. Crazy Eights pushes the service bed all the way off the track. Service bed slides into a friendly position, and now He-Man is curbside. Blue Shark. Blue Shark knocks 2 cars off the track. Crazy 8 manages to survive, but He-Man not looking too good. Flips upside down. It's going to be tough to recover from that, but not impossible. Here comes the final car of round 3. Another truck for Truculent, the Chevy. And the Chevy pile drives Blue Shark. Knocks the Mercury off the track, but the Mercury is still right side up. And I don't think there was any eliminations on that. Shadowjet responsible for that Mercury sliding off. Taking a look at the wreckage, it looks like we're going to lose about 8 cars in this round. It could be 9 depending on the judgment of the officials. Looks like one of the Weevils is down there judging right now. And it looks like Crazy 8 is going to make the cut. Taking a look at the aftermath, GPK is still in it. Alabaster looks good. Indigo just lost 1. Jousters lost 2. They're down to 1. And Shark Attack steady at 2. Truculent lost 2. They're down to 2. Shining Steel is down to 1. Amaranth and Lucky that Crazy 8 survived. They are down to 1. Joust and Jalopy is steady at 2. If you ever thought it would be fun to submit your own cars to compete in the Junkyard Joust, well, now is your chance. Submissions are open for the Junkyard Joust Custom Tournament. I've already had a bunch of teams submitted, as you can see here. It's gonna be pretty crazy. You can see the rules and do your entry over at redlinederby.com. There's a link in the description. And now it's time to joust round 4. Starting out the Indigo Ice Picks, the only team with more than 2 cars left in this match. As Tigray takes position, Tigray proving to be an asset for the Ice Picks in this match so far. Next up, it's the difficult to eliminate Dune Crusher, although I should know better than to say that. And Dune Crusher, Dune Crusher breaks the curse of my announcing and turns over, lands upright off the track, bounces just right off of Tigray, and makes that recovery. That was a good recovery right there. And here they come again in the Mercury.
Shields up.
The Mercury slaps Tigray into position a couple of times, and both Cookie and Picard managing to stay in the vehicle this time. And the Mercury is locked in. Here comes the Sea Rescue Boat for Shark Attack. Rescue Boat just evacuates the track completely, jumps right off and leaves, and I'm sure is completely safe over there. Actually manages to get up in the mid-5 range, height-wise, pretty good launch. Takes the hit, gets off the track. That's a great way to survive in Junkyard Joust. 75 GMC service bed. A heavy thunk from the service bed and Cookie gets ejected. Wow, she just spins all over the place and lands on her tiny yet very durable head. Meanwhile, Picard and the Mercury escape to safety behind the boat, and Tigray's up on that safety rail. Crazy 8's last remaining car for Amaranthin. Crazy 8 smashes into the back of the service bed, and Tigray takes the brunt of it, being pushed into the crates and then gets flopped upside down. Not a good position. There's a chance of recovery there, but it's iffy. Here comes another big hit. This time it's from Evil Lynn. Evil Lynn bangs into the back of Crazy 8's. Tigray almost gets tossed off the side to a recovery, but can't quite do it. Now we got 2 cars that are curbside, and both of them need to survive to keep their teams in this. Nitrium. Nitrium, wow, that was a close one for both of those cars. Nitrium starts to get off the track, and Crazy 8's and Evil Lynn are both in deep trouble. And here comes a big hit. This could be bad for them. Unaware Aaron. Unaware Aaron. Ooh, wow, look at that. Nitrium makes a spinning recovery. Crazy 8 flips over and lands on top of Cookie, and Unaware Aaron, apparently very unaware on that hit, flips over sideways. Wow, had a chance to take out 2 teams right there and couldn't do it. Meanwhile, it looks like Cookie is holding Crazy 8's up with apparently superhuman strength. Here comes Power Rocket. Power Rocket notches into the back of Unaware Aaron and just manages to turn him more upside down. This could be it for GPK. Shadowjet 2 for the aces. Shadowjet slides lightly under Power Rocket. A little jostling and Power Rocket is pushed off the track, but still safe. Meanwhile, Aaron remains unaware and upside down. 47 Chevy. The Chevy tries to climb over Shadowjet. Unaware Aaron gets tossed off the track, goes upside down, and that Chevy is in a bit of a rough position. Might be able to escape, though, on this hit from Hammerdown. And the Chevy does manage to escape, and Hammerdown, on the other hand, goes over sideways off the back of Shadowjet. Shadowjet deadly on the front and the back, apparently. Great recovery by the Chevy. Speaking of Chevys, here comes the Chevy M1008. And the Chevy knocks Evil Lynn and the Jousters of the Universe probably out of this tournament. Nasty hit right there, and somehow the Chevy makes a recovery. It looks like it's losing part of the front bumper of the truck, but a great hit and a great potential recovery. Blue Shark. Blue Shark swats the back end of the Chevy over, but the Chevy stays balanced and is not out. That was the final car of round 4. Looks like we lost 3 vehicles and 2 teams are out. That's going to make it a grand total of 3 teams eliminated. Let's take a look at the aftermath. With the elimination of Unaware, Aaron GPK is done. Ice Picks lost 1 and are down to 2. Jousters are out and Shark Attack's down to 1. Truculent and the Jalopies are looking good with 2 cars left each. Shining Steel and Amaranthine still in this with 1. 7 teams left. Here we go. Round 5. Things are starting to heat up. Joust and Jalopies still have 2, and this one has the duo. The Mercury hits Evil Weevil, and Cookie ejects from the car. Maybe she's a little tired from having to hold that car up for most of the last round. Probably wants a little break. The card stays belted in. GMC service bed. The service bed gives a nice boot to the Mercury, and the Mercury takes advantage of that to scoot, goes all the way over into the corner of the track, into the tires, and the car can just take a little nap and rest over there. Alabaster Aces have been steady with 2 cars for a while now. Here comes Dune Crusher. Dune Crusher does it again. The perfect dismount, gets off the track and escapes any further persecution. Indigo's down to 2 cars now. Power Rocket's up. Power Rocket hits the back of that service bed, and service bed does not move a muscle. Sea Rescue Boat. Sea Rescue Boat does it again, same as Dune Crusher, just gets off the track. Actually, not quite all the way off the track, but probably close enough. Nitrium. Nitrium hits Power Rocket. Power Rocket looks like it's about to rocket off of the back of service bed. The boat sinks a little lower. Crazy Eights. Crazy Eights hits Nitrium, and what just happened? Power Rocket went off the back of service bed and just kind of flops over, does not continue the roll. Dune Crusher prevents a full rollover, and look at this. Power Rocket is in deep, deep trouble right now, and so is the whole Indigo Ice Picks team with the potential loss of that car. 47 Chevy. The Chevy smacks the back of Nitrium. The cars all remain locked in. Nobody touches Power Rocket. They're all probably hoping they don't accidentally right that car. Here comes the 86 Chevy for Truculent. The Chevy truck scoops the 47 Chevy up off the back of Nitrium, and that car is in trouble. Shadowjet 2. Shadowjet bolts underneath the Park Ranger truck and takes off a bumper, completely removes that bumper from the vehicle, and it goes sky high all the way up to the maximum height, goes out of the shot and lands back over to the right. Right now, though, the Chevy is still alive. That's the important part. Blue Shark. Blue Shark goes off the back of Shadowjet, and that was perilous. A lot of bouncing, and they both managed to survive somehow. Meanwhile, the 47 Chevy flips over and stays sideways. And that's already the last car of round 5, and what a round it was. Looks like we're gonna lose 2 cars here, and one of them is huge. Indigo Ice Picks reeling from the loss of Power Rocket. Their bid for the finals is in jeopardy right here. Alabaster Aces still have 2 left. Ice Picks still in it barely with 1. Shark Attack with 1. Shining Steel and Amaranthine, and now the Jalopies all at 1. Truculent still at 2. Here we go with round 6. Truculent is doing well with these solid trucks staying on the track. Service bed slots in nicely down at the bottom of the hill. Truculent and Alabaster, the only teams with 2 cars remaining. The resilient Dune Crusher is up next. Dune Crusher tries to do its normal escape the track, doesn't quite pull it off this time. In fact, gets stuck and hung up a little bit sideways. We'll see if he can finish off the recovery when he takes this hit from Crazy Eights. Crazy Eights finishes off Dune Crusher instead. There was no recovery, and that was a nasty hit. And Dune Crusher, a solid car for the Alabaster Aces, has been potentially eliminated right there. Shark Attack's last hope is the Sea Rescue Boat. Ironically, the only non-shark on the team, still in this, but does not manage to escape the track this time. We'll see if Nitrium can push him out to sea. Nitrium almost gets the boat off the track. It spins around and starts to move. Crazy Eights bobbles a little bit, but sinks back into the track. Blue Shark, last hope for the ice picks. Blue Shark knocks Nitrium underneath Crazy Eights, and Crazy Eights slides off Blue Shark and manages to stay upright. That was a close one. It's a bit messy down there right now. Cookie and Picard are going to try to make sense of it.
You think you're up to it?
The hell if I know.
The Mercury collides with Blue Shark and pushes it off the back of that service bed. Again, the service bed solely responsible for the elimination of Power Rocket, and now may be responsible for the Blue Shark being eliminated. Unbelievable. There's 2 cars left in this round. If Blue Shark doesn't find a way upright, it's over for the ice picks. 86 Chevy. Chevy slams into the back, and look at this. The Mercury is flipped upside down. Both riders are upside down, somehow maintaining their presence in the car, but it's possible that the Jalopies are in trouble right now. That is their final car if that thing stays upside down. Oh, and look at Blue Shark is pushed over more. Wow. Shadowjet, final car of the round. Shadowjet shakes it up, but look at this. The Mercury has flipped over and recovered. Cookie has vacated the car on the way back, but that doesn't matter. The vehicle is recovered, and the Jalopies are staying in this. Right now, it's a little iffy whether that Chevy is at the 45-degree angle or not. We're going to get an official down on the field to see if that thing is eliminated. And it does not look like it goes beyond the 45-degree angle, so Truculent going to keep that vehicle. Meanwhile, guess what, everybody? The Indigo Ice Picks are out of this competition. They are not going to the finals this year. Also eliminated was Dune Crusher for Alabaster, but they still have one left with Shadowjet. And we are heading into round 7. Here we go, round 7. So the first and the third place teams are not making it into the finals again this year. Only Legionaries going back to the finals, and it's going to be 9 new teams. And we're getting closer to finding out what those teams are going to be as that deadly service bed takes to the track again. Nitrium. Nitrium pushes the service bed forward, a little bounce, but the service bed does not falter, and now they're both locked in. Cookie and Picard getting a lot of action in this match. They are having a great time right now. Cookie takes flight this time and goes all the way down to the crates. A great leaping jump right there, and a great run by the Mercury, which is locked in on the track. Cookie looks fine, maybe a little muddy. Here comes Shadowjet for the aces. Shadowjet gets underneath the Mercury, and Picard is tossed out of the car for the first time in this competition, and it's a bad luck omen as the Mercury topples over upside down, then goes sideways, and that Mercury might still get turned over. We've seen it before, but they are definitely in danger right now. Crazy Eights. Crazy Eights goes off the back of Shadowjet, but also pushes it underneath Nitrium, and we've got a tangle of 3 cars down at the end of the track. Opportunity here for the next couple vehicles. Next one's going to be Sea Rescue Boat. It's going to try to escape the track as quick as possible. And it doesn't do it. It actually knocks the 3 cars around a little bit, but doesn't do any damage, leaving that for the next car. And there will probably be some damage here. It's the 86 Chevy, 67 grams. The Chevy pushes into all the cars, and wow, amazing, not a single one of them gets eliminated. Picard gets a little jostled there by Nitrium, maybe a little tire massage on his back, but the only elimination in this round is going to be for the Joustin' Jalopies. No more trips for Cookie and Picard, I'm afraid, as we're going to have to say goodbye to the Joustin' Jalopies. That leaves us with 5 teams left in this competition. Picard and Cookie taking a much-needed break with LaForge and Troy. Cookie acting the fool, as usual.
Children are young. They don't understand what might be dangerous.
Whatever.
Let's get back in the action. Round 8. Let's go. 75 GMC service bed. 2 vehicles still left for Truculent. They're the only team with 2 vehicles left, and they're looking pretty solid right about now. Gonna be hard to get them out of this match for any of the remaining cars. Amaranthon's last hope, Crazy Eights. Crazy Eights hits the solid back of the service bed and stays locked in the track. Best you can do in that situation. Sea Rescue Boat, last chance for Shark Attack. Sea Rescue Boat knocks Crazy 8s up on the back of that service bed, and we know what happens when you get up on that thing. This does not bode well for Amaranthin right now. Nitrium. Nitrium knocks the Sea Rescue Boat off and finishes the job with Crazy 8s. Crazy 8s looking pretty unlikely to get a recovery from that position, and I think Amaranthin might just be done. A lot of people thought Amaranthin would make it back to the finals. It doesn't look good right now. Shadowjet 2. Shadowjet tries to get under Nitrium, does a little jostling, and starts to, but can't quite finish the job. But I think Truculent's probably going to be able to help with that. Here comes the Chevy. The Chevy uses Shadowjet to its advantage and pushes Nitrium off the track. Nitrium flips, goes up off the back of the service bed, which is death for any car that makes contact with it. And Nitrium goes upside down, and that is going to leave us with 3 teams, folks. 2 teams eliminated in this round, and now we know who's going to the finals. Let's take a look at the aftermath. Alabaster and Shark Attack each survived this with 1 car, and Truculent survived it with 2. And wow, was there some damage to the vehicles in this main event. Look at all these cars and the pieces that are missing now from their vehicles. Truculent will get a chance to do some repairs before the finals. And if you're wondering who that 10th team is going to be, it looks like Thunderlords are going to edge out Amaranthin. 38 points to Amaranthin's 35. Congrats to the Thunderlords. They are going to the finals. They're going to join these 9 other teams in the battle for glory in the Junkyard Joust finals. It's going to be legendary, so make sure you join us for that. And don't forget to submit your custom cars via the link in the description. Thank you to my patrons for supporting this show. Another round of sponsorships will be starting soon with the next season. See you next time on the Joust. Hammered Coupe does it! Hammered Coupe has eliminated LaMelt! Hammered Coupe gets under and still cannot do it. Power Rocket goes over several times, over and over. Never expected Power Rocket to be able to do something like that with the low back of Hammered Coupe, but look at this, folks. It's over. Power Rocket has finished the job somehow. 50 cars and 10 teams have battled through hundreds of other cars to get to this point in the Junkyard Joust. It's the World Championship, and I can't wait to see what happens. Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Yonda. Out of those top 3 teams, only Legionary made it through the main event back to the finals again. Some of these teams have been here before, though, but many of them haven't, and they're ready to test their mettle. Let's head into the garage and take a look at our teams. First up, it's the Alabaster Aces. They are new this season. Shadowjet 2 has never been eliminated. They've been here many times before. It's the Crimson Crashers. Here is Jet Streak. They were in the finals in Season 2. On this team, Fusion Busta has a perfect record. Legionary with the Nemesis Hammered Coupe. Massive Transit. This is the first time they've been in the finals. Shark Attack, sponsored by TJG. You shut up when Pink Floyd is playing. It's their first time in the finals. The Sea Rescue Boat has never been eliminated. Sunshade's also their first time. Thunderlords picked up our wildcard slot this season. Truculent made a great showing in their main event. The GMC Service Bed and the Chevy M1008 have both never been eliminated. And another brand new team this season, Turtle Power. Turtle Shell has a perfect record. And without further ado, let's joust! The Track Buffer, of course, Evil Weevil, sponsored by Track Buffer LLC. Starting us off, it's gonna be Dune Crusher for Alabaster Aces, sponsored by Wolf of Fiber Art. Dune Crusher immediately bounces off the back of Evil Weevil and flips over upside down on the track. Is he playing dead? That's my guess, because this vehicle is not that easily eliminated. The Sea Rescue Boat, sponsored by Mr. Stratholm, doesn't even know what elimination feels like. Baby Cookie taking a ride on the Sea Rescue Boat as it plows through the Dune Crusher, and the Dune Crusher makes, of course, a recovery. It was just playing dead. And Cookie also playing dead over on the side of the track. She'll be fine. 84 GMC Sierra Classic for Truculent, sponsored by Stump's Tree Farm. And the GMC Smacks Evil Weevil off the track. His buffering job is finished, and these 2 cars are locked in. Porsche 962 for the Crimson Crasher is going to start out, sponsored by Jedi. The Porsche gets right underneath, but man, look at that recovery. The GMC flips over. It looks like it's done, and then it just flips right back over again. Wow, that tent on the back really helping it make a recovery right there. First up for the wildcard team, it's Rolling Thunder, sponsored by Illuminati Public Relations. Rolling Thunder manages to get under the Porsche and push it forward a little bit. The boat goes into the safety spot, and now the back of Rolling Thunder is probably going to come into play with the next vehicle. And it's a big one, 89 gram Speed Blaster, sponsored by the Turbo Ventures. A massive hit by the Speed Blaster, and it manages to stay off the back of Rolling Thunder barely. The Porsche gets plowed and manages to stay upright amazingly. Troy Soldier now for Legionary, sponsored by Brendan Walsh. Troy Soldier gives a light tap to the back of Speed Blaster, can't do anything with that huge vehicle, and now he's curbside. Here comes Turtle Shell, never been eliminated, sponsored by Wolf of Fiber Art. Turtle Shell slams Troy Soldier off the track up on the back of Speed Blaster at first, and then he tries to escape, but he does not quite make it all the way. That could come back to haunt him. Here comes 5 Alarm, sponsored by Jedi. 5 Alarm uses the Turtle Shell to his advantage and starts to push Speed Blaster off. Troy Soldier gets flopped over upside down. Could be our first elimination tonight, and now they are locked in. Greased Lightning, sponsored by Judy Collins for Jet Streak. Greased Lightning gets right underneath 5 Alarm. Look at this, 5 Alarm, a car that's shown much more agility than this in previous matches, just flips over sideways and is done. This is the finals, and you gotta be on your game when you get here, and it looks like 5 Alarm was taken by surprise right there. 71 Mustang Funny Car for the Alabaster Aces, sponsored by Chone. Funny Car slams Turtle Shell up and off the track. Turtle Shell, an amazing landing as usual. Hits the ground and settles in nice and safe. Shark Bite now for Shark Attack, sponsored by Wolf of Fiber Art. Shark Bite actually manages to stay upright on this first hit. That's an improvement for that vehicle. It hasn't been very successful in the past. And Greased Lightning starting to get under Speed Blaster. Here comes a nice heavy hitter for Truculent GMC Sierra 2500, sponsored by Crow and Turtles Mini Painting. The 2500 plows through the line of cars and gets 2 eliminations. Sharkbite flipped over, and the Mustang flipped off the track upside down, probably out. It's not over for Sharkbite quite yet. Next up for Crimson is the VW T1 panel bus, sponsored by Ellis Wertenberger. This thing is low to the ground. Panel bus makes a nice impact, doesn't really stir anything up, no new results there. The Mustang almost flipped over again, couldn't quite do it. Sharkbite's off the track. Triclops for the Thunderlord, sponsored by Mark the Music Lover. Triclops hits the back of that T1 and is not going anywhere. Nothing to be done right there. We got a little movement up front, and Speed Blaster is actually in a little bit of trouble here, it looks like. And over on the far right, you can see the Porsche 962 is now sideways. Copter Chase is up now for Massive Transit, sponsored by Jedi. Copter Chase forces Greased Lightning off the track and doesn't do much to help his friend Speed Blaster, but Speed Blaster still looks right side up to me. No eliminations on that hit. Here comes the new guy for Legionary, the Nissan Skyline, sponsored by Sicken. Big hit by the Nissan, and Copter Chase is nearly toppled, going sideways off the track. And meanwhile, the GMC is up on the back of Rolling Thunder in a dangerous position. Up for Turtle Power, it's Raphael, sponsored by Sicken. Raphael pushes Copter Chase completely off the track, boots him off upside down, no chance of recovery, and that was a big takedown right there. Raphael's now locked in the track. Here comes Cockney Cab 2 for Sunshade, sponsored by PriceX Private Parts. Cockney Cab cannot make much progress, bounces off the Turtle, and there goes the GMC toppling off of Rolling Thunder, and Rolling Thunder takes another victim. Next up, it's Jet Threat 3, sponsored by Brendan Walsh. Jet Threat 3 gets right under the Cockney Cab and just lightly knocks him overboard, and the cab does not get enough impetus to make a recovery, just flops over. Shadow Jet 2 for the Aces, sponsored by Bentley's Brakes and Bumpers. Shadow Jet dives under 2 cars. Jet Threat does a great job of handling that hit. Raphael not so much, gets his head stuck on the back of the Nissan. He might recover from this, we'll see. Shark Cruiser now for the attack, sponsored by Hendricus Heavy Hauling. Shark Cruiser cruises into the cars and does some acrobatics and actually manages to save Raphael. Raphael flips over as a result of that. Shark Cruiser not looking too good after that hit. Shadow Jet, the back of that car, can actually be dangerous. 75 GMC Service Bed, sponsored by Wolf of Fiber Art. Service bed goes off the back of Shadow Jet. What was I just saying? And the service bed that's never been eliminated has very bad luck with the back of that car. Goes right upside down, and that is a tough loss for Truculent. Meanwhile, the Nissan now, another victim of Shadow Jet. Wow. And here comes Solaire. Wow, the hits just keep coming. Sponsored by Brendan Walsh. Solaire slams into the back, and look at this. Can't get under Shadow Jet? Didn't know there was a car that could avoid Solaire in that low front end. Wow. Shaking things up, but nobody gets eliminated yet. Incredibile, sponsored by Carlton Hill Enterprises. Incredibile slams into the back of Solaire. Solaire still can't get under Shadow Jet, but he's getting close. Meanwhile, that blue car, Triclops, could be the next victim for Shadow Jet. Fuel and Fire will look out below, sponsored by Brendan Walsh. Fuel and Fire does the trick, slams all the cars forward, even gets Solaire underneath his own teammate, the T1. Triclops flips over and is done. Shadow Jet is definitely in danger right now. Here comes Double Vision, sponsored by Sid from Cybertron. Double Vision slams into the back of Fuel and Fire and cannot make a dent, flips over and goes upside down. Wow, that is not going to help Legionary out in this fight. Donatello for Turtle Power, sponsored by Chemical Knight. Donatello uses ninjutsu on Double Vision. Double Vision gets tossed upside down again. Almost had a chance to recover there and failed. Meanwhile, Donatello flips over sideways. I doubt he's going to stay like that. We're a little over halfway through round 1, and taking a look at the field, we got a lot of eliminations here. Look like Solaire starting to get under Rolling Thunder up there. T-Bird Stalker now, sponsored by Beaks Busted Barn Finds. T-Bird Stalker slams Donatello, and Donatello does not manage to make it upright. Fuel and Fire starting to come off the track now. Here goes Bon Voyage, sponsored by Liz's Wizard Arts and Witchcrafts. Bon Voyage pushes into the Stalker, and Donatello tries really hard to make that recovery, but I can't tell if that's going to count as a recovery or not. Formula Special is sponsored by Elderground. Formula Special flips over Bon Voyage and doesn't take a good tumble. Cannot make a recovery, though stays near and somewhat on the track, so there's still a chance of a recovery here. Hammer Down, sponsored by Hasty Productions. Hammer Down goes off the back of Bon Voyage and takes a bad bounce off Raphael. It goes upside down. Terrible hit right there. All it did was succeed in righting Formula Special and eliminating himself. And that's a tough blow for Shark Attack. They needed that vehicle. Never eliminated the 86 Chevy M1008, sponsored by Kieran Shelton. The M1008 pops the Stalker all the way over Fuel and Fire, knocks Bon Voyage off the track, and I think actually finishes Formula Special off. Pretty amazing acrobatics from the Stalker there to flip over Fuel and Fire. Gazella GT, sponsored by Hendricus Heavy Hauling. Gazella hits a solid wall and can't do anything except push Bon Voyage a little farther off the track, and Gazella is slotted in. Rare Flow for the Thunderlord, sponsored by Wolf of Fiber Art. Rare Flow gets some good undercutting action on Gazella and flips it upside down. Doesn't quite get it off the track, but that car is looking like it might be toast. Looks like Picard's gonna go down in the custom VW, sponsored by Hendricus Heavy Hauling. Huge hit, and Rare Flow is tossed off the field. Actually looks like Picard got into it a little bit there, tried to help push Rare Flow off the track. I'm seeing some pieces flying around. I don't know what happened there, but that was devastating. And Rare Flow is stuck next to Service Bed, and they are both done. Dual Fueler for Legionary, sponsored by Sean and Patrick Hogan. Dual Fueler gets under the VW, but the VW is very adept at sliding and keeping upright. I think Picard got tossed out though, and he is off to the right of the track, trying to take cover. Here comes Michelangelo, sponsored by Hey Hey's Hatchback Hanger. Michelangelo tosses Dual Fueler up in the air and over. Another elimination for Legionary. Legionary definitely having some trouble right here. I don't see a single car for their team upright right now. Road Flipper for the Shade, sponsored by Chemical Knight. Road Flipper punches Michelangelo off the track, and look at this. Michelangelo slides, and guess who he slides off of? Yep. It's the service bed truck, even though it's upside down, still proving deadly here for Michelangelo, who's usually got much more agility than this. He's sideways. Nitro Scorcher, sponsored by Sid from Cybertron. Nitro Scorcher gets under Road Flipper, but Road Flipper is not interested and stays on the track right side up. 17 Ford GT, sponsored by Chrome Turtles Mini Painting. The GT tries to get under Nitro Scorcher, but can't do it. Road Flipper is putting too much weight on that car, and he is forced backwards. Next up is Shark Hammer 2, sponsored by Judy Collins. Shark Hammer, pretty light hit right there, pushes the GT farther down the track, doesn't succeed in eliminating any vehicles. Getting hard to see because that VW is blocking the slow-mo cam. 99 Chevy Silverado, sponsored by Hendrika's Heavy Hauling. Silverado gets a nice big punch and knocks Shark Hammer off the track, does not succeed in knocking it upside down. There's some more action there, but I can't really see it because the VW is still blocking the shot. From this angle you can see, yep, the GT gets pushed up a little bit, Nitro Scorcher is pushed off, and doesn't look like anybody got eliminated on that hit. Pontiac Banshee, sponsored by Beaks Busted Barn Finds. The Banshee slams into the Silverado and manages to get it sideways, but then the force of its own impact knocks it off the track upside down. Bad luck for the Banshee. Silverado could still recover. Fished and Chipped, sponsored by Bentley's Brakes and Bumpers. So many B's in these sponsor names. Fished and Chipped does the opposite of what you're supposed to do in Junkyard Joust. It actually puts the Silverado back right side up. Next up, it's Bone Blazers, sponsored by Swedenborg Smorgasbord. Bone Blazers charges into the line of cars and only succeeds in pushing them farther down the track. I don't see any eliminations there. Fuel and Fire gets a little higher up in the air. That's not a good thing. Here comes the one and only Hammered Coupe. Watch out below, sponsored by Deluxe Flame. Hammered Coupe lives up to its reputation, knocks Bone Blazers completely up in the air to the height of 8 and then off the track. Now that's a big rig and has no trouble handling it. Bone Blazers not able to make a recovery, falls all the way over all the cars off to the right. Leonardo, sponsored by Stump's Tree Farm. Leonardo pushes the Coupe under Fished and Chipped, and the Coupe's starting to make its way down the track, and that could be a problem for all the cars that are still on the track. Here comes the Ford Aerostar, sponsored by Wolf of Fiber Art. The Ford slams into Leonardo and pushes underneath him somehow. Leonardo stays upright though, and the Hammered Coupe makes a little bit more progress, going under the GT now. Fusion Buster for Jetstreak, sponsored by Emo Dingo. Fusion Buster makes a nice hit and actually takes out 2 vehicles with that hit. Leonardo is knocked up against Fuel and Fire upside down, and that Aerostar van is knocked sideways, though it's still on the track. But Fusion Buster was the last car for this round, so that van's not going to be recovering. And taking a scan of the wreckage on the field, we lost 23 cars in this round. That is a very high number, almost half the cars. It was devastating, especially for Legionary, who only has Hammered Coupe remaining. Crimson Crashers didn't do much better with 3 losses. Alabaster and Massive Transit each lost 2, and Jetstreak did not lose a single car. They are looking good right now. It was a rough round for Shark Attack and Sunshades. They each lost 3. Thunderlords, Truculent, and Turtle Power each lost 2. All 10 teams are still in this. 27 cars remain. Here we go, round 2, starting off with Bon Voyage. The randomly determined running order is up. Bon Voyage takes its place down at the end of the track after removing the track buffer. Starting off second, it's going to be the 84 GMC Sierra Classic for Truculent. An explosive hit by the Sierra. It knocks Bon Voyage reeling off the side of the track and upside down. And the Classic has to grab the side of the track to stop from going back too far, but now he's curbside. And he's got to take a hit from the biggest vehicle on Massive Transit, Speed Blaster, 89 grams. Speed Blaster cannot get the Sierra off the track. A massive hit, but the truck is just grabbing the side of the track and refuses to budge. Here comes Dune Crusher. Dune Crusher makes a bouncing leap off the back of the heavy Speed Blaster, and look at this recovery. Almost flips over twice and then lands it. Wow, that was amazing agility right there, and that's what you want to see, especially if you're the Alabaster Aces. Rolling Thunder. Rolling Thunder plows into the back of Speed Blaster, and look at this. The GMC gets flipped over and can't quite make the recovery. That was a big hit, big elimination right there. Now Rolling Thunder is lined up with that low back. Turtle Shell. Turtle Shell flies off the back of Rolling Thunder, and what on earth just happened? He flips over twice, hits the crates, and then, lands standing upright on his tail? That's gonna count as upside down right there. That is definitely not upright. I don't even know how it's possible that he landed like that. Could be an easy recovery for Turtle Shell if anything makes it over there. Sea Rescue Boat. Sea Rescue Boat dumps off Baby Cookie and then flips over Speed Blaster, lands on top of the Sierra. I don't think most vehicles would have made it out of that alive, but Sea Rescue Boat manages it, so this perfect record's still intact, even though Turtle Shell's isn't. T-Bird Stalker. T-Bird Stalker does not go off the back of Rolling Thunder, pushes Rolling Thunder underneath Speed Blaster. Good hit. The T1 panel bus is going to join the fray. Panel bus locks it in nice, slow, and easy on the track, and those cars are pretty solid right now. Smart move to send down the VW because Hammered Coupe's coming down for Legionary. It's their only remaining car. It's got to stay alive. Hammered Coupe slams into the back of the VW and cannot get under it. This is one of very few vehicles that cannot be taken down, apparently, by Hammered Coupe. And now Jetstreak sending down Fusion Buster. Hammered Coupe's got to be careful here. Fusion Buster gets under Hammered Coupe, starts to move it up, then stops. Hammered Coupe's definitely in trouble, squeezed between a rock and a hard place. 86 Chevy's got a chance to do something here. And he does it! In combination with Fusion Buster, they have taken Hammered Coupe down! This is round 2. Legionary is probably out of this match unless somehow a miracle happens and that car comes back, but I'm not seeing it. Hammered Coupe is out, let down by his teammates who all got eliminated in round 1. Fuel and Fire. Fuel and Fire squeezes Fusion Buster in between the Chevy and the T1. And Fusion Buster right now is upside down alongside Hammered Coupe. The difference between those two cars, of course, is that Fusion Buster still has teammates in this match. Another big potential elimination right there. That was a car that has not been eliminated yet. And here comes Shadow Jet. Shadow Jet gets under Fuel and Fire. No surprise there, but can't get more than the back end of it off the track. Incredibile spanks Shadow Jet off the track, and that's significant because now Shadow Jet can't go under all the remaining cars on the track, and they are safe, relatively. Incredibile locks it in. Donatello. Donatello slams into Incredibile, almost gets it under Fuel and Fire, but then Fuel and Fire backs it away. Shark Hammer 2.0. Shark Hammer hits Donatello, moves the line forward just a eensy-weensy bit, but nothing else happened. Road Flipper for the Sunshades. No flipping happening here. This line is pretty solid. Shark Hammer gets tossed up a little bit, but the line is going way back. Definitely an opportunity here. Oh, let's say maybe for a car like Solaire, an undercutter. Look out below. Solaire splits the line, and Road Flipper is knocked off the track upside down. Shark Hammer 2.0 makes a nice recovery and starts to continue down the track under Donatello. Fuel and Fire, it looks like, may have just gotten eliminated on that hit. Jet Threat is up. Jetstreak has 5 cars, but 2 of them right now are upside down on the track. and Jet Threat pushes into Solaire. Solaire is now completely under Incredibile, and Donatello tries to make an escape, but he's currently sideways. Here comes the Chevy Silverado. Big hit from the Silverado, and Incredibile is tossed off the track by a concerted effort from Solaire and the Silverado. Solaire is very close to getting eliminated right there, but manages to slam its rear back down. Looks like the Incredibile pushed Cookie onto the back of Speed Blaster, and it looks like Fuel and Fire is definitively eliminated. Here comes Picard in the custom VW. The VW overshoots its mark big time, flies all the way down to almost the end of the track. Picard goes flying out, always bad luck for the vehicles he's riding in. The Chevy Silverado goes for a ride and manages to stay upright somehow. VW is out. Here comes the Ford GT for the aces. And a big hit from the GT sends the Park Ranger truck flying upside down. Another vehicle that has never been eliminated is now looking pretty much done. Good hit. Fished and chipped. Pretty good collision at the back of the GT. And Jet Threat 3 is tossed off the track, but upright and safe. Right now the Turtles are losing power. Raphael's the last one. Raphael slams into Fished and Chipped. The GT almost gets turned over, but makes a nice recovery. Raphael's locked in. And now because Jetstreak had all 5 cars remaining, they have to send down 2 of their own back-to-back. Gotta be careful of friendly fire here. Nitro Scorcher smacks into the back of Raphael, but can't get underneath and goes curbside. Grease Lightning's gotta be careful of his teammate here. Grease Lightning knocks Nitro Scorcher off the track to safety, sends Raphael down the track, and look at what Raphael does. As he skids off the top of the T1, he plows into Fusion Buster and knocks Fusion Buster upright. Grease Lightning just saved his own teammate by sending another car down to rescue him. That was unbelievable, folks. Crazy stuff happens in the finals, and it seems like this is just the beginning. We lost 10 cars in that round. That means there's 17 cars left. There's still 9 teams left. Legionary is not one of them. They are out of this competition. And honestly, I am kind of shocked. Jetstreak are gonna start us off with Nitro Scorcher. The running order is up, randomly determined based on the number of cars a team has left. Teams get to decide which cars they send down win if they have more than 1 car left. Sideways or upside down, they're out of the match at the end of the round. Dune Crusher's up first for Alabaster Aces. Dune Crusher knocks Evil Weevil, the track buffer, off the track and locks it in, foregoing his usual bump and run. Dune Crusher likes to escape the track and get to safety. Didn't do that this time. Rolling Thunder for the Thunderlords. Rolling Thunder knocks Dune Crusher off and makes Dune Crusher pay the ultimate price for not escaping the track on his hit. Dune Crusher thrown all the way over to the crates and does not make a recovery. Couldn't quite do it. That was a big takedown. Speaking of big takedowns, here comes Solaire. Solaire the Assassin gets under Rolling Thunder and takes it right out, upside down, still on the track, but definitely in big trouble. Almost takes out Nitro Scorcher. Crimson decided to send down Solaire first, and it turned out to be a great move. Sea Rescue Boat now for Shark Attack. Sea Rescue Boat. Baby Cookie manages to stay on board this time, and the Sea Rescue Boat, usually not a very offensive vehicle, manages to keep Rolling Thunder upside down, and that is a big loss for the Thunderlords. Raphael now for Turtle Power, their last vehicle. Raphael knocks Baby Cookie off the back of the boat. Baby Cookie, nice recovery there by Baby Cookie, and Nitro Scorcher gets flipped. Looks like Nitro Scorcher is currently out. Let's see if it stays that way. Good hit by Raphael. T-Bird Stalker for the Sunshades. T-Bird Stalker knocks Raphael flying into the air. Raphael flips off the track. Pretty good recovery so far. And the T-Bird Stalker's curbside. 99 Chevy Silverado for Truculent. The Silverado just annihilates the T-Bird Stalker into the crates, up in the air, and over. And that is probably going to be an elimination that might just be the end of the Sunshades in this competition. A rough hit. Nitro Scorcher looks like it's still sideways. Big hit coming now. Speed Blaster for Massive Transit. Speed Blaster plows into the line of cars, and Raphael is turned over. That could be another team getting eliminated. The boat makes a nice recovery, but it does look like Raphael is out. Nitro Scorcher is back on his feet. A lot going on with that hit. A nice job there. Jet Threat 3 now for the streak. Jet Threat 3 tries to get under that big rig, but only gets under the back end. Can't quite get it off the track. And now Shadow Jet's going to take a shot at Jet Threat for the Alabaster Aces. Shadow Jet gets under Jet Threat 3, but only succeeds in pushing it off the track, and then takes a shot at Speed Blaster. The last hope for Thunderlords fished and chipped. Fished and chipped goes off the dangerous back of Shadow Jet and manages to maybe stay alive. I think it's debatable right there whether it's beyond the 45-degree angle. And now here comes the VW T1 panel bus for the Crimson Crashers. The panel bus uses Shadow Jet as a weapon to push the sole remaining member of Truculent over and sideways. The Silverado is probably done right there. Spider-Man or not, that thing is probably out, and so is the team. Shark Hammer 2.0 for Shark Attack. And the Shark hammers the back of the VW, but doesn't get anything going. Manages to stay set in the track, though. Here comes the notorious car that eliminated Hammered Coupe, Fusion Buster. Fusion Buster takes down Shark Hammer, and that is going to take out one of the remaining vehicles for Shark Attack. These undercutters able to make use of the back of that VW to take cars down. A third car for Alabaster, 17 Ford GT. The GT punches Fusion Buster, and Fished and Chipped looks to have made a recovery here. Final car of this tumultuous round, Greased Lightning. Greased Lightning tries to take out the GT, but wow, look at that tumble and a great recovery by the GT. Unexpected agility from that car, and Fusion Buster does not succumb to his own teammate. 6 cars eliminated in that round. We're going to lose a couple more teams, and there's just 11 cars left in this match. Let's see who we've got. Alabaster took a tough loss with Dune Crusher. Crimson still has 2. Jetstreak still has 4. Massive Transit still got 1. Shark Attack's just down to the boat, and the Thunderlords are just down to Fished and Chipped. And 2 teams that made it far but just couldn't quite make the grade, Turtle Power and Sunshades. I have a feeling we'll be seeing them again. It's time for round 4, starting off with Jetstreak. We go till there's 1 team left. Could it be Jetstreak? They are looking pretty solid right now. As I say that, Jet Threat goes curbside. Never a good way to start things out. Crimson opting to go with the VW panel bus. Panel bus slams into Jet Threat, but does not quite have enough power to flip him over. Comes close, but Jet Threat is okay. Crimson opting to save the undercutting power of Solaire for later, after there's more cars on the track. 17 Ford GT. The GT jostles the T1, but the T1 is solid, and now the GT goes way back down the track, and that is usually a very vulnerable position. However, it's just the sea rescue boat coming down with Cookie, so probably not a huge threat.
And you won't know what hit you.
Sea rescue boat pushes the GT down the track. Cookie pops out and does not manage to get off the track. That's not going to be good. We've got a baby on the track. Admittedly, it's the toughest baby around, but look at what's coming down right now. It's Speed Blaster. Oh, Cookie. And Cookie gets squished, I think. Oh no, Cookie takes flight. Cookie actually takes flight and goes over all the vehicles. Speed Blaster tosses the GT off. The GT makes a surprising recovery again, and the boat also recovers. So no damage there to either of those vehicles or the baby. Last hope for the Thunderlords. And a nice collision there, but no action, just a little movement back down the track. Fusion Buster's gonna take a shot. And Fusion Buster just gets right off the track, hits the back of Fished and Chipped, and just decides to get off the track. And you know what? That was a brilliant maneuver. I think Fusion Buster knew Solaire was coming down next. Solaire takes down Fished and Chipped, gets all the way under Speed Blaster, and Speed Blaster slides off the edge, but does not tip over. Even Solaire's having trouble getting that heavy vehicle to turn over sideways. Alabaster saved Shadowjet until this moment. I think they're going to try to take down Solaire. And they couldn't do it. Shadowjet did not have the power to get under enough and floats backwards. But now Greased Lightning's up. I think there's going to be some action down there. This thing's got a low front. Greased Lightning can't get under Shadowjet. Almost pushes it under Solaire, but can't do anything more than that. And now it's curbside. Now Nitro Scorcher's got to be careful because Greased Lightning's in danger. Nitro Scorcher does manage to be careful, just pops his teammate up in the air, but his teammate is agile enough to save himself, and it looks like we just had one elimination in this round. It's going to be fished and chipped, and we are going to say goodbye to the Thunderlords. Let's take a look at the aftermath. Nothing changed over here, still 4 left for Jetstreak. And this is looking a bit empty over here. Just a sea rescue boat for Shark Attack. Thunderlords are done. We don't know who the top 5 are, but we know who the bottom 5 are. Thunderlords, our wild card, made it all the way to 6th. Truculent placed 7th. Turtle Power placed 8th. The Sunshades 9th. And Legionary 10th. Now there's just 10 cars left, and almost half of them are this team. Jet Threat 3 is going to start them off. As we know from previous competitions, Jetstreak's biggest enemy here might be their own team. They got to be careful that they don't take each other out. Here comes the GT. The GT tries to push Jet Threat up to the front of the track. Jet Threat says, no thanks, I'm not interested, and goes all the way back. A lot of space between the cars, very unusual. We'll see if that plays into anything that happens. Here comes the VW bus. VW bus pushes into both of the cars on the track and basically just forces them to all line up down at the end. No damage yet. Sea Rescue Boat is on the loose.
What's my name, fool? Little baby cool tough.
The rescue boat gets its ideal hit, bounces off the back of the T1 and escapes the track, and Cookie cartwheels all the way down to the crates. Look at that baby go. Here comes a big hit from Speed Blaster. Massive collision from Speed Blaster, and it pushes the GT, squeezes it off the track, and the GT cannot keep its feet and is out. Big elimination there. Alabaster could be down to 1 vehicle here. Nitro Scorcher. Nitro Scorcher tries to take out Speed Blaster, just flops up the back of it, doesn't really do much at all. Nitro Scorcher's wedged underneath. Let's see if Shadowjet can get under. Shadowjet does get under, manages to knock both of them off the track. Speed Blaster, though, cannot quite be tipped. Not enough speed from Shadowjet, and Nitro Scorcher escapes. Here comes Solaire. Solaire tries an assassination attempt on Shadowjet in between the T1, but Shadowjet's not having it. Escapes, was prepared for that, and backs off to safety. Good recovery. Greased Lightning. Greased Lightning takes Solaire out, pushes Solaire up off the top of its own teammate, and Solaire is upside down. There's a chance of recovery here, but it is not a good one. What a hit from Greased Lightning. That car is a big threat to Jetstreak if they just manage to take it down. Fusion Buster. Fusion Buster takes out his own teammate. Greased Lightning flipped over. That was the final car of the round. It looks to me like Greased Lightning and Solaire are both out of this match, along with the GT. No teams eliminated in this round. Let's take a look at the aftermath. That was a big loss for Crimson. They are down to just the T1. Alabaster's down to 1. Jetstreak down to 3. And Massive Transit still at 1. Shark Attack, of course, with the boat. Here we go with round 6. Jetstreak is still dominating this competition. Fusion Buster's going to hit the track for them first this round. Running order is up. Massive Transit will be coming down next with Speed Blaster, who's got to be liking the fact that it is the biggest vehicle on the track right now. Speed Blaster slaps Fusion Buster off the track, but Fusion Buster does not take a tumble, stays steady, and recovers. Sea Rescue Boat. A solid punch from the boat, and the back end of Speed Blaster is off the track. Cookie goes flipping and flying, ejecting out of the boat. Pretty good hit for that boat. Shadowjet 2. Shadowjet slides under the boat and the boat gets off the track. Nice dismount there. Shadowjet could get under Speed Blaster now, poised and ready, and it could be the panel bus that does it. Panel bus slams Shadowjet underneath Speed Blaster. The rear end goes off the track and a little bit of the front. Speed Blaster definitely a little off kilter right now. Jet Threat 3. Jet Threat 3 pushes a little bit harder but can't get anything major to happen. And now we're already down to the final car of the round. Of course, it's a Jet Streak vehicle. Gotta be careful here. Nitro Scorcher. Nitro Scorcher, ooh, wow, a little bit savage on that hit, but Jet Threat luckily is managing to bounce and rebound. That could have been bad for Jet Streak, but no harm done and no eliminations in this round, and you know what that means. For this next round, all the cars have been told to increase their speed and drastically increase the likelihood that something is going to happen. A nasty hit there. Evil Weevil just unceremoniously tossed off the track, and next up is gonna be Shark Attack with the Sea Rescue Boat. Hold on tight, Cookie. Sea Rescue Boat Cookie pops up in the air and the boat stays on the track surprisingly. Slides in underneath Fusion Buster, could actually do some damage here. Shadowjet 2. The faster speeds allow Shadowjet to get under both vehicles, but both of them make spectacular recoveries. Fusion Buster even flipping over and rolling. Nice job there. Here comes the panel bus. Panel bus stays locked into the track and makes Shadowjet go curbside. Shadowjet better hold on tight, there's a big hit coming. Speed Blaster blows Shadowjet off the track all the way over to the tires, and somehow Shadowjet makes the recovery, bounces off those tires in a most balanced and impressive way. Good job staying alive right there. That could have been bad. Nitro Scorcher. Nitro Scorcher tosses the back end of Speed Blaster off the track, but cannot get anything else to happen. And now Nitro Scorcher is going to take an increased speed hit from its own teammate, Jet Threat 3. Be careful, Jet Threat. Some acrobatics on the track as Nitro Scorcher gets thrown up in the air, spins around, and lands it just like a ballerina or something. Great recovery, and again, no eliminations in this round, so we are going to increase the speeds even further in this round 8 of the Junkyard Joust Championship. If there's no eliminations in this round, we're gonna have to go no holds barred, but we'll see what happens. Evil Weevil deciding to stay on the track this time, and Fusion Buster is put back down about halfway. Let's see if Shadowjet can take advantage of this. Shadowjet does get under Fusion Buster, but Fusion Buster too savvy, backs all the way down to the crates and stays right side up defiantly. Now there's a big hit coming from Speed Blaster, but what's going to happen on the back of Shadowjet with this big rig? Speed Blaster blasts over Shadowjet. Evil Weevil is hurled off the track, and Speed Blaster just hits the crates perfectly and does not waver. Stays pretty steady, a little tangled up down there, but looks pretty solid. Sea Rescue Boat. Cookie! Sea Rescue Boat Cookie gets splintered off the back and flies over to the wall, and the Sea Rescue Boat has toppled over sideways after a bad bounce off the back of Shadowjet. Cookie looks fine over there by the fence. I think she's a little surprised at what's going on with the boat right now. T1 smashes into Shadowjet, cannot make anything happen, and it goes curbside. Its own weight forcing it up on the side. Unbelievable, that boat is still sideways. Jet Streak have a chance to take the T1 down. Nitro Scorcher does it! The T1 is tossed off the track, a victim of its own force. It couldn't handle the increased speed, and Crimson Crashers might just be out of this competition. Jet Streak got one more car to go down. This could be trouble. Jet Threat splits both vehicles on either side of the track. Its teammate lives. Shadow Jet does not. Shadow Jet knocked upside down, a devastating hit, and Jet Threat is laying waste to the competition right now. There are 3 vehicles eliminated and 3 teams. We are down to only 2 teams now in this match. Unbelievable. The Alabaster Aces are out. Crimson Crashers are done. Jetstreak still has 3. Massive Transit, just the 1. And the boat that everyone thought couldn't be eliminated, it's eliminated. And its perfect record goes away as well. Speaking of perfect records, Shadow Jets is now over, and the only one remaining is Fusion Buster. And now these 4 vehicles are gonna face off. It's 3 versus 1. We haven't seen this since all the way back in Season 1 when 4 of the Silver Slivers fought LaMelt for the championship. And somehow they lost. Will the same thing happen here, or will Jetstreak pull it off? Everybody over in the shuttlecraft is eagerly awaiting this round. Baby Cookie gets a little break now from all the action she's been having, although I think she's had the best time of her life, probably.
I'm gonna go make some pork chops.
You're adorable.
And here we go, Fusion Buster starting us off for the Jetstreak. The speeds are still increased as Fusion Buster idles up to the very front of the track. Can Speed Blaster take out this car that's never been eliminated? Ooh, a colossal impact as Speed Blaster smashes into Fusion Buster. Fusion Buster slowly backing down, right side up, and now it looks to me like Speed Blaster is in deep trouble. Here comes a fast hit from Jet Threat 3. Whoa, did you see how close Speed Blaster was to going over there? But then Jet Threat bounced back and actually prevented the elimination of Speed Blaster. Jet Threat doing the opposite of what you needed to do in this situation, and Speed Blaster just barely avoided losing the match right there. Can Nitro Scorcher make up for that mistake? Nitro Scorcher does not make up for that mistake. It makes another bigger mistake potentially here. Jet Threat upside down over to the crates and can't turn over. Eliminated by his own teammate. And so it begins. With that elimination, Jetstreak are down to 2 vehicles, and Speed Blaster has a big weight advantage over them, but will that end up being a detriment? Here we go with round 10. Fusion Buster starting us off again. Fusion Buster with an uncanny ability to stay alive after these big hits from Speed Blaster. Can he do it again? Speed Blaster with that big armored front really helping him with these impacts right now. And another blast, and this one ends with both vehicles still locked pretty good in the track, even though about halfway back. Will that make a difference when Nitro Scorcher takes the hit? A walloping hit, and Speed Blaster is tossed almost tail over Tea Kettle, but manages to come back, recover off the track, and no eliminations will be happening in this round, which means it's time for No Holds Barred. No Holds Barred means that Evil Weevil is removed from the track, no more buffer, and now cars can go down backwards if they want, which Nitro Scorcher has chosen to do. Nitro Scorcher gets a big bounce off the safety rail and goes way back down the track, and also curbside, which may not end up being an advantage here at all. I think they were hoping to create a ramp for Speed Blaster, but it didn't work out. Speed Blaster charges forward and knocks Nitro Scorcher all the way down into the crates, and Nitro Scorcher recovers. What a recovery there after a huge hit, and now Speed Blaster goes all the way back down the track. Nitro Scorcher proving very nimble right now. And here comes Fusion Buster going down second for Jetstreak. A solid hit, but doesn't manage to get anything going. Gets the back end off and pushes Speed Blaster way down the track. Luckily, that back end anchored in there pretty tightly because it's taken some hits. And I don't think Speed Blaster would be the same without that big back end. That's going to end a nice short round. We're going to head right into the next one. This time, Fusion Buster's going first and going down backwards. Jetstreak want to see if they can make something work out here. Fusion Buster careens into the crates. That was almost a disaster for Jetstreak. It flew up in the air and managed to make a recovery, but going down backwards, not a great plan with that vehicle. Now Speed Blaster all alone on the track. had a full speed hit at the front of the safety rail, bounces way back down the track, somehow manages to stay locked in, amazingly enough. And now Nitro Scorcher's gonna take a shot. Oh, disaster! Nitro Scorcher gets under Speed Blaster, but then flips over somehow, landing sideways. Speed Blaster pushed Nitro Scorcher just enough to make it somehow land inexplicably on its side. Very unlikely and incredibly bad luck right now. Taking a look at the aftermath, it's just 1 versus 1. Jetstreak Massive Transit. This is it, folks. Here we go. It's round 13, and Massive Transit will be starting us off in this round. Speed Blaster not choosing to go down backwards, probably a smart move. And Speed Blaster's gonna end up way down at the back of the track, which actually worked surprisingly well for eliminating Nitro Scorcher, Fusion Buster. Fusion Buster. Oh no! The same fate awaited Fusion Buster! Speed Blaster's back end goes way up in the air, comes down, and clobbers Fusion Buster, and that is gonna end this event. Against all odds, Speed Blaster has won this championship. Jetstreak had the numbers, but Massive Transit just had a big, powerful vehicle that manhandled these cars, and that is going to be our very first heavyweight team that has ever won the Joust, everybody. We've seen a lot of big bruiser teams come and go, but finally, their time has come. Massive Transit, the Junkyard Joust, World Champions. Congrats to Massive Transit. Jetstreak's gonna get the silver, and Alabaster Aces get the bronze. Taking a look at the full recap, Crimson Crashers placed the highest they've made it in this competition. They got 4th, and Shark Attack floated to 5th on the back of a tiny boat. The most valuable player, of course, going to Speed Blaster, who stepped up to the plate when it mattered most for Massive Transit. Congrats again to our new world champions, Massive Transit. They crashed their way to this moment on the back of an unlikely hero, Speed Blaster, a vehicle that was eliminated early in both of its previous competitions. But tonight, Speed Blaster is a champion. Thanks for watching this season of Junkyard Joust. There's another season right around the corner, as well as several special events. Thank you so much to all my patrons for making this possible. If you'd like to support the production of this show and help me make it better and better, go to patreon.com/junkyardjoust. You can even sponsor your own car, and maybe it'll make it to the finals. Thanks for watching, everybody, and we'll see you soon on Junkyard Joust.